Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist: insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment initiatives like N-Power, combined with university-private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong, transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good morning, welcome to Sports Wrap here on Aneke TV today. I'm your one and only Sports Oracle, bringing you the best of what is happening in the world of sports across the globe. And today we have a lot of things to show you, but we will start first of all with the newspaper headlines. Before I go over to the newspaper headlines of what's happening in sports, I want to introduce my main man who I always do this with to you, and that person is Worldwide. Worldwide, good morning. You know, one day I have a dream that I will wake up and see you worldwide.
Yes, it's a good dream.
Yes, it's a good dream.
That's what we are looking for.
And see what I said. I said I will wake up to see you. That's a dream. Then I will wake up to see you.
You wake up now.
Yes, I wake up from the dream.
It will be like a reality.
It will be like a reality. You have a definition to what I just said, but that's fine. All right, how are you doing, sir?
I'm okay.
Okay, so
I'm just cool.
You are cool. It's good to be cool. It's very good to be cool. So, and this morning we're going to look into Manchester United, their match, their game yesterday. You predicted it rightly.
Yeah, brought something for me.
Yes, I did, of course, and I brought a key to my keys.
Don't worry, after the show.
Yeah, of course. You also saw that there's this news about Osimhen and Galatasaray after all the love they have shown him. Of course, that was actually good love, and right now it could be that they are owing him.
It could be, but no, this thing is just a rumor.
Yes.
We don't know yet. We have not seen the facts, but he said he's happy.
He's
despite
happy.
they are owing him. So
of course.
When we get the fact that it's true they are owing him, then we'll know what's going on.
Okay.
But for now, we just take it as a rumor.
Okay. So now let's move very straight to the conversation that we have today, and we are talking about Manchester United game versus Everton yesterday. Seeing the game and seeing what actually happened, what would you have suggested that Premier League would have done to stop all those player ref holding that rare rumble they always have?
Well, we all know sometimes these things happen.
Okay.
It's not, football is a contact sport.
Okay.
There's always room to hold one or two persons, but when you are holding to an extent that is not acceptable, then you'll be penalized. But these things happen when they want to cross the ball, mostly from corner.
Okay.
You see the box 18 so jam-packed, everybody will try to. It's just normal. I don't think there's anything Premier League can do about it. It does not happen only in the Premier League. You see it happening in other competitions. So it's just normal.
Okay, but first of all, let's talk about the win yesterday. Manchester United winning Everton. I don't know if you are part of those people that don't like Manchester United playing Everton.
I'm a Man U fan first of all, and yesterday I told you that this Everton of a team, I don't like them.
Okay.
Because they would defend, and yesterday I predicted 1-0. But if you have seen the match, although it could have been more than 1-0, there was a chance that Sesko missed, just like the first goal he scored. He also missed that kind of opportunity. Then Everton also had their own misses, a couple of chances. They missed a lot. So
I like what you said. Man U had a mister. Everton had a misses.
Everton missed. In fact, I think they missed more chances. They had more opportunities.
They had more opportunities to score, but the opportunities, I would suggest, the opportunities were not as clinical.
No, they were not as clear as Sesko first chance that he scored.
Yes.
Okay. The second one was almost the same scenario that he missed. But Everton were just firing from outside, trying to get.
They were trying to, and when you talk about Everton playing against Manchester United, there's actually this hate. When I mean hate, that goes around it.
Of course, it's kind of.
You know why? Because of the defense activities that Everton engages, how they play their defense. They play low block.
They will just
defense.
point you to one team that you will not understand.
Yeah, you will not understand. You will not understand. And that's the problem that Premier League clubs are having. Now, Benjamin Sesko had to score on the 71st minute.
Yeah.
That scoring, do you think if he came in earlier, he would have scored more?
Anyway, we are not God to know whether if he came in earlier, but let's say he came in at the right time, because maybe if he had started the first half, he might not have the opportunity to score. Everything will always defend. So maybe he will have been the one that will have even brought out to put somebody else, maybe Zegzi, and you see Zegzi coming to score the goal. So we cannot say that maybe if he had started first half, he would have scored, but I believe Man U played what they can play, and they got the win.
Do you think the match was boring?
Of course, it was boring. It's not. It
So
was boring because I watched some part of it. At the time, I was even tired. So
yes.
I
So
just had to do something else.
who actually who inspired that boredom in that game?
The real owners of the boring game, that's Everton.
Everton.
They will make you to play what you have been watching Manchester United
Yes.
match ever since Carrick took over now.
Yes.
I've not had any boring match against Man City. You saw both sides attacking each other. Against Arsenal, the same thing. Against Fulham, that I even thought maybe would be boring because sometimes Fulham will want to defend. So it was not boring. There was an exchange of goals against the West Ham. I think this is the only match now Man U has played that is just 1-0 since Carrick came in.
Yes.
The
Yes.
yes, was 2-0 against Tottenham. That was because Tottenham had red card and they had to start defending. But Everton, whether red, whether green, whether blue, as long as it's Everton, that match is always boring.
It's always boring.
I've watched it over and over again, and you see that it's always boring.
And
That's
you,
their own tactics.
yes, and you actually know that last year, before Manchester United played Everton, something happened. Around November season,
Okay.
Manchester United had to, play Everton, and Everton had a red card,
And they won that match.
and Everton won that game
remember that
by
match.
1-0, and the red card was an early red
very
card
early.
at the 35th minute. They had a
That
red
match ended up being boring.
being boring.
After
Now,
Everton scored.
after
there
Everton
was
scored.
nothing else again.
Yes. So I was kind of wondering, why will Everton? Is it a coach thing or a system thing? Because since they had Davis Moyes, they've had some victory, some great games, and all that. But I'm asking, is it a coach thing or is it a player kind of thing, or is it because they took in new players, of course,
Yes, of course.
and looking at how they have done in the transfer window, they have actually done well. So is it a player thing or is it a coach thing? The pattern the coach wants them to be playing?
I won't say it's a coach thing because sometimes Everton don't play that boring football. Sometimes when they meet an average team like them, maybe if you watch their match against Newcastle, I think it was Newcastle, or some of other matches they have played that is not top team, they don't play that boring football that much. You see Everton attacking, you think that this one is not the Everton used to know. But when it comes to playing Manchester United, playing Chelsea, playing Man City, playing Arsenal, when they just see that top teams, they go defensive. Their aim in this match is just to either get a draw, or if they should score you first, you know that match is over.
And imagine they scored Manchester United
If they have
first.
scored first, it's only God that know what Manchester United could have done to get a draw.
A draw, yes.
To win.
Yes, because
So I think when they meet some certain teams, that's why I said those top teams that they know these ones, they are stronger than me. They tend to become defensive just to, see the match through, either they get a draw at least. But when they meet maybe an average team or teams below trying to survive for relegation, they don't play defensive. They come outside, they attack. So I think it's just their own kind of pattern. The coach knows what he used to tell them when they meet big teams and when they meet a smaller team. So I don't know. I don't think it's just the coach. It's just their own tactics for different matches.
Okay. So now let's talk about Michael Carrick being able to, organize the team. There are lots of positive comments since Michael Carrick came,
Of course.
on board to Manchester United. There are lots of positive, great stuff we've seen so far since he came on board. Now, looking at him playing, he has played 6 games and he has not lost any game.
Yeah.
Don't you think that Manchester United are on their way to doing something with their life this time?
There are now rumors that, I think they should retain this guy as a permanent coach.
Of course, they should.
Give him that contract. I don't think he's on a long contract now. It's just a short contract for now. So, and he has 6 matches, and these 6 matches, they are not anyhow matches. So
Yes,
you can
of course.
see him beating Man City, then beating Arsenal away, beating Tottenham. That's 3 top teams. When he won this Man City, Man U are struggling. They just left Amorim that time, and he just came within. I'm not sure it was even up to a week.
No, it was not up to a week. It was. Amorim was sacked in the midweek, around midweek.
Yeah. And
Now the weekend, Saturday.
So you can see he
Carrick
has
took over.
these 6 matches without a loss. In fact, 6 matches with just 1 draw.
Yeah.
So let's 6 times 3, that's 18. Out of 18 points, he has gotten 16 points.
16
that's,
points.
That's something you will say, yes, Manchester United are on the right path. It's not easy for anybody to get 16 out of 18.
Yes.
Even sometimes Man City does not do that.
Yes. And see the Premier League top 6 table.
Yeah.
Seeing Arsenal retaining their spot with 61 points.
Of course.
Man City retaining their second position point with 56 points. And Aston Villa just retaining their points, their position and points with 51. Then Manchester United. Okay, Aston Villa. Now, this Aston Villa, what do you think? Looking at just Manchester United is just 3 points away from having Aston Villa to step down. I think Aston Villa will one time step down.
I've already told you before, my say, and I hold this strong, that Aston Villa will not finish in that third position. It's either they are going to 5th or 6th, because even Liverpool has the tendency to come and overtake Aston Villa, because you watch or you saw the scores against Leeds. Yeah, they had a 1-1 draw. They had to equalize at the dying minute. So I don't think Aston Villa possess that character to maintain this third position. It's going to be very difficult for them when they start playing tough matches, and they still have a lot of tough matches to play. So they will still definitely leave this spot they are. If not Liverpool and Man U overtaking them, maybe Chelsea might even join.
No, looking at the top 6 right now, you will see that there's this energy that the teams below Manchester United are bringing.
Yes, of course.
And these two teams, Liverpool and Chelsea, they are not going to rest until they get.
They will not rest.
Yes.
The person I'm even seeing having a difficult fight is Chelsea, because Chelsea next 5 matches, because I've seen it, I've seen the fixtures. It's going to be a very difficult one. Chelsea has Arsenal to play. They have Man City to play. They have Manchester United to play. They have this Everton to play. So you see that the matches, the fixtures are not going to be, out of 5 matches that Chelsea have, probability of even winning 1. Okay, they still have Aston Villa to play. So you see that
there's a problem for Chelsea.
Are in a big problem right now. So those fixtures are not something that is going to come easy, that you are going to get 3 points. I think one person they still have is Newcastle. So I saw the 6 fixtures that they have is so difficult. And this Everton that you are seeing now is another team that is going to be difficult to win. They might look like the easiest for Chelsea to win, but I tell you that much.
No, Chelsea playing Everton is not as.
It's not as Manchester United plays.
Yes,
it's a very difficult.
It's a very once that thing you said. Once Everton sees a top team, they just
and if they should score you first.
I'm sorry for you. All right, now let's move over to the Champions League side playoff that we're going to have this evening. And UEFA has done us well to design the graphics already, so we don't need to do a lot. And just looking at the fixtures, we are seeing what is going to happen today and tomorrow, the people who are going and the people who are not going. You can see Atletico Madrid are going to play Club Brugge, and that match should be this evening. It's just at the neck of the evening, very early, by because of it could be weather or for some stuffs that they know best how to handle, and they're going to play by 6:45, and the aggregate already is
3-3.
It's 3-3. Yes, they have a draw match. Then looking at Leverkusen, they're going to play by 9, and the aggregate is already, Leverkusen is already ahead. Ahead of Olympiacos. Then Inter Milan on the side where they will need a supernatural rescue from Bodo Glimt.
They need to win 2 goals.
Then they need
draw first. Then before
they need to draw before they will now have to win. Well, still talking about the Champions League fixtures, Newcastle United and Karabakh.
This one's already settled now.
Okay, yes, of course, but you can't tell.
No, I can't tell.
Because you know why football is predictable, but at times
we agree that's when the side coming for this comeback is quite the strong side. Karabakh now, I don't expect Karabakh to even win this match. Talk more of coming to beat Newcastle 5-0 to say they are on a draw level. So that's not the side that you are going to say is not predictable. This one is already finished.
So looking down, you will see Atlanta and Dortmund. This match is going to be a little bit difficult for Dortmund, but we're going to see. We're going to see what happens at the end of the day. It's going to be a little bit difficult for Dortmund. Then we're also seeing Paris Saint-Germain versus Monaco. We're going to see what happens this evening. And not this evening, of course. This match is at tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow and next tomorrow. Then Juventus against Galatasaray.
Yeah.
And Galatasaray are already ahead.
Yeah, this is the kind of match I said something might happen, because of course Juventus, they are not a small side.
They are not a small side. If you have hosted Cristiano Ronaldo, I'm not sure you are a small side. Now Real Madrid versus Benfica.
This
also
we expect a lot of a lot of Royal Rumble.
And in the news, this guy, the Piestani from Benfica, he was suspended for the game that they have tomorrow.
It was one that was
UEFA suspended him. The one that allegedly, abused Vinny Jr. of
his racial abuse.
His racial abuse.
We have not confirmed that.
We have not. Of course, what they said is actually that this is just a stepping stone for them to investigate into the match, into what happened. So, first of all, chill. Yes, have a rest first. As we investigate further, and already Real Madrid, they're looking ferocious. They're looking so stirred and steamed for any drama that will come across them. And winning Madrid in Bernabeu is not something difficult. It's something very difficult.
If you want to play it by illegal means, if you want the fights, they will bring it to you. Their players are very active.
Yes.
So they are ready for fight. If you don't want to play football, you want to fight. And a club like Benfica will not have the upper hand against Real Madrid.
No, you can't have an upper hand against Real Madrid in Real Madrid's home.
Anyhow you want to, even if you want to go by legal means, if you want to play by legal means, there's no upper hand.
You can't have an upper hand. So in this matches, who are you? What's the score line? What are we expecting in the scores today? Especially Atletico Madrid and Club Brugge. What are we expecting? Then Bayer Leverkusen and Olympiacos. Okay. What are we really expecting?
This Atletico Madrid, I'm not going to write off Club Brugge because the first leg was 3-3. It was not easy for them. So this match, I'm expecting. Of course,
Aneke is our Aneke.
Is on Club Brugge.
Yes.
Lukman is on.
Lukman, yes. This is a Nigerian showdown.
He's also going
Club Nigerian showdown. So yes. He was suspended for this match. Yes.
Aneke.
Yes, he was suspended for this match. So what's the scoreline? Let's give the scoreline, please.
Well, okay, for me, I will say Atletico 2-1.
Okay.
For the first one, this Bayer Leverkusen, I want to say this match is going to end up as a draw. Leverkusen and Olympiacos, because although Leverkusen won Olympiacos at home, but it's not going to be easy. Olympiacos they are not a small side.
Okay.
They are the Greek champions, so they are going to play something today to end them a qualification. But at the end of the day, Leverkusen will go through, but the match might end up as a draw.
Okay, so talking about Juventus, Galatasaray, what are we expecting to have?
Juventus to win, but Galatasaray to qualify. Juventus to win the match, probably 2-1 or 2-0, or Galatasaray will skate through. They will look for a way to skate through. Okay,
do you think? Okay, of course, Jose Mourinho is not going to be on the touchline. He's going to be with the fans watching from, because he is on red card.
Yeah, of course.
Now, looking at that match, do you think if he was not on red card, he would have been a big influence to Benfica winning their game? Benfica, do they have big names like Madrid does?
No, funny enough, they don't have the big names Madrid have, but they have the mindset given to them by Mourinho.
Yes, of course, it's a mentality thing, like we always say.
He has structured that mentality for them, but despite him not being on the touchline for them, it's going to affect the play. Of course, there's going to be that ginger when your coach is there shouting, giving out instructions for you guys to do. He's not going to have that opportunity, so it's like a disadvantage for Benfica. But at the end of the day, he has already coached them. He has his assistants, other staff to dish out the instruction while he watches from the sideline. But it's going to be a big disadvantage for them. But of course, I'm not expecting Benfica at this moment to come to Madrid's home and take a 3 point from them, I see that very difficult to attain.
Now let's talk about Paris Saint-Germain and Monaco. They already have Paris Saint-Germain has 3 goals and Monaco has just 2 goals. Not forgetting that Ousmane Dembele is injured.
Okay.
That was, you remember last week, he was injured. He was subbed off in the 28th minute. Now, what do you think about this particular game of PSG versus Monaco? They are 2 French side, of course.
Yeah, of course.
So they know how to play themselves. But now it is on the European light, under the European lights. So looking at the game, the PSG already have won the first leg.
And Monaco had a red card in that match, right?
Yes.
Well, I'm expecting PSG to win, despite Dembele being injured.
As the defending champions,
and
yes.
Don't forget the person that is replacing Dembele. We saw him last. It's not. When you say this person is injured, there is somebody that is more like him.
That is more deadly than
him now. So
imagine that guy came in and he registered an assist. He scored and he registered an assist.
No, the guy is good. So
Dembele's injury does good.
Might not really show in this match today. So it's not something. It's not that they are going to miss him. They have a replacement for him. So they still have the likes of Kvaratskhelia in the other side.
Yes.
They still have Bakola. They still have Hakimi.
They have all their guys.
So
they really
have.
It's
Dembele that is injured.
They even have Vitinha.
Vitinha is still there.
So everyone
they are complete.
They are complete.
So
yes.
Monaco side is not on a good day. Monaco, they cannot even get 3 points from PSG without Dembele. So this is not something I'm expecting Monaco to come and win. It's PSG's home, for God's sake. So you lost 3-2 in your home. You have a red card, and you want to come and beat PSG in their own home.
And you also know what happens in football. I think we have to talk about this. What happens in football when people say, I have a home advantage? The home advantage is not just the turf.
No, of course.
It is the fans.
The fans, there is one atmosphere that will create for you that you will not be comfortable.
Yes, of course.
And these people, when their fans back
did you see that yesterday? When Manchester, yes,
of course,
there was a lot of pressure from the fans.
People that does that, the club that does that very well is Real Madrid. You see, where everywhere is white, they are chanting. Liverpool, if Liverpool does that thing to you, no. I enjoy football when the fans are completely behind your team. The opponent they will not be composed. That confidence will not be there. They'll be playing not to make mistakes, this and that. But the home fans will give you that morale.
So we're expecting the home fans to supply to do their job, because they have a job to do their job.
Even the ref, when you're at home, the ref tends to favor you. It's just normal. This is your home, so it's just out of respect they will have to favor you. You see the ball boy itself, they have their own influence. So sometimes they will delay throwing the ball to you to make a counter. Something like when Monaco wants to make a counter now, the ball goes out for throwing. You just expect the ball boy to hurry up and give you the ball. But if it's PSG now, you see that they will hurry up to give them the ball. So there are many things that play when you're at home.
Okay. All right. So I think we are expecting a lot to happen tonight in the fixtures, and we're going to see that in the coming days. Thank you very much, Worldwide, for doing this. For doing this morning. Thank you very much, you, our viewers, for watching, for catching up with us in the sports updates here on Aneke TV. I'm telling you that we'll be here at the same time tomorrow to discuss and to give you insights on what happened or what happens tonight in the UEFA Champions League. And don't forget to follow us on our social media platforms, on X, on Facebook, on Instagram, and also on YouTube, where we are broadcasting live. I will see you same time, same station. Have a wonderful morning. I still remain your one and only sports oracle. Catch you later. Bye.
Helping others is not weakness. It is humanity. A kind word, a shared meal, a listening ear can change someone's life. You don't have to be rich to help. Compassion is the greatest wealth. Lend a hand when you can.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Good morning and welcome to News Around the Globe on Aneke TV, your trusted window to the major developments across Nigeria and the global community. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Glad to have you join us. Now moving over to the headlines. Federal government restates commitment to establishment of state police. Aneke National Commissioner Defense Commission over FCT election turnout. And on the foreign scene, United States Ambassador presents credentials in South Africa. And on business, Naira depreciates to 1,370 Naira per dollar in parallel market despite rising external reserves. And now the news in details. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has urged state governors and religious leaders to demonstrate greater compassion towards vulnerable Nigerians as Ramadan and the Christian Lenten season coincide. Speaking at an interfaith breaking of fast at the presidential villa, Abuja, the president described the rare convergence as a moral call to shared sacrifice, discipline, and national unity. President Tinubu challenged governors to move beyond political rhetoric by implementing policies that directly impact citizens at the grassroots. He said economic reforms undertaken by the federal government are beginning to stabilize key indicators, but stressed that the gains must translate into tangible relief for the unemployed and economically disadvantaged. In the meantime, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu says Nigeria has moved beyond what he described as a dark tunnel of economic uncertainty, assuring citizens that reform measures are beginning to yield positive results. The president gave the assurance during the Ramadan iftar with political leaders at the presidential villa in Abuja. President Tinubu declared that the creation of state police would not be postponed, describing localized policing as central to his administration's security architecture. He said strengthening internal security will protect farms, small businesses and strategic assets, particularly in rural communities affected by banditry and insurgency. Addressing nearly 20 governors in attendance, the president called for unity across party lines and urged political leaders to prioritize grassroots development. He made a direct appeal to the governor of Kano State to manage political tensions in the state with restraint and fairness in the broader interest of peace. The Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) has rejected claims that it is solely responsible for low voter turnout in the recent Federal Capital Territory Area Council elections. INEC National Commissioner Mr. Mohammed Haruna said it is unfair to blame the electoral body for empty polling units. Speaking during a televised interview, Mr. Haruna maintained that INEC's constitutional mandate covers voter registration, logistics and civic education, but does not extend to mobilizing citizens to participate in elections. He argued that political parties bear primary responsibility for energizing their supporters. Mr. Haruna noted that parties possess extensive grassroots structures and membership databases capable of driving participation. He stressed that INEC is legally barred from endorsing candidates or engaging in partisan mobilization, limiting its role to that of a neutral umpire. The political landscape in Enugu State shifted following the resignation of Dr. Chinyaka Oha as chairman of the governing council of Enugu State University Science and Technology (ESUT). Dr. Oha, a former Counsel General of the state and former Federal Director of the SAT, stepped down, citing personal reasons. Political sources indicate that the resignation may be linked to renewed gubernatorial ambitions ahead of the 2027 elections. Dr. Oha is reportedly consulting widely as alignments begin to take shape within the state's political blocs. The development comes amid strategic recalculations within the Enugu North Senatorial Zone, often referred to as Nsukka Block. Influential stakeholders in the zone are believed to be weighing options as they prepare for the next electoral cycle. Governor Peter Ndubisimba has yet to respond publicly to the unfolding political permutations. However, Dr. Oha's exit signals the early onset of competitive positioning as parties and interest groups begin groundwork for 2027. Meanwhile, women's group in Enugu State have endorsed Governor Peter Mba for a second term in office, declaring there is no vacancy in the government house in 2027. The endorsement was announced at a gathering under the banner Women Gather for Our Governor. The convener, Princess Edith Ngozi Ugwanyi, and co-convener, Ambassador Onyi Joy Mama, commended the governor's infrastructure drive and governance reforms. They cited investment in education, healthcare and aviation as evidence of transformative leadership. Supporters referenced the rollout of smart green schools, the establishment of primary healthcare centers across the 260 political wards, and the operationalization of Enugu Air. They also highlighted the approval of 32 billion naira for pension liabilities and appointments of women into strategic positions. The coalition pledged to commence statewide mobilization to ensure women are registered to vote and actively participate in the 2027 elections, framing the support as a continuation of current development policies. In the meantime, the Enugu State Structures for Signage and Advertisement Agency has introduced a mandatory 150 million naira campaign permit for political parties and candidates participating in the 2026 and 2027 elections. The directive applies to local government, state and federal contests within Enugu State. The general manager for the agency, Mr. Francis Aneke, announced the policy at the agency's headquarters in the new State Secretariat Complex, GRA Enugu. He said the measure aligns with agency's statutory mandate to regulate outdoor advertising across the 17 local government areas. Mr. Aneke explained that the permit covers rallies, banners, billboards, branded vehicles, t-shirts, cabs, handbills, and other campaign materials. He said the objective is to prevent visual pollution, safeguard public infrastructure, and ensure a level playing field. The agency warned that violators risk removal of materials and possible legal sanctions. It added that only practitioners licensed by the Advertising Regulatory Council of Nigeria are authorized to erect billboards and insisted the regulation will apply uniformly to all parties, including incumbents. Governor Alex Oti has launched a national community violence reduction program in Abia State, declaring that no part of the state will be ceded to criminal elements. The governor spoke through his chief press secretary at the inauguration ceremony. Governor Oti described security as a non-negotiable pillar of governance and democratic development. He commended the Rotary Club for supporting the initiative, noting that it aligns with his administration's zero-tolerance approach to insecurity. The program, first introduced nationally in August 2025, is a collaboration involving the National Counter-Terrorism Center, the Great Child Foundation, and the Rotary Action Group for Peace. It is designed to address root causes of violence through community engagement. State Coordinator Senator Megwara said the initiative will focus on strengthening local resilience and protecting vulnerable populations, including women, youth, and the elderly. The state government says the domestication of the framework will enhance coordinated responses to insecurity. Major General Bamha Kogna, General Officer commanding 8th Division of the Nigerian Army, survived an ambush by suspected Lakurawa insurgents near Mayama Hill in Kebbi State. The attack occurred as the GOC was en route to visit frontline troops. Military sources say troops responded with superior firepower, repelling the assault and neutralizing 5 attackers. The convoy reportedly sustained no fatal casualties during the exchange. Recovered items from the scene include heavy machine guns, AK-47 rifles, and 5 motorcycles believed to have been used by the assailants. Troops also seized more than 800,000 naira in cash and several mobile phones. The incident underscores ongoing operations under Operation Fansan Yama, aimed at dismantling terrorist networks in the northwest. Military authorities say clearance operations in the area are continuing. The Kaduna State government has resolved its dispute with the Judiciary Staff Union of Nigeria, bringing to an end a week-long strike that disrupted court proceedings across the state. The agreement followed negotiations at the Office of the Attorney General. The settlement addresses key issues, including implementation of financial autonomy for the judiciary and salary adjustment tied to the new minimum wage. The government also agreed to settle outstanding salary arrears dating back to the 2021 and unpaid leave grants. Attorney General of Kaduna State, Dr. James Kanyim, described the resolution as a demonstration of mutual understanding and commitment to institutional stability. He commended union leaders for constructive engagement. Judiciary workers have been directed to resume duty immediately. The state government says normal court operations are expected to commence without further interruption. News around the globe is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now here's a quick recap of the major stories making the news. The federal government restates its commitment to the establishment of state police. INEC National Commissioner Mohammed Haruna defends the commission over voter turnout in the FCT elections. And coming up shortly, on the foreign scene, the United States Ambassador to South Africa, Leo Brent Boswell III, formally presents his credentials. And on business, the Naira depreciated to 1,317 per dollar in the power market despite rising external reserves. We'll be right back.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This
This Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Still on the news. Leo Brand Bozil III, President Trump's conservative nominee for U.S. ambassador to South Africa, formally presented his credentials to the South African government in Johannesburg on Monday. Bozil handed over his letters of credence to Deputy Director General Clayton Moyela, marking the official start of his diplomatic mission. The appointment comes amid heightened tension in U.S.-South Africa relations. Washington has repeatedly criticized Pretoria over human rights concerns, including allegations of persecution of South Africans, a claim rejected by South African authorities. U.S. officials have also raised alarms about South Africa's expanding political and economic ties with Russia and China. These concerns have been backed by punitive economic measures, including increased U.S. tariffs and the suspension of certain foreign aid packages. During his confirmation hearings, Bozil struck a more conciliatory tone, pledging to pursue a lasting partnership between Washington and Pretoria. He stated that diplomatic engagement will remain focused on reducing friction and finding common ground on strategic and economic issues. British police have arrested former UK government minister and ex-European Commissioner Peter Mandelson, aged 72, over allegations of misconduct in public office. The arrest was made on Monday as part of an ongoing probe linked to the historical network of convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. London's Metropolitan Police confirmed the detention, stating that coordinated raids were executed at properties in Wiltshire and Northern London. Authorities said the arrest relates to claims that Mandelson may have shared confidential government information with Epstein while serving in public office. Police emphasized adherence to standard procedures by not naming the suspect in official statements, but confirmed the individual is a former senior minister in the British government. The arrest marks a significant escalation in investigation stemming from the broader Epstein files. The Metropolitan Police said the investigation remains active and no further details are being released at this time. No charges have been formally filed publicly as the inquiry continues. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres delivered a forceful address to the United Nations Human Rights Council in Geneva on Monday, warning that the rule of law is being outmuscled by the rule of force worldwide. Guterres said fundamental human rights are under threat as global conflict escalates. He cited the ongoing crisis in Gaza, Ukraine and Sudan as stark examples of how international law is being undermined, resulting in catastrophic civilian suffering. Guterres stated that international norms are increasingly treated as optional. Financial strain is compounding the challenges, with top donor at the United States owing more than $4 billion in assets contributions. United Nations Human Rights Chief Volker Turk said critical investigations into war crimes in Afghanistan and the Democratic Republic of Congo have stalled due to funding shortfalls. Guterres also warned that viability of a two-state solution in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is eroding. He called for renewed global commitment to international law and greater financial support for United Nations human rights mechanisms. The Mexican government has deployed an additional 2,000 soldiers to the state of Jalisco in response to a surge in violence following the reported death of cartel leader Nemesio Oseguera of Cervantes, also known as El Mencho. The move aims to stabilize the region after a series of retaliatory attacks. Security forces have faced widespread roadblocks, arson, and coordinated assaults in several states linked to organized crime fractions. Government officials say the deployment is part of a concerted effort to prevent further escalation. Armored vehicles, armed convoys, and military patrols are now present in key urban centers, including Acapulco, to reinforce law enforcement operations. Officials confirmed heightened alert levels as authorities work to prevent a possible power vacuum within the cartel. The deployment underscores the federal government's ongoing strategy to confront powerful criminal organizations across Mexico. It reflects intensified efforts to protect civilian populations and maintain public order following high-profile anti-drug operations. The Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, has announced a 13% fare increase for the Bus Rapid Transit (BRT) and other regulated bus routes, effective Monday, 2nd March 2026. The adjustment was approved by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu amid rising operational costs. Transport officials cited 15.2% inflation and sharply increased maintenance expenses as drivers of the price revision. Bus operators have long argued that current fares were unsustainable given the cost of spare parts and higher wage bills under the new national minimum wage. The government said the fare review is necessary to prevent the collapse of the public transport system. LAMATA officials added that the increase will support investment in cleaner, fuel-efficient buses and help sustain safety standards. Transport stakeholders stressed the importance of balancing affordability with service viability, saying the revised fares are critical to maintaining an efficient and reliable transit network in Lagos State. Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos has reopened after a fire outbreak at Terminal 1 on Monday. Ms. Olubunmi Kukus, Managing Director of the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, confirmed there was no fatalities, though 6 people sustained injuries during emergency response efforts. The blaze forced flights by major international carriers, including Emirates, British Airways, and Lufthansa, to divert while fire teams worked to contain the situation. Preliminary investigations suggest the fire started on the ground floor before spreading to the roof. Airport operations were temporarily shifted to Terminal 2 to minimize disruptions. FAN officials say a temporary terminal is expected to become fully operational in the coming days to ease passenger flow. Civil and structural engineers have begun detailed assessments of Terminal 1's integrity. Mrs. Kuku assured travelers that emergency protocols were activated efficiently, ensuring rapid evacuation of all occupants. The Nigerian Naira weakened significantly on Monday, declining by 40 Naira against the US dollar in the parallel market. Currency dealers in Abuja, Wuse Zone 4, reported the Naira trading at 1,370 Naira per dollar, up from 1,330 last Friday. In the official market, Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) data showed a similar depreciation, with the Naira near 1,350 Naira per dollar. Analysts describe the slump as the most pronounced since the CBN introduced a $150,000 weekly FX cap for Bureau de change operators earlier this month. The drop comes despite a recent surge in Nigeria's external reserves, which rose to $48.77 billion. Market watchers are now focusing on the CBN's ongoing monetary policy committee meeting for signals on strategies to stabilize the currency. Investors and traders said the latest move underscores persistent volatility in the forex market, highlighting urgent calls for policy adjustment to stem further depreciation. Nigeria is advancing plans to secure a $5.7 billion investment package from the GCL Group, aimed at boosting power generation, mineral processing and manufacturing hubs. Minister of Finance Wale Edun met with a high-level delegation on Monday to finalize terms of the prospective deal. Government officials said the investment aligns with the nation's drive to add value to raw materials domestically, create jobs and expand export capacity. The official match schedule for the expanded 2020 FIFA series, featuring 48 national teams from 6 confederations. The tournament will take place across 11 host nations during the March and April international windows. The competition format includes 12 groups of 4 teams each, 9 groups for men's team and 3 for women's team. FIFA confirmed that matches ending in draws will proceed directly to penalty shootout, eliminating extra time to ensure decisive results. Gospel artist Moses Bliss received a surprise praise and worship birthday celebration in Dubai organized by his wife Mary Bliss over the weekend. The event featured worship music and devotional moments reflecting the singer's tradition of dedicating his birthday to Thanksgiving. In a video shared on social media, Moses Bliss was visibly moved as he entered the room arranged with worship elements. The celebration was coordinated with hotel staff and close friends to honor his spiritual devotion. The couple's personal milestone have frequently dominated media attention since their high-profile wedding in early 2024. They also welcomed their first child last year, further highlighting their journey of faith and family. Fans and followers praised Mary Bliss for tailoring the celebration to her husband's core values, ensuring the day remained focused on spiritual gratitude. Reality star Nengi Hampson's daughter Alani marked her first birthday with a high-profile celebration over the weekend. A viral video from the event showed a mystery man identified by fans as Hope, a businessman from Akwa Ibom State, interacting closely with the toddler. The footage sparked widespread speculation that Hope is Alani's father, given a perceived physical resemblance between him and the birthday girl. Social media reactions have ranged from curiosity to commentary on the possible familial link. And finally, before we go on news around the globe, here's a recap of our top stories. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to the establishment of state police, describing decentralized policing as critical to addressing Nigeria's evolving security challenges. The Independent National Electoral Commission, Aneke, has defended its role in the recent Federal Capital Territory elections. INEC National Commissioner Mohammed Haruna insists the Commission fulfilled its constitutional responsibilities, stating that voter mobilization remains primarily the duty of political parties. And that's news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more news and live updates, follow us across all social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakaba. Thank you for watching.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Inhechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media, because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, Institutional fragility and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector, but experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is broad.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
As Nigeria prepares for the 2027 general elections, many are asking a question that resonates across the nation. Will this election finally be different from those that came before it? From disputes over results to delayed outcomes, past polls have often left citizens frustrated. But for 2027, hope is rising and citizens are playing a central role in shaping the outcome. Across the country, voter registration is surging. Millions of Nigerians, particularly first-time voters and young citizens, are taking active steps to ensure their voices are heard. Surveys show that more than 70% of Nigerians intend to vote in 2027, signaling strong public interest despite concerns about security and electoral fairness. Aneke has introduced measures to strengthen the credibility of the elections, including continuous voter registration and biometric verification of voters. These efforts aim to expand and secure the electoral register, ensuring that every eligible citizen can participate. But election credibility relies not just on technology, it depends on active citizen engagement. Community groups, youth organizations, and advocacy networks are educating voters about their rights, the mechanics of voting, and how to report irregularities. These initiatives aim to empower citizens to safeguard the integrity of the process. Civil society coalitions are also lobbying lawmakers to adopt key reforms, including real-time electronic transmission of results. Advocates argue that such measures are crucial to building trust and reducing disputes over outcomes. Citizens are making their voices heard, demanding transparency and accountability from political institutions. Beyond advocacy, ordinary Nigerians are stepping up as watchdogs, monitoring registration and mobilizing participation, from educating communities to ensuring fair access to polling units. The public is taking responsibility for strengthening democracy. Their actions reflect a growing belief that democracy is more than casting a ballot. It is active engagement in shaping governance and holding leaders accountable. The 2027 election may ultimately be defined not only by reforms, technology, or institutional measures, but by the active involvement of citizens themselves. From voter education to advocacy campaigns, Nigerians are asserting their role as custodians of democracy. determined to ensure that every vote counts and the will of the people is respected. As the countdown of February 2027 continues, it is clear that citizens are at the heart of Nigeria's democratic future. Their engagement, vigilance, and determination will help shape whether this election marks a true turning point for the nation.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, 042. Please and greetings to everyone watching. You are tuned in to Sunrise on Aneke TV, where every sunrise begins with delightfulness and purpose. Bringing you today's daily dose of brightness and joy. I'm Good Hope Chukuma, and coming to you live here on our studio from Enugu.
And good morning to you, our global audience. I'm Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. We're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
It's Tuesday, 25th of February, 2026, so it's another new month, new and wonderful edition of Sunrise. So it's a power-packed morning with the latest news, weather, business stock update, hot topics that Sunrise sparked to help you on that day.
All right, and then we'll tell you to grab that cup of coffee or tea, relax, enjoy the cruise, because the sunrise is set sail.
All right, we'll kick off things here on studio with the quote of the day and something delightful that will come to your way through our perspective and what you have actually said.
All right, I will go straight into the day top headline. All the key news update that you need to remain informed will be shared, hot, of course, debated.
All right, we'll also give you a full weather forecast for cities. Well, you know that here we're going through the southeast around, and the key information you need to know on the weather and how it is going to be across your favorite cities here in the southeast.
And later we'll wrap things up by bringing to you a packed business update to get you informed on how to move about your investment.
All right, we are going straight to quote of today. The quote of today. Well, now to our inspiration segment, where we are going to bring you what it means and what the day holds, what you should be inspired to go about your day as usual. And the quote of the day says, the greatest lesson I have learned in life is that I still have a lot to learn. The greatest lesson I have learned in life is that I still have a lot to learn. The quote means that true wisdom comes from realizing that learning never ends. No matter how much knowledge or experience a person gains, there is always more to discover. Life continuously presents new lessons, challenges, and perspectives that expand our understanding. It also reflects humility. A truly wise person does not claim to know everything but remains open-minded and willing to grow. Recognizing that you still have much to learn keeps you curious, adaptable, and receptive to new ideas. Ultimately, the message encourages lifelong learning. Growth does not stop at a certain age, achievement, or level of success. The greatest lesson in life is understanding that learning is a continuous journey. Mr. Uche, I would like to know your thoughts on our quote this morning.
You summed it quite well by letting us know that learning is a continuous journey. And in life, it is said that when you stop learning, you start to die. Yes, and we say in academies, that when you learn writing, reading makes a man, but writing makes a complete man. And what does that tell you? It's all about information, about accessing information. And life in itself is placed in such a way that you have to learn. That's why it's a trajectory. From the day you are born, you keep growing. You don't get stunted. You keep advancing. And it's expected that the more you advance, both in age and physique that you keep learning things new. So each time you stop learning, you become a carcass, a walking carcass. That's what it is. And this morning, the great philosopher Socrates is telling us that the greatest lesson I've learned in life is that I still have to learn. That means learning is a continuous process. And that's why he said that the greatest knowledge you have is to know that you know nothing. Every new day, see yourself as knowing nothing. See every opportunity as an opportunity to learn something new. Whoever you encounter, wherever you are, there is always something to learn. So when you encounter people, be about what you can learn that instant. Be open to learning. Keep advancing. Seize every moment that you have to learn. There's always something new to learn. It doesn't matter who you are conversing with. You could learn things from a child. Leading me to realize that Chinese proverb that tells us that a child is like a little that is like a piece of paper on which every passerby drops a mark. And what does that tell you? Impression. There's always opportunity to learn, and that's what life is all about. It should be like the Chinese proverb that tells you that a child is like a piece of paper where every passerby drops a mark, meaning that each day you wake up, when you step out, there has to be something new to learn. You can't finish learning it until you are open and receptive to new knowledge. You can never advance, even if in career or wherever you find yourself. Are you a businessman and in the market? You have to be receptive to new information, new knowledge. That's the only way you can thrive. And if I'm to bring it home, I will tell you one thing that the successful have that the unsuccessful don't have. You know what it is? It is their quest for knowledge. They keep learning. I took time to study the likes of Aliko Dangote, Mike Adenuga, and a whole lot of them that I took time to study. And I found one thing in common when I, began to do a comparative analysis of these men. And what was that? That these men are so, they are voracious readers. They keep reading. And when you look at their individual or personal library, man, you see a whole wealth of investment, leading to why they make moves that other people are scared of making, because they've amassed knowledge. They keep learning. And then when I went further to study them, I discovered that these are not just night crawlers for the sake of it. They don't step out and about. You don't see them in the club, but they are always, up at night studying, acquiring new information. In fact, I have it on good authority that Aliko Dangote is awake till 2 midnight, going through the dailies, is able to, have conversation, read minutes of meetings and all that till 2. And this one man you look at as the richest black man in Africa, or the black man on earth, if I'm not mistaken, and he's up and about till late in the night reading, amassing information. When I listen to the people he mentored, the information is confirmed that they keep, learning. They are open, so receptive to learning. And I tell you, the same thing can be said of Mike Adenuga. When you chance to meet Mike Adenuga, his appointment mostly, I remember when he was interviewing people for the job in Globacom, most of those interviews happened late in the night at 2. So they are up about these moments where they read. They have that that quietness, they study, they amass information, and when they make moves, it becomes a killer move, and people tell you, wow, these guys are cashing out. No, it's not. They don't just cash out. They cash out because they have access to information. They keep learning every day. And I look at Tony Elumelu, and what do you see? You see a man that keeps striving for new knowledge. Taking me to another man I respect so much when it comes to men who are not tired in their quest for knowledge. I talk about the former aviation minister, Osita Chidoka. This is a man, even after, we say that life had been so good to him, after he left office, has amassed, several degrees and keeps on striving, keep learning. So such men, when you look at them, you see the trajectory of their life. They are up and they keep moving. So if you want to be successful in this life, you do not get tired of learning. There is always something new to learn every day, irrespective of the divide, irrespective of where you find yourself. Be it in workplace, be open and receptive to your colleagues. They will teach you new things. It's not about class, it's not about position. Be humble and humane enough. The cleaner can teach you something new. There's always something to learn.
Yes.
That's one thing I took away from my days at the NYC camp, you know, and it has stuck with me today that you can't learn from anybody. I never forget that experience from a messenger in NYC camp. That experience stuck with me, that you keep learning, you can't stop learning. And like I did say in the opening, when you stop learning, you become a walking carcass.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for that insight into today's quote by Socrates. And you're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Let's take a look on today's weather report across Southeast.
Yes, we'll take a look at the major report across Southeast to keep you up and about, and where you go about, you go, knowing what the weather is like today.
All right, Awka, Anambra State. Today in Awka, it's looking hot and humid, sizzling up to 39 degrees Celsius in the daytime before dipping to around 24 degrees Celsius at night. There might be a few patchy showers sneaking in here and there, but overall, sunshine rules the day.
All right, good morning, Enugu, and over to the coal city. Sunny skies with a few clouds are expected. Temperatures will climb close to 37 to 38 degrees Celsius with a pleasant cooler feel early in the morning. Perfect for your early jog or market run.
Good morning, Ebonyi State. Good morning, Abakaliki. It's hot and mostly dry in Abakaliki. Classic February sunshine. Expect highs near 36 to 37 degrees Celsius with warmth lingering into the evening. February is one of the hottest months here, so heat fans will be in their element. Stay hydrated, stay shaded, and enjoy the long sunny hours.
And good morning, Imo State. Welcome to my favorite city, Owerri. The skies may be partly cloudy with light showers at times, giving the day some dramatic vibes. Temperatures generally stay in the 30 to 35 degrees Celsius range. Warm enough for Orashuku vibes with a tiny chance of refreshing rain later in the afternoon or evening.
Good morning, Umahia. Over in Umahia, you are in for another hot and humid day with temperatures around 33 to 34 degrees Celsius. Sunshine will be generous, tempered only by moderate humidity. So light clothing and water are your best friends today.
So, wherever you are in Southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, but do keep an umbrella handy. And remember that either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise at Aneke TV. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world. Where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch. Every week only on Aneke TV.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Now let's take a look at what's making the newspaper front page across the major headlines for today. We have Nation, Punch, Vanguard, and Daily Trust. Now in the Nation's headline, we have State Police can't wait, Tinubu tells governors. And then in the Punch, we have oil revenue roll. President's defense Tinubu as legal titans split over executive orders. Now in the Daily Trust, Walida coalition demands release probe. Now in the Guardian, election campaign spending to stress test CBN's Naira inflation grip. Now let's take as it is in the Daily Trust, where we are going to be anchoring just now. Coalition demands release probe. Now it said that a coalition of civil society groups has called for the immediate release of Walida alongside demands for a transparent investigation into the circumstances surrounding the matter. The coalition argues that due process must be followed and that authorities should publicly clarify the allegations and legal basis for any detention. Human rights advocates are closely watching developments as pressure mounts for accountability and openness in handling the case. Expect more reactions from advocacy groups in the coming days. Mr. Chair, I would like to hear your thoughts on this.
All right. Looking at this story on the Daily Trust newspaper,
Yes,
right? You know, it's quite disheartening when you see stories like this. But if we look at it in context, what is at stake here? We are told that as around 2023, a young girl of about 16 years of age got missing, the family not knowing where she was or her whereabouts as at that time until 2025, where the father, we were told, received an anonymous call informing him that the daughter, Walida, is in Abuja. You know, and when you look at the whole situation, the whole story is being pointed that one Ifeanyi Chukwu Onyewenyi of DSS, you know, was fingered as being the one who has allegedly adopted this young girl from Jigawa State to Abuja. And then one begins to ask, what is at stake here? And if you go further, it becomes a lot of issues are being unraveled. And when I look at this whole issue, I begin to see a lot of pointers to the Nigeria. When you look at this story from the microscopic part of Nigeria, you see a lot of things that are wrong with the nation. But we'll look at this issue from the point-to-point basis of what is at stake here. Now, we are told that a court order has been obtained for this young lady to be reunited with the family, with the Ifeanyi of the DSS and the DSS not heeding or obeying this court order. You know, I did tell you that this points to a lot of things that are wrong, the anomalies that is in our nation, where people no longer obey court orders, you know, is worrisome. One is expected that irrespective of position or whatever is happening, when a court process is served on anybody, that the first thing one should do is to obey the court order. But looking at this issue on the merit, we are told that this young girl is not just being found in Abuja, but she is currently a nursing mother, and that the said DSS operative Ifeanyi Onyewenyi, intends to marry her, leading to a lot of questions. And this issue has been up, this is not the first time it's coming up in the news, and we are told that a coalition of women are now, canvassing and asking for the return of this same girl to the family in Jigawa State, leading to the Federation of Muslim Women Association coming together, and another women group called WID coming together to ask that she be reunited. And then I begin to probe and to see what the issue here. And for me, I would not be, parochial in being able to, shine the torchlight on this very issue. One thing is certain: is this a romantic issue? Is Walida and the said Ifeanyi of DSS in love with each other? Did they elope from Jigawa State? These are the questions that one may objectively want to ask. But however, how would an adult, romantically elope with a minor? Because when you look at the age that we were told, at 16 years of age, Walida is a minor. And being a minor, she is not up to the age of consent by the Nigerian Constitution. What does Nigerian Constitution say? That the age of consent, starts from 18, whereby the Walida as a person can decide, without the consent of her parents, to make her own decision. But at 16, she is still within the, under the custody of her parents. Most legal decisions will be taken by her parents, beginning to raise a whole lot of issues here. Did Ifeanyi elope with this young lady under the authority that he is a DSS staff? This is another question mark here. Now, let's leave that aside. One thing, again, that is quite disturbing with this whole issue is that Walida, the family of Walida and the coalition had gone to court serving DSS to ensure that a court process is obeyed, and the information available is that the DSS is not obeying court order. That leaves a lot to be desired. When I look at this issue, the way I see it, I hope I'll be able to, at the end of the day, be able to go home, without an invitation from the DSS, being that DSS is involved here. But I think that this is abuse of process. The DSS of all people, of all organizations, should be at the forefront of obeying the rule of law. When you get a court order, you have to obey it, irrespective of the agency that is involved. Now, looking at it at merit, on what basis was Ifeanyi able to, tow Walida from Jigawa State to Abuja? These are the questions. Did he obtain the consent of the parents? Now, when you go further to study this whole issue, now we are being told, we do not decide to believe that she is of at the age of consent, being that she is 22 now. Now, leaving the question, at what age was she allegedly taken away from Jigawa State? And what should DSS do at this point in time? And I tell you one thing: if Ifeanyi Onyewenyi is a staff or a personnel of the DSS, then I can ask the question: is Ifeanyi Onyewenyi, a code name or his real name? If that is a real name, if he's an operative of DSS and that is real name, then what is he doing in Jigawa State? Was his position compromised, and is he being protected by a certain power within DSS? Nobody should be above the law. If he has contravened the law, what the DSS needs to do is to investigate their personnel and ensure that their personnel is punished according to the law, and not to protect one of theirs. And I'm raising the question: if his name is actually Ifeanyi Onyewenyi and he is an operative of DSS, in what capacity does he operate as a personnel of DSS? Is he in the intelligence, or is he just an administrative personnel that being compromised will not be an issue? And I tell you, if he is an intelligent person, he is already compromised, because he is now in the media space. People will be able to recognize him. That means he cannot go on undercover operations. He is really compromised. And then the question is, if an agency like DSS cannot obey the rule of law, then what is left of the common man in Nigeria? These are the issues that one needs to look at. The DSS need to, rethink their whole involvement in this whole issue. If they are on the part of seeing that the right thing is done. One thing is that they cannot be a judge in their own case because their personnel is involved, and the family of Walida, the Abdulhad family, is saying that the DSS is covering up the whole issue and protecting Ifanyo Nyewunyi. If he, as allegedly, did abduct the young girl, because if she's not at the age of consent, it is abduction. One will not look at it as a romantic entanglement where they can elope. No. It will be seen, because I suppose that he, Fanny, understands and knows the law if he is a personnel of DSS and he knows what the repercussion is. So the DSS shouldn't be involved in such a cover-up, and he should be made to, first of all, face the wrath of law for disobeying a court ruling, because I understand that it's over a month that a court in Jigawa State had issued an order for the girl to be, what do I use? To be moved from Abuja and be reunited to the family in Jigawa State. So what you need to do inter alia is to move, so you see that you obey the court order. And I'm not aware that there's a substituting court order to counter the order of the court from Jigawa State. So this issue, when I look at it, I tell you, it points to a whole lot of issues, things that are wrong in the nation, where people no longer obey the rule of law, where the judiciary is neglected, where the rules of the courts are neglected. It leaves more to be desired. And, in Igbo language, they tell you that when a mother goat is chewing, that the child looks at it to learn how to chew as well. And these things trickle down. If those are the hem of affairs, do not obey court orders, what do you expect from those at the down part of the ladder? So that is what it is in Nigeria, that people no longer care or obey the rule of law, and it becomes more worrisome that people are not heeding to court order. And I think DSS should do the right thing by being forthright in this affair and investigating their own personnel and making it public. But they should start by obeying the rules of the court. And again, there is another issue here that may not be popular opinion. Do you understand? Because I speak to this because is a terrain. Jigawa State is a terrain I know very well. I've operated around Jigawa State very well, and I understand the culture. I understand the terrain very well. And that culture is this which is not what we are reading in the front pages of the newspapers. We have painted a picture of where a DSS operative, forcefully, allegedly, whisked away a young girl and forcefully wants to marry her. And when you want to marry somebody's daughter, where do you go to pay dowry? Is it not when there's harmony? There has to be harmony between you and your prospective in-laws, and you discuss, because where are you going to pay dowry? But in this instance, from benefit of hindsight of what I know about the cultural practice in Jigawa State, where beyond the fact that we are looking at it from the underage perspective, and I tell you one thing, at 16, most girls in Jigawa State are married.
Oh.
Yes, a whole lot of them. If a girl, when I operated around that area, at 16 you're not married, then your family will be worried. This is the reality of things on ground. It's not about what is right or not. I'm telling you what I witnessed, what I lived. So in this instance, while one may say that she may not be of legal age, of consenting, that she's not yet a consenting adult, but I want to look at it on the reality on ground. That at that age, most young girls are married out in Jigawa State. And I'm expecting that perhaps the DSS personnel, when you got entangled with this young girl and not getting the concept of the family, again, it is frowned against. Nigeria is a very complex religious setting where there is no inter-religious marriage. And I tell you, in Jigawa State, for example, it will be frowned at for a non-Muslim to be seen entangled to the extent of wanting to marry a Muslim girl. Perhaps this is their story leading to why they eloped from Jigawa State. I'm alluding, I'm not there, but I'm speaking based on what I witnessed. I've been around Duse, I've been around Hadija, and many other parts of Jigawa State, for example, and that is what is obtainable. You may risk being killed if you are being seen entangled with their daughters and you are not of the same faith. So this may be the case here, and both of them decided to elope to evade the scrutinizing eyes and hisses from all and sundry in Jigawa State, leading to why they elope to Abuja. This is me, alluding. I'm not holding forth for Mr. Ifeanyi. But be that as it may, the emphasis here is that, one, that people shouldn't be encouraged to go into relationship with minors. The law is against it. And if one is found to have contravened that part of the law, such a person or such an individual, irrespective of position, affiliation, or who their backers or godfather is, should be meant to face the wrath of the law. And one of the things I was looking at for while going through this story is that I have not seen NAPTIP involved in this issue, because issues like this are treated as trafficking, because you've whisked this very young girl from Jigawa State to Abuja, and I have not seen this coalition who are asking and going to court, advocating on behalf of Walida. I've not seen them involve NAPTIP. I was expecting that NAPTIP should be involved. Let it now become intra-agency affair, since the DSS, we are being told, is shielding Ifeanyi from being prosecuted or from uniting the girl with the family. But here again, there is another issue. This is a nursing mother, they have a baby together. So at this point, what we should be looking at is an amicable resolution of the issue, but that's not to say that he is innocent of all alleged allegations leveled against him. And again, one may want to look at was, even though she should be said to be a minor, was she abducted or she willingly, followed Ifeanyi to Abuja? And like I did mention, this is a nursing mother now. The situation is different. They have a baby together, and it should be looked at from that perspective. But there is a whole, lot of issues involved here beyond what we are seeing in the media. I understand the culture in Jigawa State. I know that it's quite aggressive against non-believers mingling with supposed believers, and this could be the case here. However, the emphasis I want to lay on the table is that we have to obey the rule of law. We have to be obedient to the rulings of the court, because without that, it becomes an animal kingdom where it becomes the rule of the fittest. And a DSS in this whole issue, I don't know if they are brought in to give more emphasis, to give more weight to the story, but they should be seen to be doing the right thing, and they should be at the forefront of obeying the rule of law. And like I did say, if this is an operative of a DSS, he is already compromised and should be either redeployed to kitchen affairs, to administrative duties, because he can no longer function well as an intelligent personnel. And being roped, one of the the trainings you get is not to get entangled in issues like this as a trained operative.
All right, thank you very much for that extensive commentary on the Daily Trust. You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we move over to the newspaper headlines, especially the one from the Nation's newspaper. State police can't wait, Tinubu tells governors. State police can't wait, Tinubu tells governors. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has made it clear the conversation around state police can no longer be delayed. Addressing the governors, the president reportedly stressed that the growing insecurity across parts of the country demands urgent structural reform, and state policing is no longer an idea for tomorrow, but a necessity for today. He urged state leaders to intensify consultations and push constitutional processes forward, saying the centralized policing could help tackle banditry, kidnapping, and communal clashes more effectively. Security reform is back at the center of national debate, and it appears momentum is building. Mr. Uche, you are seeing what's happening here in the nations. What is really happening?
All right. The headline here is that the state police can't wait. Tinubu tells governors.
Yes.
And here is my opinion on this very issue. We've been very vocal about issues around state police, given the level of insecurity that we are witnessing in Nigeria at this moment. Nigeria has never had it this rough. Okay. This for the first time. Why we know that the buck does not, that it didn't start from this administration, but the buck stops on their table. And I tell you that Nigeria has never had this rough, where you wake up every morning, there is in the news of killings, by non-state actors. However, looking at this story by The Nation, I tell you one thing, I want to believe that Mr. President is not really keen about state police, because if Mr. President is keen about the state police, telling governors that it can't wait, I don't think that the president that I know, the president
Bola Ahmed
Tinubu, is one who would pander to the caprice or the non-action of governors when he wants something. He's a man I have taken time to study over time, starting from his time, as a NADECO operative, to his time as a senator and governor of Lagos State, and then becoming the president of Nigeria. He is one man that I know that always find a way to have his way when he wants something. And I expect when it comes to issue around state police that he would move with the same urgency that he moved with the signing of the Electoral Act, that we saw the other day, which he described as a gift to the nation. That's the man I know. That's the sweetness which the Bola Ahmed Tinubu that I know moves. He is so swift when he wants something, and he rarely rests until he gets it done. And I expect the same, sense of urgency in this issue of state police. So telling governors that he can no longer wait, it will have it on good authority that as at the last count, most states are consenting to the issue of state police. In fact, most of the governors are at the forefront of advocating for state police. So coming back to, want us to believe that you're throwing the gauntlet at the governors for that decision, I, for one, look at that and I take it with a pinch of salt. Now, where are we? Given where we are as a people in terms of insecurity, we shouldn't be, continue to discuss this. Over time, we've called for a holistic security conference where Nigerians will need to sit down and marshal a plan on how to tackle insecurity in Nigeria. As I speak to you, there's no part of this nation where people feel safe. Yeah, the northern part of the country is always in the news because of insecurity. But I tell you that when you traverse other regions in this nation, people in Osun and Ondo State, I tell you, are quite apprehensive given the incursion of these insurgents through Kwara State, moving forward towards their boundaries. And the same in southeast Nigeria, but for Enugu State that has started to, stem the tide in terms of security with the actions of the governor, with the command and control center at the Lion Building, the deployment of drones and deployment of men and officers of the police force, where we begin to have a little respite in terms of security. But I tell you, people are quite apprehensive to travel within southeast Nigeria, and same story is replicable in south Nigeria and all across. But looking at the issue, the other day we lost 50 of our citizens. I'm speaking to human life, not cows. These are human beings who had dreams and aspiration, who had plans for their life. They were cut short by daredevil bandits in Nigeria, where we were told that they came with over 150 motorbikes and were able to, massacre our citizens and then depart without being challenged. It becomes more worrisome. And one of the issues over time that we've, spoken eloquently about to be able to help us tame the tide is issues around state police. We are aware, and everybody in this nation is aware, Mr. President is aware, and those are the subnationals, the governors, local government, everybody is aware that the security architecture as it's composed are overwhelmed at this point in time, leading to why Mr. President made that call for there to be an urgent recruitment into the army and the police. If the federal architecture alone cannot confront the situation, then why are we wasting more time to canvas and then hasten the legal actions that is needed or the legislative actions that is needed to ensure that state police becomes a team, if that's the way to go to stem the tide? And I stand on the side of those who have been canvassing for state police, seeing what I've seen in Nigeria over time. There's not been a time where people find it difficult to travel in and around the country. This for the first time where we'll have a foreign government coming to intervene in our security issues. While Nigeria was at war with Biafra, I tell you that with the swiftness or the involvement of the United States in this whole security challenge we are facing in then, as to compare to 1967 to 1970, when the Nigerian Biafra Civil War was on, it took time before the foreign governments got involved into the war. And here we are now have boots on ground, even though we are told that they are non-combatant personnel of the United States government. But the emphasis, the fact is that they are on ground, and we are told we are collaborating with them, telling you that the situation has become even more dense, more intense, and more worrisome. Forget the numbers that we are getting from the newspapers. What about the unreported cases? How are people in Zafra faring? How are people in Plateau faring? The story is same every day. People are killed. Villages are ransacked. People are in IDP camp. And we are telling the governors? No, I do not buy into it. I do not see Mr. President to wanting state police. And I know that when he wants state police, he will place a demand. Nigeria today is an APC state, and everybody is willing to dance to the whims and caprices of Mr. President. It's just for Mr. President to say, make a demand. The legislature is there to move with haste to see that it happens. So, not seeing any evident action regarding state police keeps me worrisome. You know, and I keep emphasizing the speeches that were made at the Congress of the United States when they were reviewing the insecurity in Nigeria. And one thing that has stuck with me is when they said that they are, you know, very skeptical to the courage and the willingness of our government to confront the security challenge that we face. And this issue on the Nation newspaper, you know, speaks eloquently to it. Mr. President can't be asking the governors. When he places a demand, the bulk of the governors are in APC. They are his party members. They know and they have the mechanism to whip them in line. In fact, this should be one of the swiftest bills. No government, no federal government in Nigeria has had it this good. Even during when the PDP hosts were, it wasn't easy for them. There was a very viable opposition compared to what we have today. We have an opposition that is fragmented, disseminated, without one concept. There's no political opposition in Nigeria as of today. Yes, when we talk about coalition, where is the coalition? I can tell you that the coalition at this moment is not coalescing. The PDP is so fragmented that we don't know the PDP. When we mention the PDP, we don't know the PDP that we'll be dealing with. Or is it the Labour Party that is still reeled in crisis of finding who will be their head or the chairman of the political party? So Mr. President in this dispensation has it nice and well and can achieve whatever he wants. There's not been any time in Nigeria where we are tilting towards a one-party state than this. So telling me or telling the governors that it's time, that it can no longer be delayed, I take exception to that. That when he places a demand on the Senate led by Senator Godswill Akpabio, they will move with haste and they will see that it's done. What do we need? Yes, it requires a constitutional amendment across the states and the local governments as well. But I tell you, with a government that controls the bulk of the states, over 30, if I'm not mistaken, they won't face opposition. For example, if we were to cite the example in Enugu, for example, if the governor of Enugu State stands with Mr. President on state policing, who would oppose it? When we know that both the local governments, the councillors, and everyone is already in APC, and they will be willing to toe the line of the governor. So I do not see the opposition here. What I see here is lack of will to implement state police, and it leading me to look at that whole report about when a certain individual was the governor of Anambra State, stating how he was able to tame bank robberies in Anambra then, that he provided what they call community policing, equipped them such that it was so difficult for you to operate, rob, or commit crime in one community and you're able to escape into the other community without being apprehended. And that tells you the power of community or state policing. Yes. And I tell you, until we call a national conference where everyone will sit down and deliberate on issue of security, we may not have peace in this nation. Because obviously, despite the homogeneous security budgets that we have, to study this issue around insecurity seems not to be producing the needed result. And I ask, what is the challenge? Are we really overwhelmed? A lot of times when I interact with people, they tell me that in this fight against the insurgents, that there is no red line, is more of a guerrilla warfare. Then how do you combat guerrilla warfare? There are nations that have combated guerrilla warfare. What do? It's more of intelligence. So what you are seeing is that there is a failure of intelligence. With intelligence, you will be able to defeat any ragtag army.
Yeah.
Call it ISWAP, call it ISIS, call it LACROMA. When you organize efficiently and involve your intelligence network, you will be able to fragment them, disable them, and defeat them. And that is where we are. If not, if we do not show that will and that courage, then I tell you, we will continue to bury our citizens like we just did just over the weekend in Zafra.
Yeah.
And not after Zafra, where next? That's the question. Because it will happen again. It's not a question of, we're a God-believing nation where everybody will say, no, not me and all that. But it will happen again until we boldly say no. There is a situation in Mexico where we had a similar situation where insurgents are kidnapping people and using them as shield. But they had a government that said, no, enough is enough. If you do not release at so time, they decimated everybody. They incinerated everybody there, and the whole situation became, calm. Yeah. People saw that willingness of a government to go any length to see that the rest of their citizens are safe. And we've gotten to that point where the government has to show us will, because we're approaching a time where they have to show us their scorecard. We'll have to look at that scorecard, and part of the things we'll look at is issues around security, and the mark on that will determine where we'll tilt. It's not about sentiment. People need to be safe in this nation, and a whole number of times we'll talk about bringing investors into the nation. How do you attract foreign investors or even domestic investors? How are you going to attract them if people are not safe in the nation? If people can't go to their farms without paying tributes to the bandits? There are local governments in this nation where people pay tributes to bandits. We have a lot of ungoverned space in a democratic dispensation, in a nation with a sovereign government. No, it doesn't happen. And telling me that we need to deliberate or get the governors over for us to institute state police, if that is what will ensure that Nigerians are safe and sleep with their eyes closed, I tell you, when Mr. President wants it, he will demand it and he will get it. That's the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that I know.
Oh, thank you very much for that extensive and extended commentary on the issue on the Nation's newspaper. So we move over to the other stories that we have today. The Enugu State government has approved a 150 million naira mandatory advertisement permit for political campaigns ahead of the 2026 and 2027 elections. The directive means that political parties, candidates, and campaign groups intending to mount billboards, posters, branded materials, and other outdoor campaign advertisements across the state will be required to obtain official clearance at a fixed rate. State authorities say the move is aimed at regulating campaign materials, maintaining environmental order, and preventing visual pollution during the election season. Officials argue that structured permit processes will help ensure compliance with existing advertising and public space regulations. However, the decision is already generating reactions. Some stakeholders are raising concerns about the financial implications for political actors, especially smaller parties, questioning whether the fee will affect inclusiveness and fairness in the electoral process. With the 2026 and 2027 elections and as it draws closer, this policy is expected to spark wider debate across the political landscape. So, yeah.
All right. This story coming out from Enugu State is actually, like you did read, is raising a lot of controversies, where we are told that the government of Enugu State has approved 150 million mandatory advertisement permit. It leaves a lot to be desired, especially leading towards 2026, 2027 elections, 2026 build up to 2027 elections, where we are now told that candidates who intend to, and make an campaign advertisement in terms of using billboard, posters, and branded materials in the state, will have to first of all come and get a official clearance. The word official clearance, they have to first secure clearance. Then after securing clearance, they now have to pay a fixed rate of 150 million naira. There are two issues here. One, going to obtain clearance from the government, I suppose, and then you pay 150 million naira. Let's start from the fee, 150 million naira. Not every political party in Enugu State or in Nigeria is as viable as the APC, the ADC, the PDP, or the Labour. So those other smaller parties, where are they going to get 150 million from for them to participate or campaign in Enugu State? You know, it becomes worrisome. And then looking at making it mandatory, yes, there is regulations around placing advertisements, you know, in Nigeria, in every state as well. But coming at this time makes us to begin to look at the situation from a different binoculars. You know, when you look at this whole issue, it begins to paint a different picture, and that picture is a picture of Enugu State that we do not want to see. It's antithesis to the Enugu States that have been projected to us over time, and it becomes more worrisome that as we are journeying towards 2027, we are beginning to see rules or laws that would think and one can project to be anti-democratic. It is anti-democratic because a lot of individuals who engage in this election, who would want to vie for positions, you know, in other smaller parties or other, this may not be able to afford the said amount, to be able to, you know,
carry on with
the advertisement and campaign in the state. And if campaigning is made more expensive, because very expensive, then how do you get that kind of democracy that you intend? That means you're eroding us into choosing a particular set of people who can afford it, and that's what democracy is. It's not what democracy is about. Democracy is about giving opportunity for the citizens to be able to make choice in areas of opinion, choose who they want. Now eroding it to those who can afford it, you know, leads you to a situation that Nigeria doesn't want to be in. And what is that situation? The godfather situation, godfatherism. It becomes where individuals who have good intention, who have the pedigree and the capacity to deliver on a position, but cannot afford it, will not go for such position, and will not be subjected to the whims and caprice of a godfather who will finance such election. And when one does act homogeneous amount to finance a campaign in an election, you will be answerable to such an individual, which is the albatross that Rivers State is today, which is what the governor, you know, is been fighting over time. Today is battle against Wike in Rivers State. The other day is a song for Wike. Tomorrow is on your mandate. The other day is if they follow president from corner. You know, a whole lot of, you know, entertainment coming out from Rivers State because there is a godfather. Because someone who we know doesn't have the capacity, the financial muscle to run for that office is meant to be in that office and has refused at times to be subjected to the will of the godfather. So it becomes more worrisome that democracy cannot thrive in an environment like this, and people need to speak up to this issue. And I do not believe that the governor, you know, I want to say that he's not aware of this. I would want to shield him from this, that this should be from overzealous advisors. Speaking to 150 million, why would democracy be made to be so expensive? Why would the election be made to be so expensive? Put pressure to see that this amount is watered down. You only eroded them to picking from those who can afford it. And you speak in this economy, who are the people that can afford it? Is now left for the incumbents, the ruling APC, because, okay, let's say the PDP and the little of them, but there are over 16 political parties. And if only 4 political parties can afford such an amount, is it a participatory or representative democracy? So you leave a lot to be desired. Yes. So we should not keep quiet in such. In fact, I tell you, and I speak my mind on this issue, in this aspect, if the governor is aware, doubt he is aware, but in this is not like a policy that one will see coming out from Enugu State of all places. No, this is not it. And I believe that before we get to that bridge before we get closer as we journey in 2026, that this issue will be rescinded. Yes, because 150 million is
a lot.
I would use the word punitive. Is meant to punish those who would want to participate in an election against the ruling APC, because as it is, I can tell you that it's only people who are near the corridors of power or in power that can afford this. Yes, I do not see any sane businessman in this climb being able to pay such an amount for just campaign in Enugu State or in Nigeria, as the case may be. So it is quite worrisome. It's repugnant to democracy and should be jettisoned, and the government of Enugu State should receive their action and receive it pronto. They should review it as quick as possible.
If it's actually, if the governor is actually aware, so there should be.
Yes, like I did mention, I started by saying that I doubt that the governor is aware of this, that this could be, the work of overzealous personnel, commissioners or any officials, but be that as it may, whatever informed that decision, this should be rescinded. Enugu State shouldn't be seen as a very undemocratic state or an intolerant state that wouldn't allow for competition or the opposition to participate freely. The people of Enugu State should be given the right, the freedom to choose from the array of candidates. And bringing such a benchmark of 150 million, makes it impossible for them to choose from array of candidates. One thing is certain: when you interview a lot of individuals from Enugu State, they tell you that the governor has performed, and you see the things he does, and they are visible. I tell you, election should be, when you are seeking second term, is a period where you will be rewarded for work well done. Yes. And a lot of people tell me that when it comes to Enugu State, even those in opposition, that they will willingly vote for the governor Peter Mba, but that's as state governor, right? Okay. But beyond that, there are other positions that are contestable. There is a state legislature, there is House of Rep, there is senatorial seats, and other positions that will be canvassed for and campaigned for in Enugu State. If on merit that the governor deserves a second term, he will be rewarded. But what about other people in other positions? Should people be, foreclosed from making a choice as to the array of candidates that other political parties may parade during this election, and you foreclose the lower parties from affording the cost of campaign? It becomes no worrisome and shouldn't be allowed to stand. And I believe that the governor, being the man he is, I know he will instruct that this order be rescinded. This is not good for democracy and should not be encouraged in any way.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Uche. This is all for today's newspaper review. Now we move over to sports. And from today's sports, you all know that we are going to see it from the newspaper. What is happening in the world of sports? What do we have just in the papers, especially what it is in the sports? So first of all, looking at what is going on right now, you would see that Nigerians are making great efforts to be on what we could say on the limelight of football. And we are having Victor Osimhen saying that he is happy at Galatasaray despite old salaries. He is happy at Galatasaray despite old salaries. I'm so surprised that Victor Osimhen is being old. But if he is old and he is happy where he's playing, I think that is all that matters. Of course, you know that in the Turkish league, he is considered as, let me use the word, a football god or football mystery, a celebrity generally. He is one of the celebrities that they have in the nation, and I can tell you that that is really doing a lot for us as Nigerians. Now, still in the newspaper headlines, we have Besiktas coach hails perfect Ndidi. Besiktas coach hails perfect Ndidi. Ndidi scored in their game just over the weekend, and we're looking up to having him score much more. The coach has hailed him and has hailed his efforts so far to take the team to the next level as they play. The Super Eagles captain, who came out the other day to say that when you are playing for Nigeria, a nation like Nigeria, you are expected to carry the burden of more than 200 million people. So you have to play like you owe those people your life, and that is something amazing from our captain. Now, still moving on to the news making it on the newspaper in the sport. We have PSG agree 61 million euros Mbappe payment. Mbappe and PSG had a fallout, so this is a court case settlement and wages and fees owed to Mbappe that PSG would pay him back. And just down there you see Curry gets United job boost after he won last night's game against Everton. We're still going to come to that game, but we just take it further by looking at the next news just beside Ndidi's headline. We take it game by game. He will be on Europe Dreams. He will be playing for Fulhams. We take it game by game. That's what he says. So they are expected to feature in the European football. That's his dream, of course. We'll see what happens at the end of the day. Aroko Dare condemns racist abuse. And the next place we are having Atletico battle Bruges in UEFA Champions League decider. That's the game today. And we are having two Nigerians, of course. One is not going to play because he is on a match ban. I'm talking about Aneke. He's not going to play today's game. He is playing for Club Brugge. He played in the Super Eagles game during the AFCON. He was featured in one of the games or two of the games. So today we're going to have Lukman play against Club Brugge. But we're going to see what happens as the game goes by. Now, Adams was faced by goal drought. You know, Akko Adams, the man who destroyed Zidane's son on the goalpost of the match, Nigeria versus Algeria. He says that he's not shaken by not scoring so far, that he trusts what he could do, and at the end of the day he's going to deliver and bring the game to home. Now you look down, you see Laporta faces fresh money laundering probe. Laporta is facing fresh money laundering probe. Then down there you see UEFA suspend Prestiani. The game against Real Madrid, like Benfica played last week at Real Madrid was away with Benfica in their home. That raised a lot of controversy and also made us to start being more sensitive about the racial abuse in football. That news trended a lot. I'm talking about the alleged racial abuse against Vinicius Jr. of Real Madrid. It said that FIFA has given Prestiani a match ban, and it starts from the Champions League game they have tomorrow against Real Madrid. So we're expecting more rulings from FIFA as they investigate, UEFA, as they investigate into the whole event and scenario, what happened. Now, Onakoya gifts Lukman chessboard. Onakoya gifts Lukman chessboard. You guys know Tunde Onakoya. Tunde Onakoya, the chess in the slums guy. He has given our own Ademola Lukman the chessboard. This happened when they linked up in Spain after Tunde Onakoya went to receive an award, but unfortunately there was a lot of weather issues, so he had to stay back. He could stay up to a month so that he could be able to feature in the event. And that is what it is. And he had to link up with Ademola Lukman. He watched the game that Ademola Lukman scored, and they had to, come together. I really love it that we Nigerians, we are trending and we are making a lot of positive impact across the globe. Now, just moving on in the final newspaper headline we're having family backs Joshua's boxing return. Anthony Joshua's family backing him to return to boxing after he announced just a few weeks ago that, of course, that was, I would say few weeks ago, I could say few months ago, after he retired from boxing, after the events that happened in December 28th that took the life of his two close associates along Lagos Ibadan Expressway. That was actually a sad event, and because of that, he said he's going to retire from boxing. But now he is about to return, and the family are backing him up. Like I told you, you could say you are retiring in boxing and then you will still say you are not retiring, that you're coming back to box. But if it's in football, you say you are retiring, then you go on retirement. That's what it is. One of the days we're going to talk about boxing and football, which one takes a lot of strength to, that when you retire you could just go. Of course, we're going to see that as the day goes by. Now we're talking about Champions League and the matches that we're going to play today. Before I give you the update of the game yesterday, UEFA Champions League playoff draws for today. Atletico Madrid are going to face Club Brugge, and Bayer Leverkusen are going to face Olympiacos. Newcastle are going to face Karabakh, and Inter Milan are going to face Bodo Glimt. Then still on that's tomorrow. I'm going to give you the update in case tomorrow I will bring you the whole details of what tomorrow's match is going to be like. Atlanta is going to play against Borussia Dortmund. Juventus is going to play against Galatasaray, Victor Osimhen's side, and Paris Saint-Germain are going to play against Monaco. And Real Madrid, the match that everyone is looking up to because of Jose Mourinho, who is their coach. But he's not going to be just in the front of the game. On the touchline. He's going to be sits just away from the touchline because he received the red card from the ref. I said he received the red card from the ref, like he intentionally took it. No, it was according because of the whole opera that started while the whole thing was going on. So he was given that red card so that he could just have some time to rest amidst the game. Now let's go to how it happened yesterday in the Premier League as Everton did their own yesterday. But I'm just going to give you the scores. Manchester United won Everton away. This is the first time they are winning their away game, and this, of course, the first clean sheet in a way since 2024. We're going to see what happens at this. And Manchester United are currently on the 4th position with 48 points, just behind Aston Villa, who has 51 points in the league. And we're going to see what happens at the end of the day, and we're going to see how it is going to be, because so far it's been a rumble. Even the match that happened that was played yesterday against Everton was actually a Royal Rumble in the Premier League. And this is where we're going to call it off for today's newspaper review on sports and also sports update here on Aneke TV Sunrise. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that in-depth analysis on the football world. There are a lot of questions. I hope one day I will be able to engage you on those questions. Okay. But thank you very much. It was indeed an in-depth sports football update. Thank you very much. And moving over to the business news update, starting from the Nigerian stock market, we'll tell you that the stock market started the week on a positive note yesterday, Monday, February 23, 2026. As the All-Share Index ASI continued its bullish streak, hitting new record highs. Then we'll take a look at the market summary. The All-Share Index ASI appreciated by 0.65%, closing at 196,263.55 points, up from Friday's 194,989.77 points. This performance pushed the year-to-date YTD return to approximately 25.95%. Market capitalization closed at 125.95 trillion naira, and then on the volumes traded, we saw investors traded 1.29 billion shares across 95,091 deals with a total value of 31.50 billion naira. And then when you take a look at the market breadth, despite the index gain, market breadth was slightly negative with 33 gainers against 34 losers. And then when we take a look at the top 5 gainers chart, we will see that it was dominated by the agricultural, healthcare and insurance stocks, mainly hitting the maximum daily pricing ceiling. And the list started with Okomu Oil, the Okomu Oil Palm PLC, which closed its book yesterday on a very high note of 1,605 naira 60 kobo in the positive 10.0 0.00%, and we're looking at Fortis Global Insurance closing trading yesterday at 0.66 kobo at plus 10%, and Fison Healthcare PLC closed trading yesterday at 95 naira 50 kobo, making a plus 9.90% adjustment. And we'll see MPF Microfinance Bank closing trading yesterday at 6 naira 89 kobo, equally in the positive 9.89%. And we are looking at Infinity Trust Mortgage Bank closing its book yesterday at 17 naira 30 kobo, equally making a positive 9.84%. And then we move down to the list of the top 5 losers, where profit taking was evident in several counters, particularly in the insurance and mortgage sectors. And this list is led by the Initiatives PLC TIP, which closed its book yesterday at 17 naira 55 kobo, making a negative adjustment of 10%. They are followed by Deep Capital Management, which closed its book yesterday at 6 naira 86 kobo, equally in the negative 9.97%. They are followed by Multiverse Mining and Exploration, which closed trading yesterday at 22 naira 70 kobo, equally in the negative 9.92%. And we're looking at Living Trust Mortgage Bank, which closed its book yesterday at 5 naira 90 kobo, equally in the negative 9.92% adjustment. And the last on this is Ella Lakes PLC, which closed its book at 11 naira 55 kobo, equally in the negative 9.77%. And then we'll take a look at Wall Street. Yesterday, Monday, February 2023, Wall Street fell sharply, and as a surprise, 15% tariff hike and AI-driven software apocalypse fears, rattled investors. And when we take a look at the numbers, Dow Jones 48,804.5, making a negative 1.67%, dropping 822 points. And then look at S&P, which yesterday closed at 500, at 6,837.75, making a negative minus 1.0% in its adjustment. And Nasdaq closed at $22,627.27, making a minus 1.13%. And then when we look at market movers, the top gainers, we see SLS making a plus 7.4% on news of its $7.8 billion acquisition by Gillard. Then the top losers here is Novo Nordisk, which made a minus 16.4% after a major obesity drug trial disappointed. And then we saw AIG as IBM in the negative as well, making a minus 13.1%, and CrowdStrike equally in the negative, making a minus 9.9% in the negative, plugged as new AI tools threaten their core business models. And when we take a look at the Asia market, the Asia market as yesterday rallied broadly, relieved by a US Supreme Court ruling that initially struck down several major trade tariffs. The key indices here is that Hong Kong Hang Seng, the star performer, surging plus 2.53% to close at 27,081.91. And looking at South Korea Kospi, which gained plus 0.65 as tech and export breathed a sigh of relief. And moving over to India, we saw Sensex, which rose to plus 0.69%, which is up by 572 points to close at 83,386.81, then led by banks. And at Australia, we saw ASX 200 buck the trend, sliding minus 0.61% due to local selling pressure. And Japan and China markets were closed for public holiday. That's the lunar year in China. Then when we take a look at the market drivers, we'll see that the rally was fueled by the US Supreme Court's illegal ruling on previous tariffs, which triggered a relief rally across Asian export hubs before late night tariff updates from the US changed the mood for Tuesday. Then moving over to the Naira performance, we'll tell you that the Naira experienced a slight dip yesterday, Monday, February 23, 2026, as demand for the greenback edged higher across official and parallel markets. And then in the Nigeria Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, the Naira weakened slightly against the US dollar, closing at 1,348 Naira against the dollar, which previously was at 1,344 as at Friday. Then this change, we saw a depreciation of approximately 0.30%. Then moving on over to the parallel market, which is called the black market, the informal market, we saw more pronounced volatility as speculators reacted to tightened liquidity. The average rate as of yesterday was 1,355 to 1,365 naira against the dollar. This trend, was led due to naira traded at a slightly premium compared to official rate, though the gap remains significantly narrower than in previous years due to ongoing central bank interventions. Then when we take a look at the key drivers, we saw increased demand, and then due to the external reserves, these were the key drivers of the market. When you look at the increased demand, renewed demand from importers and manufacturers for end of month obligations pressure the local currency, and at the external reserve, market sentiment remain cautiously optimistic as foreign reserves hold steady, providing the CBN with some firepower to manage extreme volatility. Now let's take a look at Brent crude performance. Brent crude price saw some moderate volatility yesterday as the market weighed geopolitical risk against a softening economic outlook. And taking a look at the price performance, we saw that settlements, the Brent crude future settled at approximately $71.49 per barrel, leading a daily change that is slightly decrease of about 0.27 dollar, making a 0.38% compared to the previous close. And then when we look at the market drivers for yesterday, we saw that geopolitical tension, which made prices were initially supported by concerns over potential military confrontation between the US and Iran, market remains sensitive until any risk involving the Strait of Hormuz, a critical corridor for global oil supply. And then we'll look at another market driver, which is the diplomatic softening. During the late day retreat in prices was attributed to news of upcoming nuclear talks between the US and Iran in Geneva, which eased immediate fears of supply disruption. And then looking at global demand concern, a slump in global equity market yesterday sparked some long liquidation, investors selling to lock in profits due to renewed concern about global economic outlook and its impact on energy demand. Another issue that is a key market driver is Goldman Sachs outlook. The bank has raised its quarter 4 2026 Brent forecast to $60. That has, citing lower than expected inventory builds, though they still project a global surplus for the year. And then in comparison, West Texas Intermediate, the US benchmark followed a similar trend, closing down roughly at 0.26% to settle near 66.64 dollar per barrel. And that's all we can bring to you on the business news update. But please do remember that before you make any incursion into the Nigerian financial markets, speaking to the stock market, please do consult a certified financial expert due to the volatility of the market. Thank you.
All right, and that's all for today's edition on Sunrise. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for waking up with us.
All right, and on behalf of all of us here on Sunrise at Aneke TV, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. I am Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria's southeast has taken a significant step towards long-term economic transformation with the unveiling of the Southeast Vision 2050 framework, a regional development blueprint aimed at driving industrialization, integration, and investment across the 5 states. The framework emerged from a 4-day regional stakeholders forum held in Enugu, convened by the Southeast Development Commission with support from the Office of the Vice President and state governments. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who formally launched the initiative, described Vision 2050 as a strategic turning point designed to institutionalize development planning beyond electoral cycles. He emphasized the need for continuity, policy, coordination, and infrastructure-led growth, noting that sustainable regional prosperity requires deliberate long-term strategy rather than short-term interventions. A central pillar of the Vision 2050 agenda is regional integration, positioning the Southeast as a unified economic bloc rather than 5 independent markets. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State called for a borderless regional economic model capable of achieving scale, competitiveness, and stronger investor appeal. For too long, we have operated in silos, the governor said, stressing that economic integration is essential for infrastructure efficiency, industrial expansion, and shared growth. Stakeholders at the forum underscored infrastructure and energy as critical enablers of the region's economic ambitions. Governor Alex Otti of Abia State highlighted the importance of coordinated power systems and logistical networks, arguing that shared energy solutions could significantly reduce industrial cost and improve productivity. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State emphasized the role of the SEDC in advancing interstate projects, including transport corridors, rail links, and security frameworks, all seen as vital to unlocking regional value chains. Industry leaders welcomed the initiative but stressed the need for implementation discipline. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria called for prioritization of renewable energy, shared industrial infrastructure, and access to long-term financing. Manufacturers noted that investor confidence would depend largely on bankable projects, infrastructure reliability, and policy stability. Analysts say Vision 2050 represents a notable advancement in regional planning, reflecting broad political alignment, federal linkage, and institutional coordination. However, they caution that the blueprint's success will ultimately be measured by tangible outcomes, including infrastructure delivery, increased investment flows, and job creation. Security, workforce development, and access to capital remain key structural challenges that the framework must address to achieve its objectives. The Southeast Vision 2050 initiative signals a strategic recalibration in regional development thinking, embedding long-term planning, economic integration, and coordinated investment priorities. With stakeholders' consensus now established, attention shifts to execution, accountability, and measurable impact, the decisive factors that will shape the initiative's legacy.
Many thanks for joining us today on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you a habit of issues, topical headlines, policies shaping our nation. Today is no exception as we look at Nigeria, the naked truth. They call it the giant of Africa, a nation of boundless spirit and untapped potential. But beneath those patriotic anthems and the resilient smiles of over 250 million people lies a jeering paradox. We aren't here to polish the image or offer comfortable cliches. Tonight, we are here for Nigeria, the naked truth. Welcome to a no-holds-barred conversation where we strip away the propaganda, the excuses, the elite illusions. Streets are starving, and Naira is struggling for stability. Bandits own the highways while billions vanish into security budgets. Trust in INEC, cults and political elites, dead on arrival, I hear you say. As 2027 looms, incumbents grip power and opposition fractures. Tonight, we confront it raw. No miracle saviors, no level playing fields, no fairy tales. We leaders face this brutal reality or keep Nigerians in the dark. We are here asking the questions that keep citizens awake and the powerful on edge. Is the system broken, or was it designed this way? And more importantly, can the truth actually set us free? Joining us to navigate this complex political landscape is a man who doesn't shy away from the hard facts, a scholar and a visionary voice for reform. Please welcome to the Insight, Dr. Gosin Eze. It's a pleasure to have you on the Insight one more time.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, viewers.
You're welcome, Doc. Doc, we're looking at Nigeria, the naked truth. Here, we'll confront the political reality facing us, staring us in the face. And yes, before we start talking about the nitty-gritty, and I want to bring into the conversation with the popular balance when you hear Nigerians say, nothing there this country again. I don't know if you've heard people say that. Nothing there this country again. Speaking to the economy, what comes to your mind, Doc?
It's unfortunate that people have that line of thought. There's no country in the world where everything is good and everything is smooth. No country in the world. If you narrow it down to families, there's no family where you don't have a leaking roof. No matter the type of family. So when people are looking for, I'm a realist, I'm not an idealist. Idealist will tell you that things are supposed to be like this. But realist will say things are never equal. It's a common balance in economics. All things being normal. There's never a time everything is normal. But in any case, what you may ask is, do we make progress? What is the pace of the progress being made? What impact is it having on the generality? I'm one of those Nigerians who believe that our problem is that we know our problem, but we don't want to tackle it headlong.
Sorry, let me interject a bit. You're not saying that there's an absence of a problem, but like every other country in the world will feel the same way, the same problems. Every family has a leaking roof. But here again, you say the problem with us is that not that we don't know that we have a problem. We know what our problems are, but we are refusing to confront them.
Yes.
No.
Genuinely. Of course, we may not confront all of them. You understand what I mean? Well, we have somebody. If somebody tells you your problem is that you don't know your problem, what does it mean? What is it saying? You have a problem, you don't know your. If you are going to a medical doctor, you go to the doctor will tell you what is wrong with you. You say, I have this. It's what you tell the doctor that he bases his prescription. Okay? But if you come to a doctor and say, what's the problem? You say, I don't know. So it's a problem on your side that you don't know your problem. There are classes of Nigerians who there are people who will never see anything good in any administration. And it is a common saying in psychology that there are people who will always hate you, no matter what you do for them. You may have that example in your homes. People you help, people you try to touch their lives, they still hate you. So it is the same with all these our leaders. It's a dilemma they are all passing through. The same people who are praising you today, if you go out tomorrow, they are the people that will pull you down, who will write and give information, leak some official information to the agencies for your persecution. The people you helped. But the problem with Nigeria particularly is the political equation, which some people have not understood. Some of these political aspirants do not understand the political equation of Nigeria.
And that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
All right.
And you see some part of the country crying more than others because they don't understand the terrain.
Okay.
Especially those who are projecting themselves as political torch bearers.
Okay.
For example, in the southeast, there are people who believe that they are the only people that can speak for the Igbo man.
All right, Doc, I'll come to that, but let me still get your opinion on another issue before we delve into that terrain. And that's, you've spoken to the economy and you made us aware that the challenge here is not the absence of the problem. We know what the problem is, but we are refusing to confront it. Good.
Even though we are confronting them gradually. And you see the impact.
Okay. Doc,
you can never do it. It's a process.
Doc, let me
it's a journey, it's not a destination.
I agree it's a process. But let me ask. I want to bring you home to where we are today. To give it pass mark, would you say that this government has met a pass mark?
I will give this government 60%.
60%?
For the period they have been in
That's
power.
a pass mark. 60 is a pass mark.
Yes.
Why would you give them 60%?
There are so many indices. Let me mention one or two.
Okay.
As at the time this government came into power, what was the value of Naira per dollar? What is it today?
Okay.
I was watching television yesterday, one of the institutions in the southwest, I can't remember. During their convocation, the vice chancellor said that the students who benefited from the Naira fund is about 4,000. We never had something like that. As at last week, Nigerian foreign reserve has risen to almost $49 billion. Highest in the past 13 years. Let me just stop there.
But
look at all the go throughout this country today.
But
you see the infrastructural development taking place.
Granted.
Even if you now read to Enugu State.
Granted.
People who have ambition will never see anything good. They will always tell something that is bad.
Okay.
It's not bad to mention it, but their vision is beclouded from seeing the good aspect of a government, and they will continue to say the other side of it. It's not patriotic.
Okay.
Because even if they go into power, those who are saying that if they get there, by the time they will leave so many things undone.
Right.
So it has become our habit to criticize especially those who don't like the government.
Okay.
Especially those who failed the election.
Especially those who failed the election.
Failed the election. They will never see anything good in the person who won the election.
Okay.
They always get up and say, government is not doing this. Government is not doing this. Even in his hometown, he will see what government has done. People whose life have been touched will tell you. But they won't see it.
Right.
And when they say it to some people, they swallow it hook, line, and sinker.
Okay.
So I'm only trying to say that sometimes, if you look dispassionately from somebody who has been described as a bad man, if you look at that person dispassionately from head to toe, you see some good attributes in him.
Okay.
The same thing with the reverse case.
Okay. All right. Doc, you've painted a very vivid picture of where we are and the progress we've made. But you know, some, like you rightly pointed out, would argue that despite this change, yes, we'll have the best in our reserve in years, but when you reconcile that against the debt profile as well, it gives room for worry as well.
If you compare the whole debt profile of Nigeria today, there were some debts before this present administration came to power. So many state governments inherited debts. I should say all the state governments today in Nigeria inherited debts incurred by their predecessors. And they come in here, they come and they all are accumulated and you count it as the person who did it. And the question is, when these loans are brought, are there indices of what have been used, what the loan has been used for? Because if I want to get a loan now, I may have a project at hand. As soon as I get the loan, I plunge it, I put it into the project. But the question is, most of these loans people get, state governments and federal government get, are there projects that are attached to?
Okay.
If you must have been here by last week or so, AL5 was being, the state government, the state House of Assembly, indicted him of almost $443 billion. Loans he got and other things. What did he do with it? So the only problem we have is that we don't even ask questions. If we can make our leaders to be accountable, at least it will caution their edge from being excessive. But when you make noise too much in the television, they call you. They give you appointment or give you a contract. You shut up. The common man will believe that things will be better tomorrow, and the person will look forward to a better future. But at least we are not worse off. I have a record of so many countries. Let me use even West Africa countries. Even in Europe, the several countries in Europe, if you go to their prisons, many Nigerians are there. And if you profile them further, you see that they come from a particular region, a majority of them. You have experience of where you come to streets, you see some street boys, urchins. Tomorrow you say he has gone to Malaysia. What has he gone there to do? To hustle. I had an experience of somebody who wanted to marry my niece. When I interviewed him, he said he's in Spain. I asked him what he's doing in Spain, he said he's hustling. I asked him what hustling meant, he said, I will not understand. Well, it just to give you an idea.
It is what it is.
It is never a rule anywhere in the world. Let it take it from me. Some of these Nigerians who have left this country are stranded abroad and they don't know how to come home. You think that if you just move from here to London, you push all of them aside and carry their money and come back. For every kobo you earn, you pay tax.
For every kobo you earn, you pay tax.
Pay tax. But here, how many persons pay tax? When the Enugu state introduced tax, it was strange for people because they are not paying tax. They don't know that the value of tax paying, the benefit of tax paying. They stay hitting the roofs. From the record last week, they generated about 400 and something, about 409 billion tax. We can see it. We can see certain things that have been done that have never been there before. Even those that were there before we were moribund have been reactivated. So people don't know that paying tax is a civic responsibility. In Europe, if you evade tax, it's a criminal offense. You'll be treated that way.
Okay. Doc, I'm veering off the script, but listening to you, and that makes me to want to ask, there are a lot of persons, because you cited Enugu State as an example,
yes.
There are a lot of people who are of the view that Enugu State, people are being overtaxed. Despite the fact that, yes, we are seeing developmental strides, but people complain that they are overtaxed when compared to previous administration.
That's why I said, let me take UK for instance. The kingdom. More than 70% of their income is through tax. Why should it? When we were small, my father had a bicycle, and that bicycle has a tax. It has a small plate.
A tax plate
to show. 80% of the vehicles on the roads, as I speak to you today, don't have expired documents and licenses. I was with because sometimes I used to join public transport. One driver was telling, I was sitting in front with him, he was telling somebody, one of the passengers, that we came to a point where there were policemen, the checkpoint. He gave them 200 naira. I asked him why. He said that they waste my time. I asked him, I calculated before, and I said, if you are giving 200 naira a day for 365 days, how much did you give? You calculate it. And then how much are you supposed to pay for your documents? your vehicle particulars and you see it will triple it. But he doesn't see it that way. If you tell him to pay tax, income tax of maybe 10,000, he will say why. But that road he is flying is built by government. The security, sometimes I used to, praise our security agencies. At night, everybody will go to sleep. And if there's any noise anywhere, you phone the police. They are awake when we are sleeping. People don't see it as a service that government has to. Police doesn't generate money. It is from this time that they are paid. There are so many other things government does, which is possible because of tax paid. Why are people complaining? Okay, if you say, if for example you pay 100 naira or 500 naira a day as the commercial vehicles, as it is, 500 naira is paid by how many passengers? Check what you get in a day, and you pay 500 naira daily tax. You have the rest, and you are complaining. How much do you give the security agents on the road? You don't calculate it, and you expect government to do everything for you. So what I'm trying to say, government has a lot of services they have to do, they have to carry out, and they don't have to generate money from air. As it is today, the federal allocation is huge because of the removal of fuel subsidy. People didn't see it. Many people will say, why did you remove it? But this was an era where 3 individuals were making this country without anybody knowing. And somebody came and said, no. And you can see go check the allocation of states and local governments since the removal of fuel subsidy. It's an economic policy that is paying off. The previous administration in Enugu, for instance, how much were they getting from federal allocation? How much were they generating internally? Because people will say, if people pay tax, they won't vote for me. It's arrant nonsense. People should know that the paying tax is a civic responsibility. Government is not using it, and when you are seeing what government is doing with it, you say, oh, what does most of this structural activities taking place in Enugu State, for instance. Sometimes I personally wonder how the money is coming from. But we had previous administrations that left without anything as legacy left behind. I'm emotional about this. People should pay tax. People shouldn't complain.
People shouldn't complain?
Yes. It's a civic responsibility. It's a civic. If you are told to pay tax, you should pay it.
All right. I've getting your perspective on the Nigerian economy and why we need to pay tax. But let's look at security. And when you move from Abuja to Zafra, people now talk of no road safe again. And I ask, given these huge security budgets that we have, our collaboration with the United States government, why are we not seeing the requisite change? Just the other day, 50 persons were killed in cold blood in Zafara.
That's a problem. That's a perspective people don't understand about security and the nature of security challenges we have in this country.
Okay.
There's a difference between a war where you have a red line. Assuming the insurgents in this country, there's a red line. They are this side. We are this side. Nigeria is this side. You will see them. Like during the war, Nigeria and Biafra war. There was a red line. You see the enemy coming. But in the insecurity we have in this country is a situation where you don't know who the enemy is. There's no red line. The insurgents can infiltrate a community without anybody knowing that. Before they even come, they will go carry out intelligence about the community, and when they strike and go. So it is a security challenge that there's nothing you can do. There's no way you can say we wait for them here. When they come here, we shoot them. If they are mobile. And again, the communities through themselves, they should realize that they should equally play a very important role in profiling people they see in their community. So this security, so far, I should say we have tried even to contain them. Otherwise, they would have overrun this country.
All right, Doc, let me interject a bit. You know, when I listen to your analysis, and I realize, okay, perhaps this is in the form of a guerrilla
warfare. Yes.
But again, there are two issues here. One, the government keep telling us that we are not at war, that they are on top of the situation.
Yes.
Secondly, when we look at what happened in Zamfara just on Saturday, we were told that over 150 motorbikes were deployed by the insurgents. 150 bikes is so noticeable that they can't traverse from one community to another community without the security network being able to detect that movement. And again, one may want to say that there's a failure of intelligence for these insurgents to continue to operate till this time in Nigeria.
Let me give you an example with Mexico. The FARC was there for more than 25 years, insurgents. The same thing in Sri Lanka. The Tamil Tigers, that operated for more than 25 years. The problem is that when there are new security challenges, the security agencies will introduce another system or another method to contain the new and the emerging situations. This guerrilla warfare and the method this insurgents are using is a new challenge. There was a time when in your house at night, the chief knocks at the door. You say, who is that? The chief will run away. But if you say it now, if they say we are armed robbers, open the door, what do? Another is an emerging security challenge. There was a time the armed robbers were waiting for passengers on the highway, collecting their money raw, because they are going to market. With the introduction of transfer of money, they no longer carry cash. They went to the bush and started kidnapping people, and it's a new security challenge. And the security agencies are devising counter, methods to counter the emerging and the new security challenges. It's the same thing with this. It will take time. But if not because of the activities of the activities of the security agencies at combating them, they will have overrun us. It may take some time, but the security agencies are making some progress.
They are making some progress.
Yes. And like I said, it's a process.
It's a process.
It's not yet the destination.
Okay.
But we must get there with time.
All right. Hopefully, everything
like you rightly said, intelligence gathering is very important. But the communities themselves will probably be involved in the intelligence gathering. Okay, sometimes you hear they feed the people if I take for example the kidnappers, they feed their victims. Where do they buy the food? They go to the market, mix with the people, buy the food and go back to the bush. These are all security challenges which the security agencies are trying to contain it by intelligence gathering. A lot of them are being massacred. Most of them are being. They can come with any system, but you don't know where they plan it, how they plan it. Before you will see the execution.
Okay.
And by the time, most times, when they must have operated and gone, the security people will come. Say we deploy troops to, cordon the area when the damage has already been done. Yeah, but at least no government would wish this kind of thing happening to us. But we are not running away from it. There must always be victims. There must always be victims in any insurgent, move. Insurgent move.
Yeah, but Doc, let's take another approach to this. And I want to ask, given the position of the United States Congress on this issue, where they said the will and the courage of our government to confront this challenge, and I ask, given that at the convergence of the Northern Governors meeting or forum, they did canvass for suspension of mining in northern states, at least for 6 months. And I dare ask, does our government lack the will to implement such, and is it possible that this whole insecurity is tied around economics and economic prosperity of other or few individuals?
Why not? Why not? If you go to the north, there are so many mineral, very costly and valuable mineral resources there. These insurgents also mine to get money to effect their dubious acts. I think last week or 2 weeks ago, the Minister for Solid Mineral gave an order that should be no mining in Wase, one of the towns in Plateau State. Why did he give such directive? There must have been a reason. So if in DR Congo there's a conflict there, it is the mining, the mineral-rich area that is being, you have the war. Because as soon as when they get this mineral, they use it to buy arms and then carry out their nefarious activities.
So, in other words, Doc, will one not be right to say that government is prioritizing finance in terms of revenue to confronting this challenge, the clean of people in Nigeria? They could have the courage, the boldness to suspend mining activity in Nigeria, at least for 6 months, as the northern governors did canvass. So we'll stem the tide of insecurity.
What I'm trying to tell you, the type of insecurity we have is not the type that there is a red line. Insurgents, you don't know where they are. You don't know the number of them. You don't know when they plan for any any attack. You are not there. But if there's a red line, you know these people, you are at the other side, you are the northern part of this country, we are the southern part of this country, the middle belt becomes the red line. Then you know whom you are pursuing. This is a war that you don't know who the enemy is. And there's no way you can identify, it's not written in their face. So how do you know who is? Do you know if you are an insurgent? Even though I come to this studio, I've been come here, you don't know that I've come here to gather information about everywhere, and when I strike, you say it was a precise strike.
It was a precise strike?
Yes.
All right.
But I can assure you, the government is not holding its arms. It's doing something. As new challenges emerge, the new counter-challenge emerges also.
All right.
Even the training most of our security agencies are undergoing now, one of them is on intelligence gathering. You know, there's one plane we have, I don't know how it operates now, the Super Tucano. It can stay in the air for 31 hours, carrying out intelligence and surveillance activity to identify where they are, where the insurgents are, and gather all the information. Recently, the America has sent in some non-combatant soldiers. The activity is more of surveillance and intelligence gathering. Where are they? How many are they? If you say the insurgents are in this bush, what is their number? What type of arms and ammunition do they have? Before you can confront them, so that you go with a more superior, firepower. If you are able to identify. And again, one other problem our security agencies are having, when these criminals kidnap people and they are staying with their victims, they use them as shield. And if Nigerian Air Force will come to bomb them, you bomb also the victims. So it's a challenge. So as much as possible, they are taking time not to bomb everybody. It happened in Morocco. When there was intelligence, they kidnapped a lot of people. The president said, I give you 6 hours to release those people. otherwise all of you will become smoldering heap of wreckage. They refused. After 6 hours, they bombed the whole place, even the victims and their captors. It ended. But we don't want to do it this way. Not that we don't know most times where they are and how many. You may not know how many they are and number of camps they have. It's unfortunate that youths will have to relocate to the bush to carry out such nefarious activities against their own people.
All right. On that note, Doc, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll look at election issues.
Okay.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for staying with us, and if you're just joining us, we're looking at Nigeria, the naked truth, and with us in the studio to dissect these whole issues is Dr. Augustine Eze, a scholar and a visionary voice, a national affairs analyst. Dr. Augustine, it's been a pleasure speaking with you. Let's go into the election on trust and institutions. And I ask, when we look at the fact that the incumbency and the 2027 election battlefield, we can see that the ruling party is holding the presidency, most states, and the security structure. Now I ask, 2027, realistically, will it be a contest or more like a coronation?
Before I go to 2027, let's flash our mind back to 2023.
Okay.
By the time Tinubu won the election, he wasn't an incumbent.
But there was a contest.
Yeah, let's take, you mentioned the word incumbent.
Yes.
So he had no incumbency advantage.
Then.
Yet he was able to win the election.
He was in the ruling party.
Yes. But he wasn't the incumbent.
But that counts for something.
So what I'm only trying to say is that Jonathan was the incumbent. Buhari came and dislodged him.
Okay.
I'm only trying to tell you that if you have a good candidate and who has been able to convince people about his ability to give better leadership, incumbency may not be a factor.
May not be a factor.
Yes.
So you don't see that as a factor going into 2027?
Why are you talking about 2027? The question is how many political parties are showing commitment and mobilizing? Okay? How many political parties are mobilizing?
And that's part of the accusation, Doc. If one begins to look at it, the opposition are fragmented. We're looking at a PDP that is fighting itself. We look at a Labour Party that's been struggling, with the structure, and in practical terms, it will, in a long way, shape 2027 race.
When we get to the bridge, we cross. If the opposition can come together,
okay,
with a credible arrowhead.
With a credible arrowhead.
Let me tell you, before APC came dislodged PDP, there was a credible arrowhead, which is Buhari.
Okay.
Buhari was sure of 12 million votes from the north. In the present coalition, for instance, who is the arrowhead?
Okay.
And they will shout and say that the election, in fact, at the end of the day, they will say that the election has been rigged because of the power of incumbency. It's not always. That's why I said earlier that there's nothing you can ever do in this country that everybody will say yes, no matter how good it is.
Okay.
There are people who have even concluded that the election will be a formality, that the ruling party has already finished everything, that the ruling party appointed the Aneke chairman and the state rec, and all those things. There are things they are telling people to believe, to make them believe that the election must be rigged. Election was conducted in Abuja last over the weekend. Out of the 6 council areas, APC won 5, PDP won 1. Other political parties are already saying they rigged the election. There was low turnout of voters. If there is low turnout of voters, those who didn't come, are they only for opposition? If there is low turnout, it affects everybody. If there is a infrastructure problem in an area, it affects every candidate. So what do you say? Already people believe that APC will win, and when the result is mentioned, they say they rigged it. And when they win, they will not say, like most of the judicial pronouncements, whenever the judiciary pronounces, victory for any candidate, you say this is justice for the common man. But when he loses, he said that that's injustice.
Okay.
the common man.
All right. I understand the question, but let's look at the coalition. Do you believe what's your view on the coalition, first of all?
It's already collapsed. As far as I know.
Why would you say that?
Who is the arrowhead?
Perhaps it's part of the gimmicks for nobody to know who the arrowhead is until it's time.
No, there must be somebody who the coalition is fronting to be the arrowhead. Who is the coalition fronting now as the arrowhead?
Okay.
Peter Obi is running for the party, ticket. Atiku is running for the party ticket. Amechi and others. Who amongst them do you think should be the arrowhead? Assuming Peter Obi wins the primaries, but it's more of pressing for consensus.
Okay.
Atiku said there must be primary. Whoever wins in the primary will go. Who amongst them will win that primary and other members of that coalition will give him support, unflinching support? That's none of them. They're already discordant tones.
So
and again, the political equation in Nigeria does not favor any one of them.
How do you mean?
Let me use what happened in Enugu State during the contest between Ayogeze and Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi.
Okay.
Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi is from Sokas in Enugu North Senatorial Zone.
Sokas is urban, yes.
Ayogu came in. From all indications, Ayogu was in APC. There was that fear that APC is going to win the election in favor of Ayogeze. Then we went to Nigeria's Enugu East Senatorial Zone, telling them that he has served 1 year, that if they vote for him, he will serve 1 more year, and then it will go to Enugu East.
Yeah.
But if Ayogu wins, he's going to serve 8 years. And when he serves 8 years, it means you have to, Nkanu people have to wait for 12 years.
Okay.
The same scenario will play out now.
The same scenario will play out.
Yes.
But we've seen look, we've seen these men.
Let me anchor it on what you asked me.
Okay.
The North will not like somebody who will tell them that he will only be the president for 4 years and hand over to them. It's a story that none of them will believe. And it is better for them for Tinubu to complete 8 years. That's 4 more years before the power is shifted to them, than somebody who will come and then stay 8 years again, and they have to stay for 12 years. I'm trying to tell you, this is what will play out in that election.
Okay.
From my experience. And again, what is the political bloc that can dislodge Southwest and North? During Buhari coalition with Tinubu, Buhari was sure of Northwest. Any presidential candidate in Nigeria that does not have majority of the vote in Northwest and Southwest, the person will never win the presidency. based on number of registered voters and their voting attitude. So what I'm trying to say, the coalition, to me, is a good idea, but it's not going to work.
It's not going to work?
Yes.
So you do not see these men coming to work together?
They can't. They can't.
Okay.
Because all of them have voting ambition. And what you notice is that whenever some of them lose the primaries, they'll jump into another political party.
Okay.
Where they can always get consensus, opportunity without passing through voting. Remember, Peter Obi was in PDP. When he saw he wouldn't get the ticket in PDP, he jumped to Labour Party. He didn't undergo any primaries. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is that, and these are, most Nigerians are saying, all these people being mentioned have been there before in one way or the other. What else are they coming to introduce new? They are preparing their manifesto now. And by the time they release their manifesto, we see if it is what they are going to write there in the manifesto is different from what they have been saying.
It will be different from what they have been saying.
We shall see when the manifesto comes out, whether they are going to show something that is different from what they have been doing and saying when they were even vice president or governors or whatever.
All right. But let me track back a bit. Looking at the coalition, who would you say is more potent to challenge the APC should that person get the ticket? Your friend Peter Obi?
I don't see any one of them.
Even your friend?
My friend?
Peter Obi?
Yes. Can't.
You don't see him out?
Yeah, Atiku can't. Aneke can't.
So
Verify can't. Who again? You see, challenging somebody is that if you want to challenge an enemy in warfare, if you are planning war, if you get intelligence, you look for intelligence of your opponent. And what you'll be after is what type of weapon do they have. Then if you know the type of weapon they have, the first thing you have to do is to make sure you go to that war with a weapon that is superior to your opponent. What is the superior political sagacity and the political background and political bloc that you are going to the battle with? The way I know the Yorubas, they said Tinubu is going to sweep the soul of Southwest this time around with very wide margin.
With very wide margin.
Good. Just watch it. Then the North will give him support because after 4 years it will be their turn. That's why some people are advising Kwankwaso.
Yeah, Kwankwaso.
Not to join any political party now because it's a good material for the North.
A good material for
yes,
the
North. But he's hobnobbing with ADC even though he hasn't come out openly. They are more politically organized than other areas. But if you come to the Southeast, who is the candidate of the Southeast to go and challenge other parts of? If you look at the registered voters across the geopolitical zones, Southeast is the lowest. Assuming everybody in Southeast votes for any particular candidate, it won't be enough. We need to go into alliance with other blocks. It worked during the time of Zik and in Shagari. When NPP, NPN accord took place, it was because of that we got the Speaker of House of Representatives that time, Edwin Umezuoke. We got the Vice President because there was alliance between NPN and NPP.
Okay.
What is the political alliance between the Southeast and which other zone now? Where you can say you are going to get 70% of Southeast and then you get 70% of maybe South-South or North Central. And the scenario that played out the other 2023 election is no longer there.
It's no longer there?
Yes.
even with the obedient movement and the clamor for
miracle
candidates.
Where is the obedient movement? Where did they stay? Where are they? Oh, these are perceptions. Yes, during that last election, there was two major factors determining that election: ethnicity and religion. When Tinubu chose the vice president, who is a Muslim, he said Muslim ticket. Then the Christians say no. It was a factor that penetrated into the voting voting mentality.
You don't see that happening again going forward into 2027?
I'm telling you, it's not going to work.
It's not going to work. Okay.
Even if there is, I should think that we should be thinking of the southeast particularly. We should be thinking of a zone that we can, have alliance with. But for us alone to do it, to make it, it's not possible.
But do you think that Peter will represent the interests of the southeast in this contest?
Which contest?
Going into.
He's not yet a candidate. When he emerges as a candidate from any political party, then we can look at it.
Do you think he can emerge in ADC?
I'm not in ADC, so I can't say until they have their primaries.
Even now that the likes of Atiku Abubakar, former governor of Freedom.
If there is primary where delegates will come and vote, let me tell you what will play out. The Southwest candidates from Southwest will vote for Atiku. Because
why would they do that?
They will do it because they wouldn't like they would like Atiku to come because they know Atiku may not win.
They know Atiku may not win.
Yes. But by the time the primary is finished, Peter Obi is out. Amaechi is out, assuming Atiku wins. But I'm trying to tell you that another problem that Peter Obi may experience is the fact that when a party is formed like this ADC, it was Atiku and others that initiated it, and they will always betray somebody whom they don't like at the time when the person will need the most. You have to be very careful with this. It happened previously when Tambuwal and others withdrew for Atiku few days before the primaries, and Atiku won.
Okay.
So the thing is that within ADC, if they are going to conduct primaries where delegates will come and vote, I doubt if will be win.
Okay.
But if there is consensus and they give it to him, and even Atiku say go, Amaechi say go, you are now a candidate, and they all come out to support him, it will be a better bargain.
To be a better bargain.
To be a better bargain.
All right, Doc, if I may follow your concern, there seems to be no opposition against the APC going forward.
Why not?
So where is the opposition?
If I take, for example, this council election that was held over the weekend in FCT, PDP won Governor local government. Was it expected?
Do you see PDP as fragmented as they are, being able to field
but they're able to win one local government out of
it? Do you see them fielding a presidential candidate?
Well, it's left for them.
All right.
It's left to them. Right. And again, one thing you should know is that people's perception is changing a little.
Okay. All right. Doc, for want of time, you see, there are a lot of things I would want to engage you on. When I have opportunity of interacting with you, I love to touch on a lot of issues. But for want of time, I would be asking 3 practical actions that you will be advising Nigerians to take between now and the election moving into 2027.
The 3
practical action that you be, you've spoken to. No Messiah is coming. There is no savior, and from all looks of things, you are telling us as of today, the Southeast is not better positioned. They don't have that bargain. And looking at Nigeria as it is, the APC is still leading. If the FCT will cite the result to go by, and I ask, we've seen the Electoral Act, we've seen the way it runs, it's been signed. So, and I'm asking, what would be your practical advice to Nigerians going forward into 2020?
The first advice I'll give Nigerians is they should look at the candidate at all levels of the election, not the party. Even though it may not work, who is this candidate? What is his record? Or rather, what are his records? What has he done before for we to have confidence in him? Even if he wins or loses, but you vote according to the understanding you have. And another one is, Nigerians should be team players. Anytime that result will be announced, people will say no. There are people who will say no because their own candidate did not win. They should always show some degree of sportsmanship. And then thirdly, they should be able to encourage and contribute, because I always tell people will say Nigeria is spoiled, this thing is bad, everything is bad. Ask the person, what are you contributing for yourself before I ask you what you contribute for Nigeria? People should always ask this question, what are my contributions to myself? I have a personal business, you have a personal business, you earn your living through that, the other person. But how many are engaged doing something for themselves? That will be, that's little contribution you make is going to be a factor for the entire system.
It's going to be a factor for the entire system.
That little contribution you make is a contributing factor to the entire system. But when you don't play your part, you see, sometimes you will have, when I'm driving on the road like this, when you get to a traffic light post, you just stay there, you watch how people behave. There are people who believe that things will never work in this country, and they never do anything towards making it work. Let us spoil it. Nigeria is spoiled. Nigeria is spoiled. Ask the person what he or she does for his living. So we should look at this country as a place where we have no other place to go. And then as much as possible, help to make your own contribution. And if you are given any opportunity, you have to excel. You have to show in that particular opportunity. But people use the opportunity for themselves, not for the people that is supposed to be.
All right, and that's all we can take for today on The Insight. And to you, our wonderful viewers, let us know what you think about what Doc has spoken about, looking at Nigeria, the naked truth. Let's get your opinion with the hashtag The Insight on at Aneke TV, at YouTube, Facebook, Twitter. That's our handle. And then we'll be speaking to Dr. Gosson Eze, who is a scholar, a visionary voice for change, and a national public affairs analyst. Doc, it's been a pleasure speaking with you on The Insight.
You're welcome.
All right, so we'll come your way same time tomorrow. I remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist, insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development, supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance, strong transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
Good afternoon and welcome to the news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukoma, and here are the headlines. National Assembly postpones plenary resumption to March 5th. Yobe State clarifies 398 million naira, not billion, Ramadan feeding budget. National Hajj Commission for Nigeria directs refunds for unregistered 2026 Hajj pilgrims. And here are the details of the news. The National Assembly has postponed its plenary resumption from Tuesday, February 24 to Thursday, March 5, 2026. The clerk to the National Assembly, Mr. Kamoru Ogunlana, stated the delay is necessary for committees to conclude critical budget defense sessions. The extension will allow lawmakers to finalize oversight engagements with ministries, departments, and agencies regarding the 2026 appropriation bill. Both the Senate and the House of Representatives will reconvene at 11 a.m. on March 5th. Nigeria's new National Tax Identification Number (TIN) portal has recorded a 98% user satisfaction rate. A survey by the Joint Revenue Board noted that most taxpayers found the platform fast and easy to use, generating TINs in under 10 seconds. The centralized portal, launched January 1, 2026, allows individuals to obtain TINs using their National Identification Number (NIN), while businesses use Corporate Affairs Commission (CAC) registration. The system is part of President Bola Tinubu's fiscal reforms to harmonize tax records nationwide. The Joint Revenue Board Executive Secretary Mr. Olusegun Adesokan stated that the platform is a self-service system with strong data protection protocols. The initiative is intended to improve transparency and coordination in revenue collection. The Federal Capital Territory Minister, Mr. Nyesom Wike, has cancelled 485 land documents after verification exercise flagged them as forged or fraudulent. The decision followed a joint investigation by the Department of Land Administration and the Abuja Geographic Information Systems. The Batch 1 cancellation targets area council land applications with inconsistencies or fake documentation. High-profile areas affected include Dawaki, Sabon Lugbe, and Kurudu Jukwe relocation schemes. Religious organizations, including the Redeemed Christian Church of God and staff cooperative societies, are among those impacted. This action is part of Wike's ongoing land reform initiative, which continues to vet over 250,000 pending documents to ensure database integrity and curb land fraud in the Federal Capital Territory. The Benue State government has sought federal approval to establish a disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration center for repentant bandits. Mrs. Josephine Haber, Director General of the Commission for Peace and Reconciliation, confirmed that 400 of over 1,800 identified gang members have surrendered. The proposed center in Logo local government area will provide structured rehabilitation, vocational training, and certification to reintegrate former combatants into society. The program duration is expected to range from 6 months to a year. The initiative also includes rebuilding schools and hospitals damaged during conflicts and compensating victims. Officials stressed the program targets both criminal banditry and farmer-herder conflict resolution. A formal peace summit is scheduled for Wednesday, February 25th, to unveil the full roadmap. The plan remains under assessment by the Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede. The Yobe State government has clarified that the 2026 Ramadan feeding and transfer program is funded at 398 million, not 398 billion naira, as falsely reported. The state emphasized that 398 billion naira would exceed 75% of its annual 515 billion naira budget. The approved funds cover daily iftar meals at 130 centers across all 17 local government areas, benefiting 100 people per center. Procurement includes rams, rice, oil, condiments, and clerical allowances. Officials expressed concern over the circulation of unverified reports, calling on media houses to verify figures before publication. They stressed that key responsibility journalism is key to preventing public misinformation. The state affirmed that the program aligns with religious and social obligations while maintaining fiscal responsibility. The Nigerian Communications Commission has opened the public consultation for Nigeria's telecommunications policy, the first major review in 25 years. Stakeholders, experts, and citizens can submit proposals until March 20, 2026. The review will replace the 2000 policy with the NTP 2026 framework, covering spectrum management, net neutrality, and high-speed data access. The initiative follows a directive from Minister of Communications, Innovations, and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani. The Commission's Executive Vice Chairman, Dr. Aminu Maida, highlighted that the old policy increased mobile subscriptions from 500,000 to nearly 180 million, but new strategies are required to meet emerging technology needs. After public input, the draft policy will undergo further scrutiny before being enacted. The reviews aim to modernize the regulatory framework and support national digital growth. Governor Francis Nwifuru has reaffirmed Ebonyi State's partnership with the World Bank to sustain and expand the Impact Healthcare Program. The governor met the assessment team in Abakaliki yesterday. Governor Nwifuru stated the initiative aligns with the administration's People's Charter of Needs, emphasizing both collaboration and active participation in service delivery. The World Bank team, led by Honoriode Ezire, commended Ebonyi for investing in medical infrastructure and personnel. Over 300 healthcare workers have been recruited, and advanced diagnostic equipment, including MRI and CT scanners, deployed. Governor Nwifuru assured that the state will continue creating a supportive environment for medical staff, guaranteeing accessible world-class healthcare to all residents. A fire broke out at the old terminal of Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, prompting an emergency midnight visit from Aviation Minister Festus Keyamo. The blaze occurred during ongoing renovations. Mr. Keyamo praised the swift response of FAN, and Lagos State Fire Service personnel, noting that emergency protocols prevented casualties and limited property damage. The Aviation Minister ordered overnight vigilance to prevent reignition and plans a technical assessment today to evaluate structural integrity and issue formal renovation directives. Investigations into the fire's cause are ongoing, but authorities reassured the public that safety measures are effective and the situation remains under control. The Ogun State government has launched an urgent health audit in Ogijo following a lead contamination scare. Working with the Nigerian Institute of Medical Research, officials collected blood samples from over 500 residents, prioritizing pregnant women, nursing mothers, and children. The intervention follows the November closure of 7 battery recycling factories after concerns over industry's lead contamination went viral. Some facilities have since reopened under strict compliance monitoring. Commissioner for Health, Dr. Tommy Coker, confirmed a permanent monitoring protocol is now in place. The audit aims to assess environmental and health impact scientifically and provide evidence-based guidance for interventions. Laboratory results will be submitted to Governor Dapo Abiodun to determine long-term regulatory and medical responses for the affected Shagamu community. You are watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. National Assembly resumes plenary on March 5th. Yobe State's budget for Ramadan feeding is 398 million naira, not billion. Then coming up shortly, National Hajj Commission of Nigeria orders refunds for unregistered 2026 Hajj pilgrims. We'll be right back. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back. Still on the news, the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria, NACON, has directed all state Muslim pilgrims welfare boards to refund intending pilgrims who could not be registered for the 2026 Hajj. Saudi authorities have reduced the global Hajj quota, giving Nigeria an allocation of 40,250 pilgrims. NACON chairman Ismail Yusuf said refunds are necessary to maintain public trust and avoid disputes. Many states had already uploaded data exceeding the approved number of pilgrims. State boards have warned to complete medical screenings and data uploads promptly. The visa deadline set by Saudi authorities is 1st Shawwal. The last-minute substitutions will not be allowed due to digital integration of flight and accommodation records. In a positive move, the fee for mandatory yellow card has reduced from 5,000 naira to 2,000 naira. Health screenings must still be done in government-recognized hospitals to meet international standards. The Kano State government has handed over 7 sites for new toll gates on major entry and exit points. Commissioner for Housing Development Ibrahim Adamu said the gates will improve security and monitor vehicular movement effectively. The gates will be built along routes to Zaria, Meduguri, Katsina, Daura, Gwazo, Hadejia, and Sadatu Rimi. The project is part of Kano's broader security and socio-economic plan. During the handover, officials urged contractors to follow project timelines and quality standards strictly. The Ministries of Work and Public Procurement are supervising to ensure timely completion. The administration said surveillance hubs will strengthen law enforcement, reduce unregulated traffic, and enhance overall state security. Aboyi Ketu LCDA in Lagos has sponsored the 2026 UTME registration for 1,000 local students. Council Chairman Adetola Abubakar officially presented the forms at the Council Secretariat on Monday. The beneficiaries were selected through a screening process. Chairman Abubakar encouraged them to take full advantage of the opportunity to secure their future and support their families. The Council pledged to monitor students' preparation, offering guidance to ensure readiness for the national examination. Students were urged to aim for high scores above 350. Special emphasis was placed on female students to compete confidently. Exceptional performance will receive additional recognition and support from the LCDA. The Nigerian Exchange Limited (NGX) has suspended Ziches Agro-Allied Industries (PLC) after a sudden 860% rise in its share price. The stock jumped from 1.81 naira at debut to 17.36 naira in just over a month. The exchange described the hack as a precaution to investigate unusual trading activity and protect investors from possible market manipulation. Zichis Agro-Allied Company Secretary said there's no hidden material information to explain the spike. The company pledged full cooperation with the NGX. Trading will remain suspended until the review concludes. Investors are advised to exercise caution while the broader market continues to perform strongly, with all the all-share index reaching new highs. Nigeria's Rural Electrification Agency has received a $700,000 ECOWAS grant to provide solar power to 15 public institutions. The funding targets health centers and schools in the FCT, Niger, and Nasarawa states. The initiative is part of the World Bank-supported Regional Off-Grid Electricity Access Project. Solar installations will reduce reliance on diesel generators and improve electricity access for critical public services. The agency signed a co-financing agreement with Niger State government under Governor Mohamed Bago's new Niger agenda to ensure state-level support and monitoring. The agency chief Dr. Abba Aliyu said project will improve lives, provide reliable energy, and contribute to long-term development for vulnerable citizens. Now in sports, unbeaten Nigerian boxer Elizabeth Oshoba will defend her 9-0 record against Britain's Chelsea Arnell on April 5th. Oshoba is currently the IBF #1 super lightweight contender. The fight will be on the undercard of the Caroline Dubois versus Terry Harper world title unification bout in the UK. Oshoba has won 5 of her 9 fights by knockout. She became the first Nigerian woman to win a world title by capturing the WBC silver featherweight crown in 2024. Oshoba also won a Commonwealth Games silver medal as an amateur before moving to the UK. Oshoba stated that she aims to dominate in the ring. Fans can expect a high-intensity match as she seeks to extend her winning streak and climb further in world rankings. Still in sports, Edo State leads the medal table at the ongoing Niger Delta Games Edo 2026 with 15 gold, 6 silver, and 10 bronze medals by day 4. Delta State is second with 9 golds, while Bayelsa State holds third place with 8. Chairman of the Edo State Sports Commission, Amadine Enabuolele, attributed the success to a 12-day strategic training camp that instilled a winning mentality among athletes. Officials warned against complacency, urging athletes to stay disciplined and focused for the remaining competition days. Governor Monday Webolo's support for infrastructure and sports development was credited for creating an enabling environment for a day athletes' performance. Former Chelsea star John Mikel has criticized Benfica manager Jose Mourinho for his response to a racism incident involving Real Madrid's Vinicius Jr. and Benfica's Gianluca Prestiani. Mourinho suggested Vinicius Jr.'s goal celebration provoked the crowd, citing club legend Eusebio to claim Benfica could not be racist. Obi described the comment as clumsy and disappointing. On his Obi-Wan podcast, the former Super Eagles captain said Mourinho should have condemned discrimination rather than blaming the victim. Obi acknowledged Mourinho's tactical skill but said the manager mishandled a sensitive issue, failing to address racism with the seriousness it requires. Now in entertainment, Big Brother Naija star Cross Okonkwo married in a civil ceremony at the Federal Ministry of Interior in Lagos on Monday. The actor shared photos of the wedding on social media, calling the date appointed by God. The ceremony was attended by close family and carried the legal seal of the state. It marked the official start of the couple's married life. Fans and celebrities, including Aneke, White Money, and Erika, sent congratulations through social media. The announcement generated widespread attention online. Cross Okonkwo and his spouse celebrated a quiet yet elegant ceremony, signaling a new chapter of stability and partnership for the reality star. Still in entertainment, Chris Asimonye, wife of the Nigerian comedian Bovi, revealed she kept her maiden name after marrying in 2009, following her husband's encouragement. She said this allowed her to build an independent brand. Asimonye made the closure on Instagram while celebrating their 16th wedding anniversary. She described retaining her name as key to personal career growth. Bovi praised his wife's independence, calling it his biggest win. The couple has 3 children and renewed their vows in 2023 with a symbolic water ceremony. They continue to defy traditional norms in Nigeria, demonstrating that mutual support and respect for individual goals are central to a lasting marriage. And now to end the news across the country, here are the main points again. The National Assembly has postponed its plenary resumption from Tuesday, February 24 to Thursday, March 5, 2026. Clerk to the National Assembly, Kamoru Ogunlana, said the 10-day extension allows committees to complete critical 2026 appropriation bill budget defense sessions. The Yobe state government has refuted claims that Governor Mai Mala Buni approved 398 billion naira for the 2026 Ramadan feeding and TAFSA program. Government confirmed the correct allocation is 398 million naira, covering daily iftar meals at 130 feeding centers across all 17 local government areas. The National Hajj Commission of Nigeria has directed all state Muslim pilgrims welfare boards to refund pilgrims who could not be registered for the 2026 Hajj. The Commission's chairman, Ismail Yusuf, said refunds are critical to maintaining public trust after Saudi authorities reduced Nigeria's Hajj quota to 40,250 pilgrims. That's the news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-7110 or follow us on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidinma Sokwa, and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day. Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Corruption in Nigeria is not limited to isolated scandals. It is systemic, deeply embedded, and sector-specific, affecting critical areas of governance, particularly oil and gas, power, the judiciary, and local government administration. These sectors highlight how weak oversight, institutional fragility, and accountability gaps continue to constrain national development. Nigeria's oil and gas sector, the backbone of the national economy, remains highly vulnerable to corruption. Despite contributing the largest share of government revenue and foreign exchange earnings, the sector faces challenges of opaque accountability, weak audits, and repeated allegations of under-remittance. Independent investigations into the period between 2011 and 2017 uncovered unresolved revenue discrepancies running into tens of billions of dollars. Crude oil sales, fuel subsidy claims, and joint venture arrangements have been particular areas of concern, while reforms like the commercialization of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and the Petroleum Industry Act were designed to improve transparency, implementation gaps persist. Recent international asset recoveries, including over $50 million repatriated from the United States, illustrates the scale of past governance failures and the slow pace of accountability. The power sector also reflects the impact of weak governance on economic and social development. Since 1999, Nigeria has reportedly spent over $16 billion on interventions in electricity generation, transmission, and distribution. Yet, supply remains unreliable for a population exceeding 200 million. Audits indicate contract inflation, poor project supervision, and regulatory uncertainty as major challenges. Debt within the gas-to-power value chain has forced government bailouts and emergency payment to suppliers. Recent steps, including settlement of legacy gas debts, aim to stabilize the sector, but experts warn that without transparent procurement, stronger regulation, and disciplined subsidy management, energy insecurity will persist. The judiciary is critical in enforcing anti-corruption laws, but public confidence remains low. Surveys conducted by the National Bureau of Statistics and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime show that judicial officers receive some of the highest average bribe payments among public officials. Perception studies consistently rank the judiciary among the most corrupt institutions, particularly in politically sensitive or high-value cases. Prolonged trials, frequent adjournments, and the procedural loopholes contribute to public skepticism. Legal analysts argue that stronger judicial discipline, improved remuneration, and institutional safeguards are essential to restore credibility. At the local government level, corruption directly affects citizens' daily lives. Councils responsible for primary health care, education, sanitation, and rural infrastructure are often cited in surveys for routine bribery and mismanagement. The National Bureau of Statistics reports that more than half of Nigerians interacting with public officials encounter demands for unofficial payments, particularly in local administration, policing, and utilities. Weak financial autonomy, political interference, and limited oversight exacerbate these problems, reinforcing distrust in government. Across all sectors, corruption thrives where institutions are weak. Oversight is limited and consequences are uncertain. While anti-corruption agencies report thousands of convictions and hundreds of millions of dollars in asset recoveries, Experts stress that enforcement alone cannot fix systemic issues. Economic studies estimate that corruption costs Nigeria billions of dollars annually and could erode up to 37% of GDP by 2030 if reforms stall. Beyond economic loss, it undermines service delivery, widens inequality, and weakens democratic legitimacy. Policy analysts now advocate for a governance-first approach, strengthening institutions, ensuring transparency in public finance, digitizing service delivery, protecting whistleblowers, and guaranteeing judicial independence. For Nigeria, the challenge is no longer diagnosing corruption, but sustaining the political will to reform the systems that allow it to persist. In a country facing economic pressure, security challenges, and rising public expectations, governance reform remains central, not optional, to national progress.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria Southeast has taken a significant step towards long-term economic transformation with the unveiling of the Southeast Vision 2050 framework, a regional development blueprint aimed at driving industrialization, integration, and investment across the 5 states. The framework emerged from a 4-day regional stakeholders forum held in Enugu, convened by the Southeast Development Commission with support from the Office of the Vice President and state governments. Vice President Kashim Shettima, who formally launched the initiative, described Vision 2050 as a strategic turning point designed to institutionalize development planning beyond electoral cycles. He emphasized the need for continuity, policy, coordination, and infrastructure-led growth, noting that sustainable regional prosperity requires deliberate long-term strategy rather than short-term interventions. A central pillar of the Vision 2050 agenda is regional integration, positioning the Southeast as a unified economic bloc rather than 5 independent markets. Governor Peter Mbah of Enugu State called for a borderless regional economic model capable of achieving scale, competitiveness, and stronger investor appeal. For too long, we have operated in silos, the governor said, stressing that economic integration is essential for infrastructure efficiency, industrial expansion, and shared growth. Stakeholders at the forum underscored infrastructure and energy as critical enablers of the region's economic ambitions. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State highlighted the importance of coordinated power systems and logistical networks, arguing that shared energy solutions could significantly reduce industrial costs and improve productivity. Governor Chukwuma Soludo of Anambra State emphasized the role of the SEDC in advancing interstate projects, including transport corridors, rail links, and security frameworks, all seen as vital to unlocking regional value chains. Industry leaders welcomed the initiative but stressed the need for implementation discipline. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria called for prioritization of renewable energy, shared industrial infrastructure, and access to long-term financing. Manufacturers noted that investor confidence would depend largely on bankable projects, infrastructure reliability, and policy stability. Analysts say Vision 2050 represents a notable advancement in regional planning,
reflecting broad political alignment, federal linkage, and institutional coordination. However, they caution that the blueprint's success will ultimately be measured by tangible outcomes, including infrastructure delivery, increased investment flows, and job creation. Security, workforce development, and access to capital remain key structural challenges that the framework must address to achieve its objectives. The Southeast Vision 2050 initiative signals a strategic recalibration in regional development thinking, embedding long-term planning, economic integration, and coordinated investment priorities. With stakeholders' consensus now established, attention shifts to execution, accountability, and measurable impact, the decisive factors that will shape the initiative's legacy.
Hello and welcome to Teens Fun Hub, coming your way from Aneke TV. This is a program you cannot afford to miss. This is a program where we spill the tea. This is the program where we talk about the things that resonate with every single teenager out there. Here on the program, we have exciting and amazing packages for you. We discuss about certain topics you talk about. We also have health tips. We have our drama segment, which is the Odogu and Achalugu segment, and we also round it up with the health tips. Don't go anywhere. We've got you covered. We're going to entertain you, so sit back, relax, get your tea or your popcorn and enjoy the show. I am Auntie Ongi and I am your host. Hello and welcome to the Shout Out segment here on Teens Fun Hub. I am Auntie Ongi. Here on the Shout Out segment, we give a shout out to your loved ones celebrating anything at all. Wedding anniversaries, birthday celebrations, anything. It could even be a burial, but you just want to reach out to your friends and well-wishers. You can actually reach out to us here in the studio with the number 081-0014-5125, and we will send your message out to your beloved. The first person we have on the list is, okay, we have Ozo Oka for Roots, Mesoma Samuel, and Namane Victor. Chinaza is wishing these three people a happy matriculation. The University of Nigeria, I think that is Enugu State University of Science and Technology, ASUD, is celebrating their matriculation, and Chinaza is sending her best wishes to these three people: Ozoka for Roots, Mesoma Samuel, Namani Victor. Chinaza is sending you her warm, heartfelt good wish and goodwill to you. Happy matriculation to the three of you. Next we have Onyeka, who is wishing Onya Chinasa, Ede Jennifer, and Chidiogo Esther a happy matriculation. A happy matriculation. So you're into the school and he's wishing you a good and successful journey in your school life. Happy matriculation to the three of you. And then finally we have Onya Obiamago Sylvia. Ella is wishing her grandmother a happy birthday. Onya Sylvia is celebrating her birthday to you, and your granddaughter Ella is wishing you more long life and prosperity to the one you already have. Amen to your secret prayers, she says. God bless you, my grandmother. Thank you so much, Ella. Your grandmom, I'm sure she'll be so proud of you for reaching out to us to celebrate her here on Teens Fun Hub. And that is all we have on this segment of the Shout Out. So just in case you want to reach out to us to give a shout out to your friends, families and well-wishers, you can reach out to us with the number 081 0014 5125. I'll call again, 081 0014 5125. You can send us a text message on WhatsApp, or you can also drop a call. Thank you so much for joining this Shout Out segment. See you next time. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Teens Fun Hub. We're about to start the discussion segment. Sit back and get ready to ride with us. Hello and welcome to the discussion segment. In today's discussion segment, we've got an interesting topic to talk about. Have you ever felt like your sibling is the most annoying person in the whole world? If your answer is yes, then come closer because we're about to talk about something that interests you. Joining me in the studio to do justice to this topic are beautiful, wonderful, intelligent teenagers for this topic. By my right, we have Chinaza. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
By my left, first we have Collins. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
And finally, we have Ugo Chinaza. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the show.
All right. So before we start anything, I would like to know, if you're the first or the second born, or you're the first, middle, or last born. What are you? Middle, okay?
First.
And okay, why I asked this question first? Because there is always a title that is associated with each position you occupy. If you're the firstborn, you're more like, the assistant parents. Like, so we have an assistant father next to us right here. And then if you are the last born, you are just Wahala. That's your second name. And then if you are the middle born, this is their character. This is their character. Like, I watched a video this morning. I'm going to share it with you guys. The last born was, dressing the house. Mistakenly, she threw the middle born's phone and the screen broke. And then I think that the other sibling was like, what happened? She said she broke the screen. She was like, I thank God I'm not in your situation. Even the mom came in and was like, they were all pitying the last one. Finally, the middle born came in and was like, where is my phone? She said, don't be angry. So middle borns are known for this, exaggerated emotions, anger. Do you concur?
Yeah, I concur.
I don't concur.
You don't concur. Okay, what do you have to say? What do you think?
I believe people are just different.
Exactly.
No, don't say that.
Okay.
Don't say that because
like you are
your
very
position
calm.
can't.
Who said calm?
I said you know we cannot judge by your attitude.
Because you actually displayed something else here.
No, like I'm just trying to ask her question.
No, you were about to attack. Wait, that was an attack.
I agree with him. You were going to pounce on me.
I was like, I want to hear
you were
you
so
say
curious
to
know.
No, I don't believe that. The energy was more than being curious.
I think she wanted to beat me.
Yeah.
Like she was waiting for me to say something. That's why she would finish me.
No, that's just my voice.
Okay, since you people agree, what do you think is the stance? We are starting with the middle born now. What do you think? Okay, middle born, talk to us. We have two middle borns. Talk to us. What is the attitude of middle borns?
We are cool.
Cool.
Can you stop? We are cool. We are just. We are very gentle.
Exactly.
We don't talk much.
Exactly.
We are very free with our siblings. We like discussion and we just like.
And have you noticed these middle boys? They gossip.
Mm.
Yes. Like maybe.
Wait,
I'm not trying to attack you, but I'm saying the fact. Like, okay, God, think of it.
Okay.
Like the firstborn sends errand. You know, they are the ones like I smell that.
But do you
the
notice
last
that the first ones,
I like easy.
you know, like the first one, like they are very bossy. And you guys like
We
are
tell you how
actually
things are meant to
crossing
be
your
done.
line. Exactly.
Wow.
They are very bossy. Like
This
my
is
big
just
sister, like this just be like, Chinaza, pick that thing up now. Instead of like talk to me normal. Like I don't understand.
When we send you money,
No.
don't you know?
See the way like people are just too bossy.
No, yeah, you know, it's not being bossy. You have to understand the fact. It's not being bossy. We're just trying to teach you people, incur some, you know, knowledge, reasoning.
Knowledge of what? Like as you're also like my senior. I also have junior ones. You know?
Yes, yes.
I'm not like that bossy to them.
Really,
I'm just
really, but really.
So I think I agree that the firstborns are always bossy.
Always bossy.
Yeah,
so bossy.
They're like seeing
in
themselves.
some,
No firstborn
in some
talk to us.
situations,
Parents.
you understand? Like when it comes to doing things, you understand? I won't say we are lazy though, but
You guys are lazy. No, say the truth.
Wait.
You guys are lazy. Say the truth.
we're always born to be, you know, to carry on their affairs, you know, something like that. So we actually find ourselves in a separate part of life whereby you need to make a living that others
will benefit from.
You understand? So when we boss you around, we are not actually trying to boss you around, but trying to help you.
What pisses me off the most is that maybe like we just be at home. My mom, I'm like, let me see my parents. They'll just go out, and the boss lady.
Yes, now.
Madam TikTok, we sit down. Be like, Chinaza, go and do this.
But I'm sorry.
Amara,
I'm sorry
go
to
and do
ask
this.
this.
This one.
What of when your parents are around?
They're still bossy.
No, they are not bossy because your parents send them instead of others.
It's a lie.
But
It's true.
there are situations.
That's a lie.
There are situations.
Unless it's something the last child can do.
Yeah, but I'm still saying that there are
But the
situations.
middle boys, they don't even normally talk to them. Yes.
Who says so?
They don't talk, yes.
Who says so?
They prefer sending the younger ones, like the last ones, errand, than the middle ones.
That's a lie.
The truth is that
That's
the
the
middle
truth.
ones are the ones that the parents like to call most.
No.
Chinaza, I'm telling you, Chinaza.
I disagree.
Like I'll be like some
parents.
No, I disagree.
I'm telling you, like I'll
but
be
you
doing
know,
something.
when you are growing, at a time, the parents always call either the last born or the first for anything.
That's a lie.
Don't tell me that's a lie.
I think for the parents, it depends on their favorite child.
Exactly.
Their favorite is always the first ones. And then the last they used to manage to, you know.
Yeah,
but if the last is stubborn, it's always the first.
No, I don't think so.
You know?
I stand to oppose this. Let's hear your objection.
The truth is that parents always love the last born, no matter what. Because
No.
even which one is no, parents are always fond of their last born because most times they are just the youngest in the family, the
Really?
most vulnerable and all that. So they will always love to relate with them and stay with them because you know they will have to spend more time with them because others will leave.
The fact that people think we are bossy is still
It's
irritates
still
me.
like my
I'm
sister.
trying to
Okay,
understand.
let me tell you something. Last week, my big sister was like, Chinaza, kneel down.
Yes, and because you think you are grown, you don't want to respect her.
Growing.
What is that?
Why would you tell me to kneel down?
I need to talk to
She'll
that
be
your
like,
sister. The next time she tells you to kneel down, you don't. Why wouldn't you kneel
I
down?
should kneel down?
That's what I'm asking. Why wouldn't you kneel down?
I think
Because if she
I
now
can't remember the last
if she
time
now
my
fix
mom asked me
eyelash,
to kneel
you
down.
fix. Then you now think you are now a big girl.
No, I can't remember
okay,
like the last time
hold
my mom
on.
asked me to kneel down.
So from your perspective, your elder sister does not have the right to tell you
Can
to
you
kneel down.
imagine?
She has, but just that she's just too bossy.
Can you
Like
imagine?
she can never send you on an errand just like saying it normally. She must add authority to it. Why? I don't like
So
it.
you want
we should
you
be
want
authoritative.
you want the firstborn to take away that authoritative voice and just be normal and cool with you, like
yes, even being
she can
even
tell
when
you
we are
like
cool,
she can tell you like something
they don't want to understand what we are, because how many times have I been calm? Please do this for me, or please do that for me, and they'll be like, why will you be shrugging?
So the authority now comes in because you feel they don't understand your place.
So when you now
And
ginger,
like. But are you not
like,
surprised?
if I touch
Calm
you,
down. But are you not surprised that like the middle children, like they mingle together, even though that they have elder ones. Just like I and my junior sibling, like we mingle very well. I can see them
as
on
you are
an era and they'll do
mingling,
it very
as you are
well.
mingling, make sure you always collect money from that one. Don't come to the
Senior, why
No,
won't? Is
I
that
think
responsibility?
okay. You see what I'm
She's
saying?
got to
You see
feed
what I'm
because
saying?
Okay. It's okay. I've heard that the firstborns are so authoritative and the
We are not.
lastborn are so
We are
stubborn
not.
and their parents pest and all that.
And the middle ones, why
So
did you
they are
skip
so
that
cool.
We are so cool.
Can you
Middle ones are
imagine?
so cool.
Looks like you're a middle. You're so cool.
You see, nobody could actually really argue the fact that middle borns are just cool.
We're just cool.
I
Nobody.
don't
I
believe
was
that,
just listening.
but you can as well write in your comments. If you're a middle born, you tell us. If you know
Because-
that one, because I can't. Okay, because I'm now the only firstborn. Yeah,
No.
want to.
That's away from that. That's not actually the
No,
problem.
and can you imagine all of you, the middle borns?
Okay,
Now I
let me
understand.
let me play the elder sister's role because
Wow.
as the host,
Yeah.
let me mimic my elder sister. My elder sister always have this annoying thing she does. She can never,
everywhere.
like you said, she can never we are G's, right? There is this G-hood between siblings, but the firstborns never see it that way. They
It's not
try
that
to
we belittle you, but you are still little. You're still growing. We're trying to help you grow.
You are lucky that
Had it been, I know. Okay. Let's move over to the supportive part of siblinghood.
Yes, that's where I want to know the truth now.
I don't understand.
People have to say the truth, yeah.
The only thing I noticed you actually pinpointed about supporting is sending money.
Apart from sending money, we do a lot.
Okay, let's hear
come
from
to think of it.
We do a lot.
When the middle child is about to enter school or something like that, you hear something like, Collins, he get do one nigga school and guy register him. One of daddy go one of chance. Is that not support? And the annoying part is
how is
you
it
might
support?
be
If your parents did not send you on that,
you volunteer yourself?
We know you don't
yeah,
it's a
and
lie.
imagine the worst part is when you are now going, maybe you are trekking.
You see biscuits.
The middle one will be at the back. You know, say, come with any bosses or why are you doing that thing for?
Okay.
So if I you are annoying.
So that's your own.
Very annoying. There's nothing like cool
This
there.
one is not serious.
There's nothing like cool there. You are annoying. What are you telling me?
So you're trying to say that that's just your own part of support.
That's not just the part, but
Okay.
I just pinpointed one.
Okay. Do you have
There are
another
so
one?
many others.
Can someone?
And then I'm sorry to say this, but if you know they send them money, you go hard to cope.
Oh, yeah, but the owner.
Like communication like is more better than
That communication. Now they call Interwona call us na billing. So why I want call you? Since I know you will bill me. You don't even ask about how
I don't think.
Due to the lack of
hold on.
the lack of communication. So the only communication you understand is billing.
Exactly.
You see. Okay. I don't have anything to say.
Are you sure you don't have any other thing
I
to
don't have
say?
anything to say.
Okay, because for me, I think support is more than money.
It's more than money. So therefore, from today, if you ever ask
We
your
thank
senior one for money,
thank God that you are not my brother. Abi, that's just the truth. So we'll not send any text message to you. So I think siblings are the longest lasting friends anybody can ever have.
Yes.
Even though they are annoying, really, really annoying. In fact, I saw somebody who said something like, our siblings are just people we have to like force ourselves to stay with because they are so annoying and all that. And I think that's me transformed the way I see my siblings, but I'm over it now. You know, I'm now seeing my siblings as, you know, human beings who are not annoying, and we are now rolling together. So
do you see your siblings that way?
So, but the thing is, how, as you have siblings, how do you support your fellow siblings?
No,
Notwithstanding that you have this
seniority thing.
No, not even seniority thing. You know, that's there's something people don't settle on. I don't know the word to use. Yeah, probably misunderstanding and all that. But you still have to find a way to support your siblings, true, right? So let's hear what you have to say about that.
Okay, I give up my whole time to them, my all to them.
I'm sorry, when last did you wash your elder sister's clothes?
My elder. Like,
don't say anything. With what you have just done.
No, don't. Yes. You can skip this question.
Okay, nice.
You can skip. Nice. You are free to skip this question. Because why would you wash your elder sister's clothes?
Wow.
I don't pass. Like,
I'm going to get the number of your elder sister, and from today, that money she's meant to send to you, she'll give it to dry cleaner. She'll give it to dry cleaner.
The last
so
time
they wash the clothes.
Okay, you can give money to dry cleaner.
Yes, I didn't mean you wash the clothes. We'll give it to you.
Thank God for brains. You know, I told my sister the last time she told me to wash her clothes. He got whole world. You understand? It's not for free. I am living my life.
You won't do it well like the dry cleaners will.
Okay, let's hear what you have to say.
I give them my all, just like I said. Like, I'm supportive.
Really?
Is there anyone like money?
Monetically.
What monetically?
Financially, because
what financially? Timely.
I'm sure if it was your elder sister that corrected you, you will find a fault.
Yeah? How will she correct
what is monetically?
It's just a thing. Please continue.
Financially, even I give them my time and I support them. Like, they might, okay, let me say something like, they will come and be like, Chinasa, listen, I want to do this. I will be like, oh, that's the best. Do it. Even though you actually do the best. You know, my sister.
Support when you know it's not the best.
No, let me tell you, like, because like if you oppose that, they'll be like, sometimes you like, do it. She has done it. She'll be like, yeah, I wanted to tell you, but I know so you know go agree. So just sometimes, not all the time, no. Not sometimes. Just
okay, this thing you just said reminded me of something. I got dressed up this morning and asked my sister, how do I look? You know what she said? She said, you know that if you're looking good, you're not. So why won't you like just tell me? I told her, if I step outside looking like this, how will you feel? She said, you know, be happy, but
like, you know what? They're so annoying. Like, you would tell them, they would be like, I know, I don't have, just happy and then.
Like, so if like, your sibling, no, we're talking.
For me, you look hot. Wait, I'm glad now.
I just think there's a loophole in siblings' love. There's a loophole we need to correct, because why would your sibling be looking so?
Like, and you will leave sacrifice, and you will leave the person like that.
I think that's why I prefer my mom. My mom, that is how you will dress. She will say, Imani fuero kitanga onye. Do you understand? But your sibling will be like, well,
my person will be like, if you go outside, dog will chase you.
Oh my god. Okay, let's talk about how you support your own siblings.
Okay, supporting my siblings. Like, I really support
the
my
way
siblings.
You have been laughing.
She sounds like she's one of those people.
But especially my younger siblings, I really support them well. Like, there's this kind of fully anger you feel like if your mom flogs your sibling, hey, it's as if now you where they flog. Feeling the pain.
But if it's the elder one, you'll be like, Mommy, Piache Ike.
Exactly.
You see?
No, I don't support that.
No,
You
seriously,
see?
as far as I just
Skill
feel
in
like
particular.
the blood runs between us, like if
This connection.
I'll be feeling the pain. Or even if
Yeah.
the person's crying like this, I'll be feeling the pain. So I don't even like to see my siblings in that position. Anytime I see them there, I would like to comfort them.
Just chop knuckle. Chop knuckle. Yeah,
Okay,
you're the
rest.
best. Because I don't understand.
So that's how I really support my siblings. I don't want them to be in that position. They'll feel pain, because whenever they are pained, their pain is my pain. So
I think
With this case you spoke about, I remember being like one certain time I did something and I was like, my mom, boom that day. You understand? And I hit the cane, not knowing my brother saw where I hit the cane. When my mom was now looking for the cane, he was now like, Mommy, what are the cane at? I'm a member there. And he went to get the cane. So
that's your brother.
that was, and I know she can do something like that.
A good big brother.
But you can do something like that.
She just said you are not a good big brother, because if you were a good big brother, that boy should have hit the cane very
Just
well.
like our last one, like whenever like our mom like he just shouting at us, he will be like, stop now.
Stop
Like,
now.
he will start crying himself. I'm telling you, he's just emotional.
It's not as if he's emotional, just there's nothing like connection. You see? So you used to bribe him.
Exactly, with money.
Out of your evil heart,
No,
after beating him, you bribe him with money.
Every morning he'll be like, Chinaza, to go to school, go I can chalk it again.
So you see how she's
Auntie, calm down.
Like,
I'll come and be your last one. Please.
Okay, so we have spoken about the support generally, but you have not really said anything much. The only thing he said
I don't want to say anything
just
about support because we are like everything. No, I can't speak such. I can't speak such.
Monetically.
But just be honest. There are some steps you want to take. First of all, ask.
The first one.
Yeah, that's true.
You can't ask your mom.
You only
can't
ask
your dad.
you only ask your elder brother if the person is someone that has sense. But believe me, that I have feelings of my brother.
I'm not going to ask him.
I was trying.
Holy anger. You don't call my younger brother. You want to say something?
Like,
wow. What is this?
Hold on. Keep your grievances to yourself. Say what you want to say.
Well, that's true.
You have to stop looking at me that way. If you're my younger sister, honestly, I'll deal with you.
Can you imagine? Like, you want to fight you?
Yes, because tell me, why she will always want to attack me? Yeah, tell me.
Okay, let's move on to the next, because this guy that is advocating for firstborn does not have anything to say for the firstborns.
But do you guys like the
firstbornhood?
Do you guys like
no, we are the
notice
best,
that
you know?
that the junior ones like putting on firstborn's clothes?
You see, you will not buy clothes. Yeah, you'll be wearing our own. Broke people.
I was going to say something, but I will just keep it inside.
I
will keep it inside. Okay, let's talk about conflict resolutions between siblings.
Yes.
I think that is one of the hardest things. In fact, this is the reason why people say siblings are annoying.
Exactly.
Can you hear me? Exactly.
Especially between the first and the middle. It used to be hot. I remember when I was a kid, like very, very tender.
But now you're a child.
No. Listen, there's a difference between when I was a kid and now that I'm a teen.
Yeah,
you understand? Then there's these tenants people that live close to us. So the guy is younger than the girl. Like the girl, she'll be the one to cook and dish the food. Then her own will now be bigger.
Why not? She
And wait! And the guy, each time, you keep looking at this food and be like, sister, He has said it the first time, second time, countlessly. And on that fateful day, after dishing the food, he saw his own clearly. And he went and collected the other sister's own. And was like, away for muzzle. Eji send Mona. Oh my God, send me. And you now come and carry the lion share. What is that? And then, to my greatest surprise, nke wine where Totorola. And you know now, as a guy, hi, we see me today. I was enjoying it. The guy. Hey,
No. I think we're going to
wait. I enjoyed it, but I didn't mean it was a guy. I didn't sure. Hi, you will never win. But what I'm trying to say is, you see, if the younger ones would understand that fact that no matter what you do, you calm down. If we take the lion share today, you don't know what will happen tomorrow. You understand? We buy clothes, you wear clothes. We buy wristwatches, you wear a wristwatch. We buy shoes, you wear our shoes. So what is it now in that food now? And all these small works will tell you people to do, you people cannot do it. All these middle boys that are sitting close to you.
Go and do it now.
You know what can be.
And remember, before you were born, we used to do those things.
It's a lie.
We used to do them.
Do you know like it's a lie?
Don't tell me it's a lie.
I'm very sure of that one.
Don't say you are very sure.
The only thing that you guys did was actually cooking before we now knew how to cook. Apart from that, there's nothing. Because they used to pamper you guys like very well that time.
You that we used to wash your clothes.
Wash
with
clothes. I used to wash my clothes.
Younger. That's it. Let's be honest, right here. You wash your clothes, you eat, you carry plates. Auntie, you keep the plates and wash it for you. And if plates break, mommy will now pounce on us.
I
think
exactly what she can do.
I don't believe.
I used to make sure
you don't believe
once
you don't believe
dish out food
and you don't believe as well.
And I is
no, now say something. Let's be honest, right? So you have been washing your clothes since you were a year old.
You know, I could remember
wash clothes when I was
washing my younger siblings' napkins, and it was so annoying because when they finally grow up to your height, you are nothing before them. They will forget the days you used to wash their napkins.
And I like the way you just supported me a little bit.
Throw a point. You know, I'm not really. I'm just
take the point.
No, but it's actually true.
She doesn't really need to throw the point. She should take it back.
It's actually true. It's more like, the younger ones kind of forget the sacrifice.
Yes. You see, when I spoke about supportive, they say there's nothing like support.
So
we're the ones that open the door for you people.
So, but you are trying,
and we agreed to come inside.
Hold on. You are actually deviating from what I asked.
Come now, who begged this one to come?
Collins, I said you are deviating from what I asked.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The problem we have now is how do we resolve our conflicts?
Yeah.
Because would you like to be fighting with your siblings for the rest of your life? No.
Yes. that fight really adds some spice to life,
And boy, it actually makes the bond stronger,
Fight.
But what makes the bond stronger is after the fight.
Yeah, after the fight.
Okay.
Like I remember a TikTok video I saw, two brothers kneeling down and they were kind of drinking palm wine and then cola nuts. So in the comment section, when I first saw it, I thought it was, all these gay stuffs, homosexual. So, but when I entered the comment section, I was now seeing like they quarreled after so many years, and now they are back together. Something like that. They are grown now. You understand? So come to think of it, when you people now come back together, there is this stronger bond whereby you don't even want anything to separate it again. Ochogo, you hide it. Give a man like a pancake or something like that. So don't tell me it's a lie. Unless it's
I don't agree with
that. Wait,
I don't agree with that.
Wait, I'm trying to drop a point and I'm sure what I'm saying is right. Because if you and your sister fight now, or you and your brother fight now, and maybe somehow someone brings sweets or biscuits to the house, you understand? You people are quarreling. but you really want to test that one he's holding because you've never tested it before, and he wants to test the one you are holding as well. What do you do?
Both we eat theirs.
Abi?
I don't believe what you just said.
No, because
People
there's
must
already
resolve.
contention.
People must resolve.
But not
there.
over that.
Yeah, you are going to resolve over the biscuit so that you have a taste because you don't know when next you eat it.
This guy is the second food we have here. You resolve over a plate of food. Can you imagine?
Exactly. So you must try anyhow to resolve the conflict, and another thing is you must have this, as siblings. How do I put it now? One must calm down.
Exactly.
You understand? So that the other, even if the other person is wrong, everything, let it just die off like that.
Okay.
Because you cannot say yes and he's also saying no at the same time. People can something we call like when you're trying to correct someone, with meekness. Thank you. So you must not at that point you are quarreling. Try to explain that the other person is wrong. You can calm down, and then after resolving, then you can maybe one of these days when you are teasing each other, you'll be like, come on, email the other day is not nice. You chipping something.
But have you tried that before?
I've done it many times. What are you telling me? Many times.
Okay.
But I know this girl can never agree for such. This one I'm looking over here is not possible.
Naza, is it true?
That's a lie. Alright, still on that, how do you resolve your conflicts?
Okay, I think conflicts are mostly caused by misunderstanding.
Yes.
So if you try to understand each other and know that this is not like the person's attitude or that you just like the person just did it today, maybe out of anger or out of something. If you're able to understand that at that point, you won't just escalate the situation. You're going to calm down and allow the thing to cool down before you now talk to the person. Because most times you see somebody's angry already, or the person's already vexed, maybe the person is hungry or something like that. If you see a you're just they're just looking for trouble because even if it's my mom that sent me an errand and I'm hungry, I'll tell her, Mommy, I'm not going anywhere. It's one good to me, but I cannot move.
You get mine though.
Seriously, and she understands.
She really has mine. Like telling my mommy that
Slippers go meet you there.
No, it's not like you
my mom is pounding pepper. Sure.
It's not like you literally
Like,
say hi,
yes,
like you it just no going now.
For your story can tell. Okay.
Then she will just be like, okay.
Mommy, I hope you can see what your daughter is saying.
We'll just cut this part and go and show her mommy.
So by that time she'll be able to understand that maybe it's true, maybe she's not she's not strong.
The heart of a mother.
She might call somebody else or but siblings, especially the firstbborns, they will not understand it.
Exactly.
Why will I understand it?
And that like
and you need that mom to correct.
And that's the problem.
But trust us.
Yeah,
like that. We'll be going, to go and fetch water.
And to be honest, that time you put that, with the cotton and come inside, and the joy.
You'll be getting the water.
You're already.
You'll be like, are you mad?
You so just try to annoy her more.
And at times you even want to fight with her because you think you have grown.
Alright, you still have something.
That's it. Firstborns and firstborns especially, they will not understand that part of the story.
And secondborns. You wanted to say secondborns.
First.
You like your secondborn give you brag this morning.
Okay. They don't really say it like that. They don't just have that heart. But sometimes maybe if they're in a good mood, they might just overlook it. But in a case where they don't overlook it, that day
but firstborns, they like cruise the younger ones, direct younger ones. You know that, right?
Yes.
You know that, right?
As if it's their rights.
You
All
know
right.
that,
Is it
their rights?
Finally. Let's hear how you resolve your own conflicts with your siblings, and then we call it a wrap.
I laugh.
You laugh.
Yes.
That's all.
Because like in my house, like it's very hard for you to quarrel with me because you know that I don't know, like even if I annoy you within the next second, I don't forget about it.
Okay, stop.
And I'm very annoying. I knew that one.
You are the annoying person.
Very, very annoying.
Our fans, you can see it's from cool to annoying.
No, like coolly annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, coolly annoying.
Okay.
So there was a scenario that happened. My big sister, like, she sent me on an errand. So I was like, "God, man, I don't go you guys book on this family," not like that. It was like, I was standing up. I stood up immediately, trying to go and get that thing for her. So I got, like, I can't remember. So I got like the thing for her. So I now had to throw it on the table. It now fell. So it was actually, I can't remember, but like the thing broke. So she was like, shouting. I stood like this. What can you do? Something like that. She was not like very, very angry. She now sat down because our first child, like she's just, I don't know, like she don't have heart. If you annoy her, she don't like shouting because when she shouts too much, she'll be like, I'm losing my powers. No, I don't like talking. If you talk to her, I'm a talkative, so I will like.
She can talk and she'll just
Like no, she'll just be tired. Like you know, as a talkative, like I'm a talkative, so I'll be like, if my like at the juncture, she'll be like, "Shall be corrupt me? You can't drink what." As if something has left her. I'm worried like she will not talk. She will like drink paracetamol. Like she cannot stay in that. There's plenty of.
My dear, sorry.
Wow.
And I love that. She went
You
to
love
picnic.
that because she will not beat you.
So they can
Both of us went for a picnic. She just like after coming back, just sat down with like she's already weak. I was even laughing.
Acting in their movie.
I'm telling you, she's also so cool like that. Like she cannot shout. Like if she shouts too much, she's already tired. So she just kept quiet. I was like very, very angry. Yes. You know me, I was like, sister, how are you doing? She has I just follow her. You're like, so I'm just like that. And that just simple.
Just
annoying
thank your God and your lucky star. That's a brother, my sister.
But this is the one that's not like directly. She will slap me.
All right. I really had a good time knowing how annoying you are because I think it still stands. Siblings are annoying. So annoying. Middle borns, coolly annoying. First born, authoritatively annoying. Last born, so, but still we cannot do without them. We need their support. We need their love. We still need to be best friends because they are kind of our best friends and first friends. We need to like continue to grow with them and become allies, right? Yes. So at this juncture, we'll be calling it a discussion. So we'll be ending it here. And thank you so much, Naza, for joining us on the show. Thank you so much, Collins.
What?
I'm just thanking you, Jack. And thank you, Naza, for joining us on the show.
Pleasure.
Until next time, this is the discussion segment on Teens Fun Hub.
Your siblings are your best friends, whether you like it or not. And you have to learn to keep a close tie with them. We're moving over to the next segment, which is the Odogu and Achalugo segment. Let's get entertained and see what they have for us this time around.
Achalugo. You know, it's not what you think. Like,
Hey!
Atalugo, wait.
Don't even touch me. Like,
stop doing
don't
like
even
this.
touch me.
Atalugo, Izodogu. Apunawum. Achalugo, wait, see.
Like,
see now.
Oh, yeah, wait, what were you doing in her house? Because I saw you there.
But you
what are you doing
supposed
there?
to wait so that I will explain to you. And you left angrily.
Explain. Explain.
I just came to look for you. You left our house. There was no light.
You came to look for
so
me.
I thought you went to her house to... No, now. She offered to give me amarula.
Under her bed.
She offered to give me amarula now. Have you ever... Sorry.
Have I ever...
Don't worry, Achalugo. That's not what I mean. Achalugo.
Now myself I blame Sha.
Achalugo.
Don't touch. Stop touching me. What's wrong with you?
Nah, there was AC in that house.
And
I had to...
You don't accept
so
it.
I'll be
you not
fresh
stay under the AC. So you cannot buy AC and keep in your ear.
Hey! Achalugo, I have AC now. Yo, Dogu. You supposed to know me now.
Laughing with you.
What can I be personally?
What
can I be personally?
You
know, you don't have AC in your father's house for. You know? Achalugo is not what you think I'm saying now. I'll still put AC for your daddy and your mommy.
What?
By now, I borrow money from OP. You know, I bought AC now.
They'll not beat me one day.
Who is meeting you?
Like the
Who is meeting? I use it as collateral, but nothing will happen.
You used me as collateral.
Achalugo. I have AC. I have light till the end of the year.
You will charge light.
Achalugo, let's go.
Wait,
you
calm down.
Enjoy it.
This is like you just pissed me off. Like
Achalugo, I'm sorry. My Achalugo.
Thank you. Like
if my Achalugo.
If not,
Apo now Amaletangwa. Hey. Oh. Any other girl in this life, don't care if I reach you.
Are you serious?
My Achalugo.
Are you serious?
Let's go. Don't worry.
If not just because of
my Achalugo now. Hi, Achalugo. Can get your bag. You carried your bag and left from my house. Eh? Because let's go, Joe. Hi.
Carry.
With all pleasure, what? Eh?
Don't bring that from you.
Sorry.
Let's go.
Is that bag I bought for you that time?
Let's
go. Let us join Chinaza with the health tips and know what we can learn for the betterment of our health.
Hi guys, and welcome to another edition of the Health Tips segment. So today we are going to be discussing about the measles rubella vaccination. We could remember that during the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of people were scared of taking vaccines. There were a lot of misconceptions. Some people believed the vaccines were unsafe, while others were worried it was harmful. And now, it seems like history is repeating itself. With the introduction of the measles rubella vaccine, a lot of parents and guardians have been hesitant. But what they seem not to understand is that avoiding vaccination increases health risk. Now, let's talk about the facts. Measles and rubella are two viral contagious diseases which mostly affects children and teenagers. Measles spreads rapidly through coughing and sneezing. It often begins with a runny nose, high fever, cough, before it develops into a rash that covers the whole body. Beyond the discomfort, measles can be complicated into pneumonia, brain inflammation, or even loss of hearing, and in severe cases, it can lead to death. Rubella, on the other hand, is often mild, but when contracted by pregnant women, it can cause complications like miscarriages and birth defects. But the good news is that both diseases can be prevented by one safe, effective combined vaccine, which is MMR, commonly known as the measles rubella vaccine. So, parents and guardians are highly encouraged to ensure that children between the ages of 9 months and 14 years should receive this vaccine according to the healthcare recommendation. Choosing vaccination is not just saving one child, it is saving a classroom, families, and an entire community, as it helps to prevent the spread of this disease.
Vaccines are undergo rigorous tests and monitoring to ensure that they are safe and effective for our use. They have saved millions of lives worldwide and helped to prevent the high-scale outbreak of these infections. So, prevention is always more powerful than cure. So if you notice any of these symptoms, a high fever or an unusual rash in your child, please do not try self-medication. Seek medical attention promptly, because a protected child has a protected future. And by choosing vaccination, we are giving our children the opportunity to live healthier, stronger, and better. Thank you for listening and stay healthy. Bye.
Thank you so much, Chinaza, for educating us on measles rubella vaccination. Now you know that you do not have to be afraid about taking this vaccination. Thank you once again, Chinaza. At this point, we will be wrapping it all up. This is the end of today's program here on Teens Fun Hub, and I am sure that you enjoyed yourselves. I am sure you had a fun time, a great time with us. Meet us this same time, same station, Aneke TV, Teens Fun Hub. It should not leave your mind anytime. Remember, you can still follow us on our social media platforms on Instagram, X, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I remain your host. I am Auntie Onyi. Bye.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria is a nation of enormous potential, rich in people, culture, and natural resources. Yet, decades after independence, challenges persist: insecurity, communal clashes, youth unemployment, weak institutions, and corruption. Many of these problems stem from a deeper issue: the difficulty of managing Nigeria's diversity and translating competing ideas into practical solutions. At the heart of solutions is mediated convergence, bringing government, communities, and civil society together to find common ground. In Plateau State, local leaders, youth groups, and security agencies are negotiating grazing routes and implementing community-led peace initiatives. The result: reduced violence in areas historically prone to clashes. During the COVID-19 pandemic, collaboration between federal and state governments, traditional rulers, and religious institutions ensured that health directives were respected, showing how coordinated action saves lives. Nigeria's cosmo-philosophical ideologies combine indigenous values with global governance principles. Communal responsibility, consensus building, and respect for elders guide social cohesion, while democracy, accountability, and rule of law provide frameworks for modern governance. Anti-corruption campaigns paired with community education are proven more effective than enforcement alone. Practical applications of these ideas can address Nigeria's challenges. Coordinated intelligence sharing between military, police, and community leaders reduces violence in Zamfara, Borno, and Kaduna. Youth unemployment. Initiatives like N-Power, combined with university private sector partnership and tech hubs in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt, equip young Nigerians with marketable skills. Economic development. Supporting smallholder farmers with cooperative models, access to finance, and modern supply chains strengthens local economies while preserving community structures. Governance. Strong, transparent institutions enforce policies, mediate conflicts, and build public trust. The way forward requires dialogue platforms that include all stakeholders, harmonizing local and global ideas, empowering citizens, and leveraging technology to enhance access and transparency. Building a modern Nigeria is not just about infrastructure or wealth. It is about harnessing diversity, aligning ideas, and turning philosophy into practical action. Through structured collaboration, inclusive governance, and shared values, Nigeria can transform its challenges into opportunities for peace, unity, and sustainable development. The task is immense, but achievable. With dialogue, collective action, and practical solutions, a modern, stable, and prosperous Nigeria is within reach.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Inhechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico, and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
A sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba, ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o. Ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ. Nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị, ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị, azụmahịa, omenala ndị ahụ dị mma, nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo. Ndị nne, ndị nna, oge a bụkwa nke anyị. Sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram. Ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme. Aneke TV, anyị apụọnụ. Ekene gị bụ onye ọma na-esonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na Aneke TV ebe anyị bata ka anyị karịkwa dịka anyị si akarị chịkọta alụ ọnụ kpaa nkata maka ọdịmma anyị, maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ, maka ọdịmma ọha obodo niile. Maka na ihe nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị na-eme bụ ụzọ anyị ga-esi wee mee ka e nwee ọdịmma na ọganiru n'obodo anyị site n'ezinụlọ anyị. Abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele na nke taa ihe anyị na-eji n'anya bụ uru ọ bara ma mkpa ọ dị na mmadụ ga-adabere onwe nwee ihe ọ na-eme, nwee ụzọ o si achịta ego bara uru, ọ bụ ọkwa nke ndị Yahoo na ọkwa ọlụ aka gị ihe ị na-alụpụta ga na-ewebata ego mmadụ ga-eji wee na-egbo mkpa. onye mụ na ya na-eje ije kpa nkata tata wee bụrụ dọkịnta na ọ bụrụ ndị Igbo ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo ọ sị gị nọ dọkịta Odoziakụ na Ọkpatakụ Chinelo Ọjị. Dọkịta anyị na-asị gị nnọọ na nke tata.
Onye isi oche ekene m gị.
Dịka anyị si wee kwuo ihe anyị na-eji ineba anya bụ uru ọ bara na mmadụ dabere onwe ya. Ọ bụrụ unu nwa bụ ndị jere akwụkwọ maka anyị mụnwa jere nke abalị mana unu nwa jere nke ụtụtụ. Ọ bụrụ unu nwa bụ ndị jere akwụkwọ na-asị nọ entrepreneur ma entrepreneurship ma nkọwa nwunye maka asị m kọwa anya mma atabi ile mana emechi ị ga-akọwarị anyị mana ihe m na-eje ka anyị bido na ya bụ kedu uru ọ ba na mmadụ budoro onwe ya ma ọ na mmadụ bụ na entrepreneur.
Okay. Na mbido anyị ga-amagodo n'ihe bụ entrepreneur wee marụzie uru ọ bara mmadụ ịbụ entrepreneur. Entrepreneur bụ an entrepreneur bụ onye na-afụta ohere dị n'ọdịnihu ga-abụ o chegharịa n'ohere ahụ ọ gbarie ya anya gbarie ya uche wee were wee mepụta ihe a ga-eji kpataba ego. Onye nwa bụ an entrepreneur. Ị na-anya kịta okwu akọwago onwe ya. Onye nwere ike ọ nọrọ mgbe ọbụla ọ nọ ihe ọ na-eche eke bụ kedu ihe m nwere ike imebe ka ego na-abata m aka maka na ụfọdụ na-asụ asụsụ sị gị na ego na ọbara na-agakọ ọbara dị ma ego esoghị ya ozughị ezu melụnụ ndị mmadụ ji agbagbu mmadụ n'ụzọ apụrụ mmadụ ihe ha n'ike mana ha mara na ọ ka mma na iji aka gị dịka na-asị na-akụta azụ karịa mgbe mmadụ nyere gị azụ. Ọkwa ha nchabe entrepreneur nwa na-ekwu dịka kịta ịmalụ kwado onwe gị were akọ na uche gị chepụta ihe marụ na ọ ka mma na iji aka gị na-eme ihe anwa na-enweta ego da n'ịtụpụ mmadụ eweta ego na-enye gị mgbe onye anwa enyerọzi gị ego amaghị ị bụrụ onye na-apụ ihe n'ike ị bụrụ onye na-arụ arụrụmana niile dị iche iche ị bụrụ onye echiche ada agazizi ọfụma ihe ya na-eche bụ sọsọ ajọ ihe. So na mkpa ọ dị na mmadụ dabere onwe ya the self-reliant bụ gịnị ka ị nwee ike na-enyere onwe gị aka mkpa dị gị igbo mkpa gị mkpa dị onye ọzọ ọ gbakwute gị ime gị inye aka. Ọ dị mkpa abịa n'ebe ụmụ nwaanyị nọ ịma na omenala Igbo mgbe ụfọdụ asị ihe nwe oriakụ anyị bụkwa oriakụ n'eziokwu mana anyị na-akpatazikwa kịta mana anyị na-akpatazi kịta and ọ dị mkpa na anyị na-akpata ị na-enye aka ebe a nọ ofu onye na-eweta ihe ọbụnagodu na ezinụlọ famili gị kịta nya fathers nya ezinụlọ nna gị na-abụrọgodu nke ezinụlọ di gị anwa na nke nna gị ofu onye na-eweta ihe asị na ọsọ diọkpala na-eweta efuru ya na omezu
ọmanzukwa
ọ ga-eme nyanwa ọ na-agba nịkanịka rinne ọ na-agba nịkanịka maka na ọ ga na-agba ka o zuo Okeke o zuo Okafọ o zuo Mgbafọ o zuo Mgbeke mana ọ bụrụ na Mgbafọ Mgbeke Okeke Okafọ na onye ọbụla all hands nọ na desk onye ọbụla tiri aka n'ihe na-enwe ihe ọ na-alụpụta na-enwe ihe ọ na-emepụta ọ na-apụtagoro nwantọntọ ọ na-apụta nwantọntọ ebe ọ na-apụta nwantọntọ ebe ọzọ nke ọkpara na-ewe mee gịnị kuo ume
ibu ibu wee dị mfe
ibu adị mfe maka na diọkpara ahụ efukwa emega onwe ezinụlọ nke a na-akpọ immediate family nke ya ezinụlọ nke ya onwe ezinụlọ nke ụmụaka a ga-azụ ha a ga-eri nne ụmụaka ga-eje akwụkwọ ha ga-eje mahadum ha ga-abụkwa mmadụ andị ego ka ejiche eme ihe anwa niile. So mgbe a rapụrụ ofu onye ọrụ ọ na-anyịka aka ọnya bụ akataka mkpa ọ dị mmadụ ime gịnị iguzoro onwe ya mmadụ ịdị ya oyibo na-akpọ independent ị na-achụta nke gị ọ ga-enwe eme gị nọmba 2 inwe sense of responsibility. ị mara oyibo si no sense of responsibility ị mara ihe dị ala gị ime mara ihe dị ala gị ị mara na o nwere ihe dị ala gị sef maka na ị mara na o nwere ihe dị ala gị ijide ego iwe ma na o nwere ihe dị ala gị
mana ọ bụ na ego adọrọ gị n'aka ka ị esi
onye ahụ bụrụ akara Owerri nwa ya na-efugoro ụzọ chọghị ịma ihe ọ ga-asị gị ihe ya na-anụ asụsụ ya na-anụ bụ mmegbu onwe m
ọma mgbu n'onwe ya
ha ndị n'anya asị gị kedu ọrụ anyị adịghị ekwu okwu kedu ọrụ ya anyị na-ekwu okwu ebe a kịta bụ entrepreneurship ka ị ga-esi were aka gị mee gịnị kwado ọrụ gị nwa were aka gị mee ihe ndị oyibo na-asị create ọrụ iwere aka gị chepụta ọrụ iwere aka gị mepụta ọrụ adị nwee ike gị nwa onwe gị mekwa ndị ọzọ ha abịa na-alụ
ihe na-akwụ ha ụgwọ n'ọbụghị ịnọdụ na-eche onye ga-akwụ ha ụgwọ. Daalụ nne. Dịka isi wee kwuo ya mkpa ọ dị na mmadụ dabere onwe ya chọpụta ihe ọ ga na-eme maka ọtụtụ mgbe mmadụ ga-ejide ego isi a na-agbake ya ebe ka m ga-etinye ebe ka m ga-etinye rutukenela anyị aka otu ịbụọ ịtọ ịnọ ihe mmadụ nwere ike itinye aka maka ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ jikwa ego mana ha mara ebe ha ga-etinye aka.
Gbam my sister ị marụ nnọọ ị na-anya ndị ji ego mana amara ebe a ga-eti ya ndị ji ego amara ebe a ga-eti ya achọrọ m ịbịa kwuwe maka akwụkwọ ka ọ dị ka maka akwụkwọ a ka eji maka ya wee bịa ebe ihe anyị bịarụ ịkpa elu ya bụ ka mmadụ ga-esi dabere onwe ya mana fortunately akwụkwọ dị ebe a wee na-aganyezi n'anya ya anyị na-ekwu maka ya ịga n'ime akwụkwọ a enwere ihe dị iche iche ma nke mmadụ nwere ike iji dị sọsọ 10,000 wee bido obuwe ghọrọ ihe nọ etiri ya uchu so n'ihe mmadụ nwere ike iji ego na-eme karịrị akarị ọ bụrụ ihe anyị ga-agụwa ebe a kịta andị ka arụtụ aka n'ụfọdụ maka na ihe na-egbu anyị mgbe ụfọdụ ma ijidegodo ego bụ anyị achọ ka anyị kọpịrị ka anyị nele anya na nke onye ọzọ na-eme anyị ama nchi tukwu ana Chukwu nyere onye ọbụla ọgụgụ isi iwere ọgụgụ isi gị chebe eche ọnya bụ na ịbụ entrepreneur ha na-ekwu ichepụta nke gị ị ga-emebekwana ndị mmadụ ga-eme gịnị ga na-aṅụrị maka ya mana anyị na-achọ ka anyị mee gịnị ka anyị
ọpịta nke onye
ọzọ na-eme onye nwa bụ ihe gburu anyị ijide ego ahụ mmadụ ị ga-eme like kịta abịa na setọp a na-akpọ pure water industry o juru ebe niile mụ onwe m n'ebe alụkwugo pure water enwego m factory pure water lụọ ya afọ m mgbe ahụ bụ my summit na Ebonyi steeti lụọ pure water lụtịa ihe alụrụ m ya for 14 years esi m ugwu Hausa wee lụrụ ya gbadata anyị Igbo mgbe a gbara ọsọ ugwu Hausa natakwa na-alụ ya mana iji aka gị chepụta like for instance mgbe anyị si ugwu Hausa nata ọfụ abịa m n'anya ndị adoration nwee uniform Catholic Church ndị nne nwee uniform uniform dị iche iche St. Anthony St. ihe niile n'ime Catholic Church mgbe bịa tukwuru ana wee chee echiche wee si oke eme ihe m ga-eme kịta na m ga-eje mụọ ka esi alụ akpụkpụ
gbam
mụnwa anụnwa na ebe anụnwa amụrụ m ka esi alụ akpụkpụ nje na ọgba ete wee nọrọ ana
wee mụba ka esi alụ akpụkpụ
mụọ ka esi alụ akpụkpụ
ya bụ na ọ bụghị sọsọ ụmụ nwoke bụ ihe na-onwere ụfọdụ dịka
onwere ọrụ aka emebelụ ọnya bụ inekwa anya n'akwụkwọ efu onye akịta bụ electrician bụ nwaanyị nke bụ kapịnta nọ ya n'ime bụ nwaanyị nke bụ mekaniki nọ ya n'ime nwaanyị so mgbe ya mụọ anya kedu ihe bụ ihe m fụrụ n'iru ịma na esi na entrepreneurship and entrepreneur bụ onye ji ohere ihe nọ n'ihu wee mee gịnị wee chepụta echiche ọ ga-esi nweta ego ọ bụrụ ịkọwa wee bịa tukwuru ana wee chee wee sị ndị a niile nwee uniform wee jee mụọ akpụkwụ a ihe m mụkarịcha bụ sandal wee mụọ ya ọfụma wee pụta n'ụlọ ụka wee gosi onwe m na nna arụ ya bido rụgharịa mmadụ ịbụ mee sampụlụ mgbe ndị ọzọ wee kpọkọta ndị ọzọ alụkọtara m akpụkwụ ndị St. Anthony akwa St. Anthony eji m ya jee jụọ ha ese ibe agwa n'ike precisely ka anyị landị mgbe isi ugwu Hausa wee bata ugwu a nrụ ọrụ ndị St. Anthony with uniform ha na-arụrụ ndị nne ndị na-eje adoration na-achọ m abịa na be m ya na-eweta size na-emeshọ a na-achịta akwa wee na-alụ whereby ha yiri uniform ahụ
ehiri
akpụkwụ ya na efe ha dabara ihe aka nrụgide ọhịa bụ entrepreneurship ifewo ka m si were echiche m wee chepụta na ọ ga-aga ma ntinye ya n'ụdị iji arụrụ ha uniform mana ọ bụrụ na m jee lụba akpụkwụ kpọbara n'afịa enwere ike ndị mụbu m ụzọ lụbasị nse competition esu nke amaekwe mụ nwee ndị ga-azụ m afịa otu aka m si wee si na nke anwa wee lachaba mmanụ wee nwee ike wee mee gịnị wee nweta ọnọdụ
gbam
wee nọzie ejeghọ m chebesi na ọga m na ọnya bụ nwoke na ọnya kwesịrị ije
na-eweta n'ụlọ
mmebe now another thing if ozugbo ndị mmadụ na-eme zobo onye ọbụla baa zobo a na-eme zobo onye furu ụwa niile macha eme zobo mmadụ na-eji ya wee bụrụ mmadụ ị mana mmadụ nwere ike iji zobo wee bụrụ mmadụ as an entrepreneur ị ga-eme bụ ịnọla na ichepụta na zobo onụnwa na-eme ya etiri ya na friji ọ dị awa na awa 2 hours omebie
ọ bụrụ onye nwe ọsọ sawa
yes ị ga-echepụtazi bụ kedu ihe a ga-eme zobo ka zobo nwee keme gịnị nọ ọbụgodo 1 week ije chee echiche ime ihe oyibo na-akpọ research n'ime wee chọpụta na ihe ọ ga-aga eme zobo mee gịnị ọnọruo 1 week efu na ime nke gị kịta inwegokwa ihe oyibo na-akpọ edge over others na-eme nke ha ọ na-emebi ime nke gị ọ dịrị olu gị tiri lecha anya ime nke gị onwe ndị ga na-agụrụ abịa gụlụbazịa because system otu esi eme zobo ihe ọ na-egosi bụ na imere a na ị ga-elecharịrị ya so o meghị onye ọbụla na-eme na-ele enwezi onye nwere ike ime mee gịnị supply ya
dịka ị na-ekwu na mbụ uru ọ balụ mmadụ iji echiche wee chepụta ụzọ ọ ga-esi wee mebe nke ka ọ ghara ịdị ka nke ndị ọzọ maka na ịbịara ihe ndị be anyị na-eme ọ na-eme pure water ọbanye na pure water kedu ihe nke gị ga-eji dị iche ọ na-akpa isi ọbanye na ịkpa isi ka ihe nke gị ga-eji wee dị iche ife ọ na-ịkọwago ihe nke gị ji wee dị iche ọ bụrụ onye ama ama ọ bụrụ onye nwọsị onwe brand name gbam mana onwe otu ihe nchọ ịjụ gị dịka mgbe ị na-ekwu onwe ka isi wee lụta aka nwaanyị na-eme mekanik nwaanyị na-eme nka onwe ọlụ ahapụọla ụmụ nwoke iche onwe onye ọlụ edesi na nwaanyị ama n'ugwu.
Thank you so much. Ekene gị onye isi oche onwere ọrụ edel ọ bụrụ nwaanyị onwere ọrụ edel ede afịa si na nwoke nwaanyị na-eme ihe niile nwoke na-eme ihe niile. Cyber security bụ tech course na-ewu kịta ihe cyber security ji nwee edge bụ gịnị na mpụ karịrị na cyber security ihe ọ na-amụ ebe anwa bụ ụzọ esi egbochi mpụ eji apụrụ ndị mmadụ ego maka nọ ịntanetị ka a na-eyuzuzi bankị online ihe niile online abịazie were online a na-apụrụ ndị mmadụ ego ha were online a na-eme mpụ niile egwu wayo niile dị iche iche ihe ahụ part of ihe cyber ọ dị n'akwụkwọ ka ihe niile gbasara cyber security dị n'ime akwụkwọ na nwoke na-arụ ya nwoke na-agụ ya nwaanyị na-agụ ya onwe onye debere ya iche medical doctors medicine nwaanyị na-agụ ya nwoke na carpentry engineers mechanic ihe niile a ka ntị wee kwuo dị n'ime akwụkwọ n'ihe gaala anyị onye isi bụ gịnị gị nwa noun ịchọ ịba na entrepreneurial line ije mata ihe ọ bụla ka isi kọwa nwa ebele ebe a maka na ihe ọbụla nwere usoro eji eme ya ị ga-amarali usoro ị ga-eji wee mebe biznes ọ bụrụ ịnọkọta okeke na-emepe eke pure water were ya rụọ ụlọ ịmakpuo kebe pure water ka ị wee rụọ ụlọ na ịgbakọgo onwe gị o nwere ihe a na-akpọ personal assessment o nwere ihe a na-akpọ SWOT analysis ha ncha dị n'ime akwụkwọ anụnwa SWOT analysis bụ gịnị sorry na nsụrụ oyibo ịgbakọ strength for S SWOT is an acronym strength for S weakness for W O opportunity then T threats ihe na-aka ị ga-agbakọ dị n'ime ihe ị chọrọ imebe ihe na-ata nkata ya n'ime obi gị na ihe ị chọrọ ime ma ọ bụ ihe ịfụta mmadụ na-eme ị chọrọ ịba n'ime ime gịnị ịgbakọ onwe gị enwere m ike ịma na o nwere ihe bụ ike a na-ekwu kịta abụrụ pawa
ọ bụghị ike eji eti ọkpọ
ọ bụrụ ike eji eti ọkpọ ike a na-ekwu kịta bụ like na business a na-enwe ndidi ụdị business a enwere m ike inwe ndidi n'ime ya because now SWOT egosi gị na-ekwa threat dị na ya threat kịta for instance na business venture sorry na mma na-atụ ịtụ ihe ka o wee na-adaba na business venture enwere ike like for instance ọ bụ poultry kịta ọ bụla ebe a na-eme ya ọ gaa n'anya ya ọfụma by the government maọbụ filling station ekwesịrị eri ebe mmadụ bi poultry abụrụ ihe a na-eme going by government policy lay down government policy ọ bụzikwa na a na-eme enforce amakwa m mana anyị ncha ma ihe na-aga so ọ bụ na a na-eme enforce ị na-anya ịfụ na poultry ekwesịghị na ebe mmadụ bi maka pollution air pollution ọ ga-ebute environmental pollution ị na-ekurie ọ dị hazardous sorry ọ na-emetụta gịnị health arụike gị ọ na-emetụta ya na-emetụta nke nwa eku n'aka na-emetụta onye dị iche iche ma ọnọdụ ndị okenye ekwesịrị ka poultry bịa dị ha n'akụkụ maka ime gịnị ị na-ekuru nsị ọkụkọ adịrọ mma ọkwa ịma na o nwere acid mere ọ na-emeacha iji wee mee manure ị ga-ebu ụzọ mee ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ decompose neutralize anya maka iwere ihe otu ahụ ọ dị anya na ihe ogbuo ya ka ị wee fụ how strong that thing dị ekwesịrị ka mmadụ mee gịnị na-ekurie so it's a threat now na-eme alụnwe ọ bụrụ na ị nwee compound ime alụnwe ya na be gị ime alụnwe ebe ndị mmadụ bi ị ga-ejebekwa jee chọba ha na n'ime ọhịa then ihe o ji bụ threat bụ gịnị the cost of going to get inweta ebe ọzọ the cost ị ga-eji mee gịnị na-agakwa ebe anwa and the cost ị ga-eji tii security n'ebe anwa maka ebe depụga anụ ifu gị na overhead ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ na accounting overhead costs a na-aga elu o mezie gị before i nwee break even point gị ọ dịtela gị aka mgbe ahụ ikolopụ efori ya kịta mgbe ahụ onye ahụ enwe ezi ndidi wee ruo mgbe ahụ break even point bụ that point ebe expenses gị ego itinyelụ n'ihe niile ma gịnị offset profit ebido pụtaba ọ ebe ahụ ka a na-akpọ break even mana ọ bụrụ na ichekiri ihe niile a wee je banye na venture ịmakpuo ya mgbe ọ ga-apụtaba ime gịnị ikolokwu ozugbo ike agwụ gị ị na-afịa so ị ga-eche ka ị malụ strength dị n'ihe ma strength ọ karịrị weakness inene ma threat ya ọ karịrị opportunity ka opportunity ọ karịrị icheke ndị nọ n'afịa already ma ọ bụ na ihe dịgo n'afịa already ị chọrọ imebe malụ the competitive level as in asọmpi nọ na-emenwukwu ya n'ọbụrụ ịnụ anọ na mmadụ na-eme ihe chata
mmabanye n'ime maka iji ego
maka na iji ego ifugi
daalụri nne ka anyị jide ebe a n'ụwa gị bụ onye ọma na-ene n'anyị ka na-egekwa ihe anyị na-ekwu ihe anyị na-ene n'anya bụ mkpa ọ dị na mmadụ chọtara ihe ọ na-eme iji wee kwudoro onwe ya ị ga-enyocha ọfụma dịka dọkịnta si wee kwuo inyocha ọfụma ịmalụ nke ị ga-emenwu ọ bụrụ na onye a na-eme ịmabanye na onye a na-eme ọ bụrụ onye oyibo sị gị ichekikwalụ cheki ebi ka anyị gbatị ụkwụ ọ bụrụ na anyị gbatị ụkwụ na chita azụ anyị a na-aga n'iru a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ọkwa na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị oge anyị ji akpa maka ọdịmma anyị karịkwa maka ọdịmma ezinụlọ nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka n'ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ social media na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, Instagram ọkwa na Aneke TV ka ihe ndị a niile na-eme Aneke TV anyị apụọnụ daalụ gị bụ onye ọma ka na-esonyela anyị na nkata anyị na-akpa n'ụbọchị nke tata ọ bụla onye kwuru okwu sị na onye mụ na ya nọ na-agbọ ife egwu na-eri ọ gbọrọ ya kpọm eziokwu bụ na anyị ekwuchebe mana nke o kwugoro ekwu m nwe onye nọ ebe a nwere ọtụtụ ihe mmụtago maka oge ụfọdụ ị ga-ejide ego n'aka ị na-ajụ onwe gị ebee ka m ga-etinye ebee ka m ga-etinye ya bụ na ihe anyị na-agwa gị ọ bụrụ na ị gee ntị ọfụma na ihe anyị ji wee bata n'ụbọchị nke tata entrepreneur ọtụtụ ọrụ dị ndị ụfọdụ pụta ha na-achọ ọrụ oyibo echesa ọsọ mgbe gọọmenti bịa were ọrụ mmadụ one ka ha ga-enye nwa ọrụ ọzọ ịfụ na ọ ga-agaziri gị ọfụma tupu anyị na-ene anya n'akwụkwọ a Dr. Chinelo ọtụtụ ụmụ nwaanyị anyị ihe nji emetụ aka bụ na ihe a bụ ihe gbasara ụmụ nwaanyị ma ụmụ nwaanyị ndị na-eto eto ma ụmụ nwaanyị ndị nọ na di ma ụfọdụ ụmụ nwaanyị amarọ ihe ha kwesịrị ịdị na-eme n'ezinụlọ ihe a na ọrụ bụ ọchịkọpụ aka di weta onwe ọlụ dịalụ nwoke iche dịalụ nwaanyị iche onwe ihe kwesịrị dịka sị na ọrụ a ka nwaanyị ga na-eme ego ewee na-abata
daalụ enwere so many things ihe dị iche iche nwaanyị kwesịrị ị na-eme ego a na-abata ọ karịrị akarị ihe a ga na-eme ego a na-abata karịrị akarị ịmakwa na mmadụ like ihe anụ anyị na-ekwusi nsi mmadụ nwere ike ị na-eghe akara were ya rụọ ụlọ ọkwa ka isi ebe nke ya mana ihe m furu ugburu because sorry ekwukwa mmetụ aka n'akwụkwọ a maka na ha ncha dị ime ebe a ihe a were mụ arụ one iri from 2016 when it was published first to now ka m nọ ọrụ n'akwụkwọ a ka e wee wepụta ya ka ọ pụta otu a na onye ọbụla buru ha narị ọ dị 400 and something items ihe kwesịrị mmadụ ị na-anya ipikiri nke ị ga-emebe ka esi eme ya na ka ọ ga-aga isi mebie maka ị ga-esi mee ya wee nweta ego ha nchadịcha each one of them. So ọtụtụ ihe na ihe gburu anyị bụ mpako mpako ọmụ ga-ejele akara ọmụ ga-ejele mmiri ọmụ ga-ejele azụ ọmụ ga-ele mmanụ
onye aka m ga-elegide wee gote SUV nke m
onye aka m elegide wee gote Jeep nke m SUV nwa ma ọ bụrụ gị
eju ọkwa ihe ndị ahụ gotere ihe na ebe ha si
ebe that is it. Enwere onye na-arị ụlọ elu na-ebu ụzọ ọrịa step 1 ọrịgoro 2 mgbe mụ na gị rigote ebe onwe mgbe anyị ji fefe gbagote ebe
anyị ji nwayọ nwayọ.
ụwa bụ gịnị ihe niile a na-eme n'ụwa bụ gịnị step by step like anyị na-ekwu okwu onye jide ego ka m gwa gị na iji ego eminirọ na ịchọ ime ihe vuru ha ncha niile egbe ofu ugboro na entrepreneurship ijide ego a na-eji nwayọ ya step by step ewere nwayọ na-eme gị na-eme invest ị na-ekiri ihe ị na-eme na-ekiri ị na-eme expand ị na-ekiri ị na-eme expand ị na-ekiri ị na-eme expand ọ na-aga ka iwe nwee ike ime gịnị chịkọta mana ịpụta bukọrọ ihe niile nwee so ego
ofu mgbe
o nwere ike ofuo mmiri o nwere ike ma gị ị na-ekwata nwozi ya maka na gịnị mere ide emevie ihe a bụ ihe ị na-ebido ebido ihe ọbụla ị na-ebido ebido bụ nwayọ ka eji ebido ya ọ bụgodu na egwu agbaba egwu kịta a na-eji nwayọ ọtọbụ ụtọ eme gị ọ bụrụla ka ị na-alarụ
ọtọbụ ụtọ ekwebi ekwebe
ọtọbụ ụtọ ikwebi ekwebe so ọtụtụ ihe dị ụmụ nwaanyị ga na-eme na one thing gburu anyị bụ ụmụ nwaanyị bụ gịnị mpako ọmụ ga-eje mebe nka ka anyị nye gị example enwe nwunye di m mgbe m bi n'ugwu Awụsa anyị ncha bi n'ugwu Awụsa o nwere ihe ọ na-eme anọkọta di ya wee sị ya ka ihe ọ ga-emebe nwaanyị wee sị na ya azụ ahịa afele stainless ịmago afịa m ite utensils ma ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo ya na stainless wee bịa wee nụchatịa o nwere ka mụ na ya si wee site ofu ebe wee bịa n'obodo anyị wee na-anụzi dị n'ofu ebe wee sị ya sista ihe a ma wọk ịma ihe ọma eji wee wọk nwanne m nwaanyị mbịago gị stainless cup n'afịa taa nke dị na be nna m wee mụọ m ka dịkwa ya ọ dawa
be nna gị ka dịkwa ya
ka adịkwa ya
ọ bụ onye na-emebi ọsọ
na onye jelu jigote stainless bụ gịnị ka ọ zaa afa biznes ya enwe deti ọ dị eme deti eventually ihe ọ na-eme bụ osi na akpa gba moto jee afịa ọ na-akọ osikwe na akpa gba moto na ole ha afịa ọzụ ha afịa o wee bụrụ gịnị mpako o nebere anya big man as in
nke ọ ga-abụnya na ama nne di ya
ama nne di anya nsị ya ebe ọ bụ na ndị be di gị ndị na-azụrụ di gị afịa na-agbachi ime ọfịa were ego anya ha na-ebutere gị beans ebutere gị rice n'ofu shọpụ ahụ ị chọrọ ime gị stainless ebe ndị ọzọ niile eju lebi ebe ahụ ejedina n'ọdị ndị na-ele ihe nri nọ n'ebe ahụ lebie onye na-emechi afịa oche kemgbe a ga-ejebe ọdụ ihe nri ogo gị n'aka ihe ị ga-alụ gị bụ gịnị plan ka ị nwee variety ka ị nwee ọtụtụ
nke onye ọbụla chọrọ ọfụya
onye chọrọ no matter how small nwetacha nke onye chọrọ mee gịnị ọfụya owe ntụfuo ọ bụrụ mbọ ọmacha ncha kama na ihe mmadụ ma bụ o nwere ihe bụ line mmadụ o nwere ihe bụ na nwa ya azụgo m ụmụ nwaanyị azụgo m ndị youth na gịnị business last year azụrụ m by the grace of God up to over 60 youths na mgbaahịrị agric training ndị songai melo mana ndị Mastercard bụ ihe sponsor ya accommodation free feeding free na-enyekwa ha stipends for 3 months
a na-akụziri ha ka esi
nke bụ na nwa m gụrụ cyber security so jee training na ọ mụtara ihe n'akwụkwọ a ọkwa m saịtịchara ya why because na contribution nke ya nsaịtị ya afịa dị
mana ya papa na na-ebigo okwu ọ gịnị kpata iji wee debe akwụkwọ kedu ọ bụrụ onye oyibo sị kedu ihe inspire
yes ịmana nsị gị na sorry entrepreneurship or an entrepreneur bụ onye na-enegala anya oke am sụọ ya n'oyibo opportunity onye na-utilize opportunity offer opportunity o mee gịnị o were ya gbakọ wepụ wee mepụta ihe abịa m wee n'anya wee fụ n'ọtụtụ ndị mmadụ na-anọ nkịtị o nwere ihe ha ma ụfọdụ like ikwubu izizi ụfọdụ ejide ego nwere ọma ọ ga-eji wee mee ụfọdụ ejidekwa n'ego mara ihe ọ ga-eme ma ọ mara ka ọ ga-esi mee ya ka ọ daba wee n'anya wee nọrọ ana wee were aka m every year after year till 10 years wee nke ọbụla m wetara m check bụ ihe dị n'ime ya ma nke m ga-eje na site ị ga-afụcha mekanik ebe a mana m ada alụ mekanik ejecha mekanik site jụọ ajụjụ eje m vulcanizer site jụọ ajụjụ ka isi eme nka ka isi eme nka iji kee machines inwe iji aka eme inwe ma okịta ijizi machine na-eme ya kedu ihe dị iche ebe a ka m nọ wee chọpụtacha na mekanik kịta abụrụzi mgbe niibu trial and error ma ọ bụrụ ndị oyibo enene nke asị gị nọ nke asị gị nọ nke ọzọ at the end of the period is spend nnukwu ego na kịta na-enwego ihe a na-akpọ digital something eji eme gịnị achọpụta ihe na-eme moto ihe niile adọrọ mma na moto agba akakuleti elu gị ije weta ị na-akụ hama n'isi ntu ọ bụrụ ntu adịebe ị na-akụ ya bụ ọzọ ife na ọ na-emebi ihe mgbe ị kụrụ ntu ebe a kụọ ebe a kụọ ebe a oghere adị ebe niile ị maazị ihe ị na-eme and ka ị na-akụ ya bụ ego ka iji akụ ya ego a na-efu ifu gị so m wee tukwuru ana wee mee gịnị wee debie nke ọbụla m wetara nde maka esi cheme ma zobe a dị ebe a maka esi eme ma soya milk ihe niile a ka abịa na cosmetology ọ dị ebe a abịa na trade skills ma ịkwa akwa na ndụ mma agụcha ihe ọ dị bụ 400 plus skills dị
ya bụ na onye welite akwụkwọ akịta anụnwa gụọ akwụkwọ akịta anụnwa ihe niile anyị na-ekwu dịka otu a nnọ kịta njide ego n'aka jide ihe dịka 10,000 otu isukwu na mbụ ngụ akwụkwọ akịta m ga-afụ ihe m ga-eji
ị ga-epikiri ihe ị ga-eji 10,000 mebe
maka ọtụtụ mgbe dịka nsi wee kwuo na mbụ oge ụfọdụ mmadụ ejide ego mana ọma mma ebe ọ ga-etinye aka
excuse me asịkwa na na-etinye aka n'ọnụ onwe ihe a na-akpọ ice candy ọ dị n'ime akwụkwọ ụmụaka n'oyibo ụmụaka bụ ihe na-alachakarị ọ dị very healthy maka milk ka eji eme ya now ịbịa n'anya target ya efu ụmụ akwụkwọ ga-enidi ọ product ụmụ akwụkwọ ime gịnị ime yuzucha 10,000 wee bido eziokwu ka m na-agwa gị ibido eburu dakwuru ụmụ akwụkwọ na heat
gbam
ị ga-ada nọ 10 minutes ebe ahụ ilechapụ ya kama nọ mgbe a na-eje akwụkwọ ka ọ na-agakarị mana ịkwadowere biznes gị mgbe anwa efu na o nwere ihe ogbochiri gị ime ihe ọzọ maka na asị anyị nwee like oyibo multiple streams of income ọ bụrụkwa ka mana ọ bụrụkwa ka ịchịtazi oke ịma ntanwu
chilaka niile wunye n'ihe
mba ị ga-adị gịnị ịbụrụzi emidioka eburu okeke eburu oke afọ jack of all trade master of none ọ bụrụ 1 2 ka ị nweta ị na-emesie ike na-eme ọfụma ụfọdụ asị gị na ha na-arụ ọrụ that's another challenge dị n'ebe ụmụ nwaanyị nọ ịma na anyị si pride mpako ọzọ abụrụ gịnị ngana laziness na ya na-arụ ọrụ ikekwa bụrụ cleaner ka ọ bụ na one ministry ebe ọ na-arụ ọrụ ọ sị gị na ya na-arụ ọrụ oyibo ya ga na-arụ ọrụ oyibo na-emekwa
nka ya bụ na mmadụ nwere ike ịdị na-arụ ọrụ oyibo na-emekwa ihe ndị ọzọ
yes icheke ihe nwere ike ọma m ndakpu imebi gị ọrụ oyibo ị na-arụ o buru ibu o juru ebe a ihe bụ oke n'elu snail farming dịkwa ebe a snail farming abụrụ unidiro much of your time nke bụ na ọ ga-ewere time iji eje ọrụ oyibo ka ịkwana ugboro ole ka a na-enye ya nri ị na-ede ifuru na akwụkwọ a mere m sef ebe anụnwa m nọkịta ihe mma na kokonọt ma anọ ka mma otu m si denye ede maka na asị onye nwanụ si na graveyard bụ ya bụ the most richest place why because na untapped potentials
nọ ebe a
chiche ebe ahụ potentials ndị mmadụ eyuzuru eyuzu ha nwụọ eburu eje nye niile ifuru otu akịta nke a niile zoom n'ime akwụkwọ a ejikwa m ụgwọ kịta akwa mụ na chi
nyechego ha
enyechago
ị na-anazi ma na idobere ụwa
ọnyanwa ọkwa na afịa so ngana edekwa ụmụ nwaanyị ngana ma ndị ya afa ihe ha na ọrịa mara akwa n'obi chichapụta na ya adị akwụgharị amala akwa n'obi afụta na main road
mana ọnụ a ga-alụ karịrị
ihe a ga-eme abịa tupu a na-akọ ọkụ ya bụ uru ọ dị mmadụ ịdịkwa independent ahụ ịsụ ịnọrọ onwe maka na mgbe ị na-ebizi ị nwere ihe ị na-eme ị nwere efe mama oke ị nwere efe mama emeka isi na rum gị ma flat nke gị pụọ ebe a na ọdọrọ mkpa ọdọrọ necessary na ị ga na-adị ọlịlị asị nne nwaanyị iji ọlịlị eme gịnị amakwa na all work and no play makes Jack a duck mana ihe ọbụla nwere usoro nwee oge eji eme ya dị
oke ị ga-emedebie
nwee oke ị ga-emedebie nwanne m nwaanyị idibizi so ngana so ụmụ nwaanyị anyị kumie ngana karịrị
ya bụ na ọsọ nwoke ka ọ dị anyị bụ ọzi oriakụ
anyị ụfọdụ n'ime anyị prefer kwara eze oriakụ ama echi nwunye ọga ihe a na-akpọzi ha nwunye odogwu nwunye odogwu ọkwa nke nnụbazi ọfụ kịta ịma na mgbe nke ya amaghị ebe
onwe ihe dịka nwunye odogwu mana kịta nwa nwunye odogwu a na-akụzikwala ọtụtụ ndị ihe ma oge ụfọdụ nwunye odogwu na-adabakwa n'ọkụ ebe ọ na-eche ka odogwu mee ihe niile
ọnyanwa bụ retain ị ga-eche ọ bụrụ na machis gwụ n'ụlọ ichebe
odogwu ji wee nata
obere ncha agwụ ichebe odogwu ya ga-enwe nke ị na-eme ịmakwana ofu nwaanyị nwa bịara be m sụọ asụsụ m elofuru o nwere onye ọ sụrụ asụsụ ha wee kpọọ onye ahụ onye hazi ọsị ya na ọ na-eme akwagide ofu ite ọkụ akwawa ya so n'ezinụlọ bụ aka nni kwa aka ekpe akwa aka nni mana ụmụ nwaanyị ụfọdụ adịghị ekwekwa ka aka ekpe kwa aka nni mgbe ụfọdụ dịka m si chọpụta mgbe m na-ede akwụkwọ maka na abụkwa m kanselọ tu pipụl na-abịakwute m na-agbaziri ha n'ụdị biznes na-agbazikwere ha na-anụcha akụkọ dị iche iche a na-ekpesa bụ gịnị enwezi ike ụmụ nwoke anyị biko ewe n'iwe ụmụ nwoke ekene m unu biko nyelụ n'anya aka unu emezina nwaanyị gbabazia mbọ eburu ihe niile sugo ya n'isi
ma ebe a ka m chọbụ ịjụ gị oge ụfọdụ maka ụfọdụ ụmụ nwoke dịka isi wee kwuo afọ ha na nwaanyị agbabago ya bụ mbọ ọ chịkọzi ya aka na ụkwụ si anya mebe
ọkụ ya bụghị chalenji dị
nwaanyị ahụ eburuzie asọsọ ite ahụ a na-akwanye ọkụ ahụ tupu ị mara ihe na-eme
ọnya nwa bụ ihe anwa m ji wee sị laziness so ngana de na-abịakwazi ọzọ so na-eme ụmụ nwaanyị akụzie ya na-akpọ ndị be anyị si na-enya akụ enya bụ gịnị nya afụchara m ihe m ga-eme mma mme ya bụ gịnị na ọ na-eme emebie ụmụ nwoke emezie gịnị eburu ihe niile anwa sudo onye anwa gbachapụzia jee tukwuru ihe a na-afụzi ya bụ sọsọ ebe a na-akọ akụkọ
mana ga-ejiri mgbagbu wee ghara ọgụ
ama nchikwe mgbagbu ghara ọgụ kama na ịmago na ihe niile na-abalansị ihe niile kwesịrị ịbalansị ịghọtago ya ka m ji aya ụmụ nwoke ha nya aka maka ha anya aka nwaanyị enwe encouragement imebe ihe o kwesịrị ị na-eme ka ọ ghara ịbụ dị fia na ya bakwa n'emebe ihe akịta nwoke ahafụrụ ya ihe niile nye egbuo onwe ya
mana tupu anyị na-ekwechi dọkịnta Chinelo kee ihe ị ga-agwa onye na-ene n'anya gbasara akwụkwọ
o nwekwa ihe a ga-ekwu n'akwụkwọ ya ekwuchabeghị ihe anyị ga-ekwu n'ọnụ gbasatara akwụkwọ na onwe ya cannot be oyibo si na cannot be overemphasized akwụkwọ na onwe ya bụ inwetie ihe abụọ ọkụ treasure ọ bụrụ maka na ọmụnwa dere ya ọ bụrụ onye ọzọ dere ihe a mfụ ya I will acknowledge it so much m ga-epromote ya maka ihe dị ebe a inwe ya inwere ihe inwe ya inwere ihe so m na-asị onye ọbụla ike nwere ike ego igotie ya gotie
maka na ihe ọ
ga-amụta na ya karịrị ihe ọ ga-amụta na ya ma ụmụ ya ma ụmụ ya ma ndị ọzọ niile ya ga nekwa afịa a practical entrepreneur guide to self-reliance and sustainability
ya bụ ihe ọ ga-abịa ịgụcha ọ kụzielu gị otu ị ga-esi kwudoro onwe gị
arụ oyibo ma onwe nke ị na-eme ma nwere nke ị na-eme and the level ọbụla ị chọrọ isi mebi ya ma iji nnukwu ego ma iji obere ego nke ọbụla ego gị suturu ego gị dị ebe a nke ọbụla dị ebe a o mepee ego uche mepee ego anya maka na mgbe ụfọdụ uche bụ akpa onye ọbụla nyalụ nke ya o nwere ike ihe ma ọbọdụ nwere ike ihe marọ ka nwoke be anyị si na onye ihe mmadụ amaghọ bụ okenye
gbam ihe nna amaghọ bụ m okenye na mkpokọta okwu gị Dr. Chinelo Ọjị ke ndụmọdụ ị ga-adụ ụmụ nwaanyị anyị na-ekiri anyị ọkachacha ndị che na ọsọ nwoke bụ ihe ga na-akpata
mba nọ ụmụ nwaanyị anyị biko kunienu a na-esi n'ụlọ ama mma pụta ilo ụmụ nwaanyị anyị ụfọdụ enwere ihe ha na-eme ịpụtarị n'ọgbọ ikiricha ha ma nke akwelu n'isi ma nke akwelu asọkwa m na ọ jọrọ nke akwelu n'anya ma nke ihe niile ikiricha ha mana back there at home onwere ihe ha na-eme ebezi ka esi eweta ego eji akwụ ihe a niile a na-akwụ ka ebe esi eweta ego a ọkwụ ofu onye na-eweta ifụrọ na ọ bụrụ na enwere ihe na-alụ ọnya na-eticha ha anọ na dị achọ dị ka e wee mee ihe a na-akpọ meet-up ọ bụ ihe a na-akpọ ya
ka ya wee dị ka onye adịka
onye a ka ya wee sonye n'ihe a na-eme ọ bụ ya na-asụzi kịta o sonye ihe a na-eme ka eso n'ihe a na-amamụzi nke a si asụ ya ịghọtakwa ụmụ nwaanyị anyị bikonu tinye ya o nwere ego n'ọbụla iji na ma mbidoro gị ihe ọnya ka eji debe akwụkwọ nwere ego ọbụla ọ bụrụ ichebe mgbe ị nwere heaven and earth millions
Dangote na Innocent
ọ ka dị mma nọ nke obere ka iji bido ka iwe nwee ike ichekwa nwunye ka iwe nwee ike na-agba mbọ na-eme expand and ihe ọzọ ibidokwa ihe nwee ndidi entrepreneurship business kwa gịnị ndidi ị ga-enwe ndidi maka na mgbe ahụ ibidoro ya ihe ga-emebinarị gị faith adịrị ya maka that is the ethics of business ihe ga-emebinarị gị ị ga-enwenata mgbe ihe mebiri dozie ya ahụ ya ka eji enwe ya na-akpọ business plan ha chadịcha ebe a ihe gbasara business plan ka ị ga-esi dee ya ma ihe niile dị ebe a
ya wee plan onye ọfụma
wee gbakọ onye ọfụma even Bible say gị who among you will want to build a house and will not sit down and calculate what it will take you to know if you will be able to build a house if you are God will be a businessman. Our God is in business too.
Ọ bụla ga-agbakọ ọfụma tupu ị na-abanye na ya.
Before ị na-abanye na ya, ị ga-agbakọ ọfụma. So ụmụ nwaanyị anyị biko ka e kwụsị isogharị ịnọrọ na di na-achọ di. Mgbe niile imebe business idibizi uche gị apụọ na isogharị ndị mmadụ. Mgbe niile imebe business ịgbata ego gị ghara inebe anya onye ga-enye gị. Mgbe niile imebe business inye aka n'ezinụlọ. Ofe ite ọkụ akwawa ya ha na-ekwu mgbe enyi bidoro nke gị ihe go gị rie
ọ bụghịzi iche mgbe e nyere gị
mụnwa anụwa na ana tinye aka na akpa
ụgwọ ya anya na ezigbo azụ mangala
na akpa nke gị onwere nwoke nkochata n'ụzọ ka ọ bịa kwụọ ụgwọ abịa m chebe ha ọga ka ụbọchị ọga kwakọta abịa duru m jebe celebrity ọ bụrụ imebi ego na once in a while ineta onwe
gị nka
onwe gị ọlụ ifuru na m alụgo ọrụ na m kwesịrị ọ na m ekwesịrị
iri maka onye lụọ orie
onwe m ọlụ so ụmụ nwaanyị biko ka anyị kụnienu arapụ ajọ omume niile maka na idleness na-ebute ya nga na ịnọ nkịtị ọ dị mma ka onye ọbụla mee gịnị dabere onwe kwụrụ onwe gị ọ bụrụ akwa ka ịfụrụ ọ bụrụ slippers ka ijete n'ụzọ fụọ dị mma ime ego n'aka gị ọ bụrụ na ijide money itinye ego aka n'akpa goro the slippers ịma nnaba n'ụlọ ije
chebe
mgbe ọ ga wetara ego ma onye bịa nsogbu weta ego ifuru ya n'esemokwu ada mgbe niile ibe China white onwe ya na-akpọ China white nke a gara ha ọrụ ya ka eji akwa blouse ụmụ nwaanyị na Catholic Church kịta otego aka emeghị ya ifugi maka gịnị abịa akwaba lace dịte nsemokwu n'ezinụlọ maka onye dịka ma na-adị mere anya ihe asị nọ nke ọzọ onye na-azịa ya na di eme gịnị set ya na ọ ga-abụnata nke a na a na-eli ya milion one dị otu a onye dị otu a ji yirikwa nke dị otu a ndị Catholic emekakwa ọfụma ebe a ene ha anya na the thing na-esesi ezinụlọ instead of
onye ọbụla yiwe China white ancha niile bụ ofu ọnụ ka a na-eli
ya ofu ọnụ and ofu style ka ya
ga-akwụ ya ọkwa nke ọ na-abụ akwa ofu style itinye nwa obere ihe dịka cape ebe a na iri epụta
onye ọbụla yiri ifugie so ụmụ nwaanyị anyị biko kara na-arụ ọ dị ezigbote mkpa na anyị guzola onwe
anyị daalụ rinne Dr. Chinelo Orji ọkammụta Chinelo Orji daalụ maka ọmarịcha akwụkwọ a idel gị bụ onye na-enene anyị ọ bụ na o nwee ihe anyị mee tata ma anyị kwuo tata dị gị mma ịchọ ịma jụọ ese ebe ị ga-afụ Chinelo jụọ ese ebe ị ga-achọta akwụkwọ anụ Aneke TV ga-agwa gị ebe ị ga-achọta ọ bụrụ na ị jụọ anyị ese na Aneke TV anyị agwa gị ebe ị ga-enweta ya maka ọtụtụ ihe dị n'akwụkwọ a ịgụ ọnya ịmụta amalụnụ m taa na ị nwere ike iji 10,000 naira wee bido biznes maka ọ pụta abụ na njido 10,000 na-ajụ ka ihe ọ ga-ebido m ọ bụ pure water ka m ga-ebidonwu pure water with 10,000 mana ị ga-ebutenwu nke ị ga-eburu n'isi wee na-agagharị mana ọtụtụ ihe dị ị ga-amụta ebe a naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ ọ masị gị isonyela anyị na Aneke TV na ebe mmetụ aka anyị dị iche iche na Facebook na Aneke TV na YouTube na Aneke TV na TikTok na Aneke TV ebe ọ ga-abịa ịpị anya pim ka ndị ọcha na-apị ya anyị bụ ndị Igbo na ndị isi ojii anyị amụtago ka esi apị ịpị anya ebe a ịpịta mụta otu ihe ma ọ bụ ịbụ ama m na o nwee ihe Dr. Chinelo kụzi tata ị ga-amụta daalụ rinne maka isonyela anyị ama m na mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-akpọkwa gị na ị ga-abịa maka ama m na ị bụ onye mgbazi ọ bụrụ onye nwe ọsị na ị bụ mentor entrepreneur teacher naanị gị nwa bụ ha niile daalụ maka isonyela
Chineke ọkwa Chukwu
daalụ rinne
Chukwu na-eme ha ncha
o wee bụla ebe a ka anyị na-ekpokọta nke ụbọchị taa ọ bụ na ihe anyị mee tata masị gị sonyekwala anyị mgbe ọzọ anyị ga-akpa nkata na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị abụ m Ngozi Ọtahumele ka emesịa a sị na ekwe kụọ ama agba ekwe ụmụ nwaanyị akụọla o ụmụ nwaanyị bụ ebe anyị na-akpa maka arụ ike anyị ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị azụmahịa omenala ndị ahụ dị mma nakwa ihe ndị ahụ ga-eweta ọganihu n'obodo naanị ihe ị ga-eme bụ sonyela anyị na nzukọ ụmụ nwaanyị ebe ahụ a na-akarị ihe na-eweta ọganihu n'obodo ndị nne ndị nna oge a bụkwa nke anyị sonyela anyị na Aneke TV n'ebe a na-emetụ aka na ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ soshal midia na TikTok, YouTube, Facebook